tell you about using the video camera by yourself?
Not to do it.
That's right.
But Emily is here.
Oh!
But now that you're all here, help me come thank our subscribers.
You're way more than just subscribers. We appreciate that you send in suggestions for Widget of the Week topics.
Or bring up solutions we hadn't considered on The Boring Show.
And support each other by posting replies to comments when people ask for help.
And there's other content on the channel too. You can watch conference talks and events from around the world, check out interviews with the engineering team, and see how people are using Flutter to create apps.
But this is just the beginning. We have so many more ideas for exciting series to bring your way, and we can't wait to share.
Anyone can be a Flutter developer.
Even birds, apparently. We're here to create content that helps you learn. So if you have ideas for different things you'd like to see, share in the comments below. Thank you again for watching, and we can't wait to see what you create next.
Hello, I'm Matt from the Flutter DevRel team. Today we're going to be checking out the wacky world of the Custom Paint widget. What exactly is Custom Paint? Well, Custom Paint is a widget that provides you with a canvas and takes a custom painter to execute paint commands. In this video, we're going to explore the Custom Paint widget and examine how to combine drawing images and shapes on a canvas. The example we'll use is that of a photo with faces that have been identified and highlight them by drawing over the image. To learn more about face detection with Firebase's ML Kit and Flutter, check out the companion video in the description below. Let's take a look at the Custom Paint widget. Typically, it takes a painter and a child in its constructor. The painter is an instance of the Custom Painter class, and this is where the painting magic happens. Let's focus on Custom Painter. This is where canvas drawing takes place. Subclassing from Custom Painter requires two functions to be overridden, paint and should repaint. The paint function is where drawing occurs. It's given both a canvas and a size object. All drawing commands should occur within the bounds of the given size. Circles, lines, rectangles, and many other shapes can all be easily drawn on the canvas with different drawing functions. You can change the properties of how these shapes are painted by customizing the paint object provided to each drawing function. For example, we can update our code to draw an unfilled circle of thickness 10. There are a host of different drawing routines available to the canvas. Check out the docs for a complete list. For something a little more complex and a whole lot more fun, here's a paint function that draws a smiley face, using a combination of draw circle and draw arc, and a little bit of math. We'll be using this a little later. We also need to implement should repaint, which controls when the painter should redraw. In our example, our custom painter has no mutable properties, and so can always return false, as what's drawn never changes. Now, let's take a look at a more complex example, drawing an image to the canvas and painting over it. First, we're going to need to load an image in a format that the canvas can understand. Here, we're loading an image as an array of raw bytes. We can then decode the image using Flutter's decode image from list function and use the result in our custom painter. Let's create a custom painter and pass it our decoded image and coordinates for the faces detected in the image, which are represented here by a list of rects. In our paint function, we can paint the image using canvas.drawImage. Now we can draw an unfilled rectangle around each face, and we should update the should repaint function to repaint if the image or list of faces changes. We reference this from a custom paint widget and we're done, right? Well, not quite. Remember when I said that drawing outside the boundaries of the size given to the paint function is a no-no? When we draw the image on the canvas, the image draws to its full dimensions, which may well be outside the given size. Flutter doesn't actually define what will happen if we do this, but we can assume that this isn't going to be good. So how can we make sure that the canvas is the right size for the image we give it? Luckily for us, there's a widget that lets us explicitly specify its size and the size of its children, SizedBox. we can wrap our custom paint widget in a sized box that's been given the same size as the image. Our image will now be drawn correctly, but we have a new problem. Our custom paint is wrapped in a widget with a set size, so it won't play nicely with widgets that want to constrain its dimensions in some way. For example, placing our custom paint widget in a container and trying to size it, that's not going to work. We can fix this by using yet another widget, this time a fitted box, which will fit and scale the sized box inside itself while allowing other widget to constrain its dimensions. So we end up with a combination of fitted box, sized box, and custom paint, and our modified image and freshly highlighted faces render elegantly inside our Flutter app. This is a great example of using a simple combination of widgets to achieve some pretty sophisticated behavior, which is a testament to the power and flexibility of Flutter's rendering system. It's easy to work in any canvas drawing you'd like over the image, such as using our smiley face to make sure everyone's super happy in our photos. Hopefully this has given you a taste of painting shapes and images to a canvas in Flutter. For more info, check out flutter.io.
Apps made with Flutter, the open-source mobile SDK from Google, are composed of widgets. Each one is a lightweight object designed to do a specific task, like keep content away from notches, or animate transitions, or even fit one widget inside another. Becoming familiar with all the widgets provided by the SDK is an important step toward becoming an experienced Flutter developer. So to help, we created Widget of the Week. It's a weekly series of short, animated videos, each showing the important features of one particular widget. In about 60 seconds, you'll see real code for each one and a demo of how it works. Plus, learn the best times to use that widget and get a heads up on its most important properties. It's a quick way to get to know some of the most important Flutter widgets, and you can find all the videos here on the Flutter YouTube channel.
Many apps are built around dynamic lists. Items are added, removed, and changed all the time. Without animation, this can be jarring and confusing. Why did everything jump? What just happened? Animated List provides an easy way to animate lists. Start by providing an item builder. This is a function that will be called for every index of the list, so you can construct each item. You also get an animation which automatically starts when the item is added and which you can use to animate the item in. Your animation can be anything. Unless your list starts empty, you will also want to provide the initial item count. Now you need to tell Animated List whenever there is anything added or removed from the underlying data structure. To do this, you call methods on the Animated List state. This class has the methods insertItem and removedItem. How to get hold of Animated List state though? There are two methods. When you want to initiate an animation from inside the list code, from inside one of the items, you can use animatedList.off_context. From anywhere else, use a global key. Attach it to the Animated List widget, and now you can call insertItem, removeItem from anywhere. Let's have a look at those methods. With insertItem, you tell Animated List that there is a new item at index and that it should start the animation. To construct the newly added item, Animated List uses the item builder, which you already defined. It is important that you not only call the animated list state method, but also actually update your underlying data. Remove item is similar. You tell animated list that the item at index is being removed. You also need to provide a builder for the widget to show while it's animating out. Once again, you are provided with an animation that you can use, and the sky is the limit for what that animation looks like. And remember, it's important to remove the item from the underlying data structure. For more info on animated list and all the other widgets, head to flutter.dev.
Hello, I'm Martin McGinnis. Welcome to our series on animation building blocks in Flutter. In this series, we're going to introduce you to animations in Flutter and show you how to build both simple and complex animations for your Flutter app. In this first video, we're going to focus on the most straightforward way to add animations to your app. You don't have to be an expert on animations or animation terminology to add animations to your app. Along the way, we'll introduce some widgets and terminology that will help you get started with animations right away, as well as give you some background for the rest of the episodes. Flutter includes a series of widgets that are animated versions of existing widgets that you've probably already used in your app, such as the animated container version of the container widget and the animated position version of the positioned widget. These widgets automatically animate changes to their properties. When you rebuild the widget with new property values, such as with stateful widgets set state, the widget will handle driving the animation from the previous value to the new value. These widgets are called implicitly animated widgets, and these widgets will typically be the first thing you reach for when you need to add animations to your app. They provide a means of adding animations without adding additional complexity. Let's look a little closer at how you can use one of these implicitly animated widgets to add some animations to your app. In this app, we have a container and a button. When the button is pressed, set state is called and the container is rebuilt with a new value for width. You'll notice that the container changes its width immediately, without any animation. We can add some animation to this app by swapping the container widget with an animated container widget and specifying an animation duration. Now, when the button is pressed, the container will gradually animate from the previous width value to the new value. The process of animating through the values between the old and the new is called interpolation. The animated container handles interpolating its property between old and new values whenever they change. This applies to all the animated container's properties, including, for example, the decoration. We can modify the gradient with a decoration, and the animated container will handle interpolating between the old and new gradient. Implicitly animated widgets like animated container have two properties that you can use to control the animation's behavior. You can control how long it takes to interpolate to the new value by setting the duration property. In this example, we made the animation take a much longer amount of time. You can also control the way the widget interpolates from the old to the new value by using a curve. Curves control the rate of change over time and can help your animations feel more realistic. For this example, we'll change the curve from the default linear curve to a cubic curve. If you view the animations side by side, you'll see that while they take the same amount of time, the one with the cubic curve changes differently. There are many different built-in curves available to give your animations a bit of character, and you can also define your own custom curves. Curves can even be discontinuous, like the sawtooth curve. Here's an example of a custom curve called sine curve that uses a sine function to make a curve that bounces back and forth. Here, it's being used to make a star bounce up and down. To summarize, Flutter provides implicitly animated widgets that are animated versions of common widgets. You can control the way these widgets animate using durations and curves. Animated Container is a specifically powerful implicitly animated widget since it has many properties that affect its appearance and all of them are automatically interpolated. All the other implicitly animated widgets are also powerful, easy to use options for adding animations without adding a lot of complexity. You also don't necessarily need to place these widgets into a stateful widget and use set state. You can use Stream Builder and Future Builder to trigger animations as well. Implicitly animated widgets are going to be your first choice for adding animations. However, this isn't all that Flutter Animation System has to offer. In the rest of this series, we'll explore the lower layers of the Flutter Animation System and show you how you can build advanced animations by using the animation system directly. For everything else, go visit flutter.dev.
software engineer born in Bulgaria.
I'm an Android developer based in Berlin.
I'm a Flutter developer.
I am a web developer.
I'm an Android engineer from Hangzhou, China.
I'm Anna from UDG Body.
I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
I am from Lima, Peru.
I am in Denver, Colorado.
Flutter has changed the way I develop, really because of the fact that I've never really developed with a bird by my side all the time.
Flutter changed a lot of things in our lives. First of all, it changed the way that we code.
I fell in love with Flutter from the very first time I saw Emily live coding the meme chat app on Google I/O.
And what's great is that Flutter is native.
Me and my partner built an app in a single day.
Our company currently works on 5 Flutter projects.
With Flutter, I don't have to go online and check the docs anymore. The way the framework is structured makes it easy to jump into the definition and learn new things.
I switched to Flutter from JavaScript and PHP. Having strictly typed code is just a game changer.
My favorite part about Flutter is that it does not limit your imagination.
I love that with Flutter you can edit the UI code and simultaneously preview the changes both on Android and iOS.
The UI page developed by Flutter is very smooth, especially on low-end machines.
Flutter has immensely calculated a 3-framework transportation application.
This year, we decided to make our app for the dev fest entirely in Flutter.
We're using Flutter to rebuild our native mobile apps. We're going from 3 code bases down to 2.
With Flutter, it's been really easy to bring my ideas to life.
One of the things I didn't have any experience with was mobile app development. So I decided now is as good a time as any. I'm building my own mobile app, and I'm doing it with Flutter.
I have also open sourced 3 Flutter applications on GitHub.
These animations are entirely powered by Flutter.
I like widgets, and I like how it allows me to build apps quickly.
You can quickly turn your ideas into real applications.
I really like the Firebase integration because I usually use Firebase for my projects, and it's super easy to get started with Flutter.
Flutter 对于写 JS 和 Native 的人来说上手非常快，棒棒的。
I really enjoy the community engagement on Twitter as well as on GitHub.
What took us almost 16 months to create an iOS app has taken less than 4 months in Flutter.
One of my favorite things about the Flutter community is that you can find examples about everything.
My favorite part about Flutter is that it makes me much more productive.
The thing that excites me the most about Flutter and the Flutter community has to be the support from the development team and from the community of developers.
My favorite part of Flutter is without a doubt the amazing productivity it enables. We're accomplishing in months when the past took us years.
Flutter community is awesome. I mean, I have never felt so homely in any other developer community.
With Flutter, I spend less time compiling and more time smiling.
That is my Flutter development story.
That's my Flutter story.
And this is my Flutter story.
Flutter!
Dream11 is India's largest sports game with around 50 million registered user base. It's a platform that lets users play fantasy cricket, football, kabaddi, basketball, and hockey. And users can put their sporting knowledge to test and compete with other users.
Many people in India are really excited about sports. For me, say for watching a game of cricket, I think the most fun part about it is having those healthy discussions and arguments with friends on, hey, why did they select this player in the team today? Or why did they go with 5 specialist bowlers versus 6? One way to settle these arguments is quite simple. You know, you just create your team on Dream11 and select the player you think is going to perform as your captain and then see who wins.
But we don't want to stop there. What we want is to constantly come up with new ideas and concepts and create an ecosystem of apps to enhance the user's sporting experience. So we want technologies that help us move at a very rapid pace, and that's where Flutter comes in.
We were looking for a framework which will help us develop in both iOS and Android together.
So we wanted to do a small POC and check if Flutter really works for us. Like, what's the development time, what's the effort taken?
As our first step with Flutter, we developed our app Power Predictor. Power Predictor is an app that you can use to predict the outcome of cricket games. Since Android has a lion's share of the Indian market, we thought it made sense to start developing an Android version first. The biggest challenge that we had was we only were 3 developers and we all were from different backgrounds, but Flutter made it easy. The Dart language, basically, that's very intuitive.
Even if we hire new engineers for Flutter, it's very easy to onboard them onto the platform.
There are many features in Flutter that I like. It has nice integration with dev tools like Android Studio.
We really loved hot reloading, instantly debugging your application.
If you just make any changes, you save your file and you can immediately see the outcome of it on the emulator or your device. That really helps the developer to develop quickly.
So after Android was live and running, we thought the natural step would be to create an iOS app. We had seen that it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the application up and running with similar frameworks because you need to do platform-specific changes. But with Flutter, the application was up and running in 2 days, which was really amazing. It's single code base in essence. Being sports-focused, we actually promote competition a lot within the team.
So when we completed our Power Predictor app, we challenged our colleagues to crash the app. They tried very hard.
To their dismay and our surprise, Flutter apps couldn't be crashed. We couldn't consistently reproduce any issues. So that's amazing that Flutter handles errors really well. In the future, we plan on using Flutter for a lot of our projects because Flutter has just turned out to be a good choice for our team.
Laying out widgets in rows and columns is straightforward if those widgets have a fixed size. But what if you want a size that's relative to their parent? And what if you want to adjust those widgets when their parent's size changes? This is trivial to do using the Flexible widget. Using Flexible is easy. Wrap each child in the row or column in a Flexible and give it a flex value. The sum of all the flex values determines how much space each Flexible will use. So here, the first child takes up 1/3 of the column, the second takes up 1/2, and the final takes up 1/6. You can also tell Flexible how strict its sizing should be by specifying a fit, which can be either loose or tight. Here, by making the fit loose, the container's preferred size takes precedence. You can also mix and match Flexibles with fixed size widgets. For more info on Flexible, head on over to flutter.dev.
welcome Matthias Duarte.
Good morning. Like many of you, when I was a child, my parents took me to Disney World. And I got to meet the characters and the adventures and places from my imagination became real. I was literally transported into another world. But what I remember most of all, to this day, from that trip, was under the geodesic dome, where there was a special exhibit. It was a behind-the-scenes look at how they combined creative skills of the world's best animators, illustrators, costume designers, craftsmen, and technical know-how of cutting-edge engineers, roboticists, programmers, to make all of these fantastic experiences. They called them Imagineers, and I was captivated. My parents could not drag me away, and I knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. My name's Matthias Duarte, and today I'm excited to work at Google because we are committed to helping designers and developers make the worlds of their imagination real. Over the last 10 years, I've worked at a lot of different parts of Google. On Android, from Gingerbread to KitKat, on the very first voice interfaces that would become the Google Assistant, had a chance to help refresh the Google logo, and work on material design and eventually Google Material, which refreshed all of Google's products. The type of work that I've had a chance to focus on, we call it UX, UI, front end, creative coding, whatever you want to call it. It's really no different than those Disney Imagineers. We are blending artistry and technology to create completely new experiences, digital worlds. These digital realities are sometimes flights of fancy, but they're also the virtual places where we do business, where we shop, how we find our way around the real world, how we connect to other people. And Google wants to help you bring those worlds of your imagination to reality. Just like Disney Imagineers, it takes the very best creatives and the most talented programmers. That's why I'm excited to see all of you here, because you are skilled, creative, passionate, clever. But we know this kind of work is not easy. In fact, it's never been easy. Not from the very earliest days of our industry has it been easy. If you think back, what is that first most inspiring milestone for UX, for great, delightful digital experiences? What comes to mind? Is it the Macintosh? The Xerox PARC Alto? Maybe some of you are thinking of Douglas Engelbert's mouse. I like to think of the PDP-1, way back, specifically Space War. This is often considered the very first video game. And despite the monochrome display, there's a real careful attention to detail in how these rockets are rendered. Now, there was a problem in the very first versions of Space War that is often overlooked, which is that it's hard to play the game if you can't tell how your rocket ship is moving. And that rocket ship moving across that empty black screen is hard to understand. The human eye perceives motion relative to other objects. So the creators figured out how to add a star field that was really required creativity because it was pushing that machine to its limits, as hard as it is to believe. They worked within the constraints of the program. And the result was thematic, it was subtle, and it was hugely ergonomic. And it's that kind of problem that, for me, exemplifies what is hard about our work, but also what's really fun about our work. Taking insight about cognition and perception and combining it with artistry and pushing technology to the limits, honestly. Now, how much time do we actually get to spend on those fun problems? I see teams struggle just simply to visualize solutions, to align on solutions across the team, to deploy the solutions without really important nuances falling between the cracks, and be overwhelmed by all of the different platforms and requirements that they have to handle. Well, Google is here to help with tools, resources, technologies that help you worry about the problems you find fun. And I'm excited this morning to share some of our current and our future investments. Now, you're probably not surprised I'm going to start talking about material design. In 2014, we introduced material with design guidelines that were cross-platform, covering web, Android, and iOS. And the idea was to help designers build on the same foundations that were trusted by billions of Google users. And we also started providing components that, for each of those platforms that would help engineers quickly assemble those designs with fidelity, with accessibility, with internationalization baked in, so that designers and developers could focus on the parts they found fun. In 2018, we introduced material theming. Now, material theming helps you build a complete design system that is based on the same foundation that unifies Google's products, but wholly customized for you, for your brand, for your look and feel. Instead of having to painfully tweak each widget, you customize them with high-level style parameters. And design choices are made consistent, not just within a product, but perhaps across a family of products you produce. And it's good not just for your products, but for your teams, because everyone can work with the same styles within the system itself. It's formally encoded. Now we built material theming, so it scales with you, and it's easy to onboard. Material widgets help you build the building blocks of your app, and then you use theming to tailor the experience as you want to. And Lyft was one of our launch partners. They used the theming system and our components to make something that I think is really iconic for them. Material is not here to constrain your creativity, but to give you a head start, to eliminate any of the work that you don't find fun. If you stick around till 12:20, Yasmin will be here to tell you how to get the most out of material theming for your projects in Flutter. Now, second, I do want to talk about Flutter. It's why you're all here. And it's another commitment that Google is making towards helping you. I've personally been a huge fan since the very beginning. I've been wowed by its impact, and Tim is going to tell you more about momentum. But I have a personal testimony I want to share about how easy it is to use and what the value of that rapid, instant feedback it brings. On my team, I've seen more people become full-fledged prototypers and start to play with becoming front-end developers using Flutter. It was a doorway that opened for them, and that is hugely inspiring to me. Now, since the pre-beta, Material has been a close partner with Flutter. Flutter has pixel-perfect implementations of Material, and Material components are the default UI library in Flutter, which means nearly all of the apps made with Flutter today are built with Material components. And of course, all of Google's Flutter apps, which there will be more to come. Our team has been delighted at how easy it is to faithfully bring quality and nuance that we need in Material to our Flutter implementations. Flutter's architecture has made it really easy for us to do things like the complex composed lists, or capture the nuance of the collapse animation in the flexible app bar headers. Flutter made it practically automatic to add animations to layout transforms like we have in the fab bottom bar. Makes it really easy to add custom components like the pill tab selectors or the bottom sheet transitions. And of course, Flutter made it easy to capture the nuances that research shows are essential to usability, like you see in the text field labels. Now, we've also brought material theming to Flutter, and the inherited widget pattern means material theming can be ubiquitous in your Flutter apps. Every material component has theming baked in. If you change a color scheme or text scheme or border style, you see it everywhere. Most of all, the themed widgets pair really nicely with your custom ones, so you can make them consume the theme and keep every style tweak in your project in sync. And Material is betting really hard on Flutter. We have our own dedicated team of Flutter component engineers, and they are so passionate that they make sure the latest designs get to Flutter so fast that happens sometimes before we even have a chance to update our guidelines. We've recently doubled the size of our Flutter partner team, and we're going to continue to work really closely with the core Flutter team. We're working on continuous enhancements. We're going to bring the newest material themes as the default for new Flutter apps. We're updating the naming taxonomy, and we're going to continue to make sure our APIs are as easy and ergonomic for all of you for the latest versions of Material as they were for the first ones. I hope it's clear that Flutter and Material are not just two projects that work well side by side, but they're part of what Google sees as a suite of solutions that we're investing in. And together, they're here to help you make your imagination real, faster, easier. Now, Flutter and Material are going to get a little bit better with a third investment from Google today. It's easy to forget that behind all of the animations and the beautiful images, most UI is still primarily text. And big brands invest in expressive type for that reason. Now, one of Google's oldest investments in creativity and accessibility launched in 2010 with an open source catalog of hundreds of beautiful typefaces. Google Fonts gave everyone power to use the perfect type anywhere. And you can see these fonts all over the web in places like Williams-Sonoma and IKEA and Cole Haan and Pottery Barn and countless others, almost literally countless, because our global scale font-serving infrastructure is so powerful, so useful, so popular, that to date, we have served 34 trillion fonts. That's a big number, thank you. Every 2 seconds, we fulfill another 1 million font requests today. That's the time it takes for me to say, Google Fonts for Flutter, that's another 1 million. And today I'm happy to announce Google Fonts for Flutter. It is now easy to get custom fonts into your Flutter app. After importing the package, you'll get autocomplete suggestions directly from Google Fonts servers. It'll download the fonts, add it to your app for you. And with font reload, with the hot reload, yeah, call it font reload, I like that. But it's like practically designing right in the app, right? That is so cool. Google Fonts for Flutter is dynamic and cached, which is great if you have a content-rich product, right? Which always wants to pair the perfect typeface with different articles or different pieces of content. But that same dynamic approach is also really useful for every developer who cares about their app size. And you all do care about your app size, right? Using our dynamic font serving can help you make sure you only include the fonts that your users need when they need them and no more. And Google Fonts is available today on pub.dev. Google Fonts, Material, and Flutter are here to help you make more beautiful, more usable digital worlds today. And I cannot wait to see your imaginations come to life with them. But all this is just the beginning. Google will continue to invest, and honestly, we think we need to invest because we're on the cusp of some really transformative changes in our digital world. Old screens are not going away, and new screens are being added all the time, and devices without screens, Users want to experience your products, your services, and brands across all of them. We think of this as a world of ambient computing, which is going to require us to stop thinking about device first and start thinking about the user first and their experience first. We're going to have to design cohesively for the users no matter where they are. And you see a little bit of this in our smart display devices, where Google has chosen Flutter for its flexibility and power, and it has a beautiful expression of Google material in a totally new type of display. You see this in our continued commitment to desktop applications. Material is rolling out new patterns with rich controls and even denser layouts, and yes, you can expect these to be available in Flutter for desktop. We are excited about this ambient future, and we're excited to see how we can help. We're experimenting with even more audacious ways that we can help you focus on the user and not the device. Now, I'm going to show you some ideas that are not yet ready, but they show you the kinds of problems that we want to help you with in the future. It's really frustrating how designers and developers continuously struggle with handoff headaches. There's a lot of amazing progress, but could we go further? Could we have a real WYSIWYG experience where we can manipulate a complete production UI, where we're manipulating the actual widgets and the custom code that's actually used at runtime, and save that UI as a source file that can be checked into a build directly? Wouldn't that be cool? And here you see one of our experiments doing just that. Visually changing a layout element inside a complex Flutter widget hierarchy of a full UI while preserving fully functional data bindings, and then we'll update it with hot reload. This is using Flutter both as an engine for an editing environment and as a runtime to deploy. Does that seem exciting? I think it's exciting. Another challenge of this ambient future is the sheer logistics of deploying a coherent experience across all these services, across multiple teams. Could we have a single piece of UI code that describes all of the different bespoke layouts a program might run on? Wouldn't that be cool? And here you see an experiment where a series of unique layouts composed of common elements with data bindings themselves are dynamically reconfigured according to a partition map. And this is saved as a single Flutter UI, going beyond responsive to a truly adaptive single source. Would that be helpful? Yeah? I hope so. Now, these two experiments are very early days, but I find them really exciting. And I'm sharing them, even though they're early, to show the kinds of investments that we're making across Flutter, across Material, across all of Google. We know it's really hard work to bring that best of creativity and technology together. We know it's hard to get to the fun part of making your digital worlds real, but we're committed to helping you in that journey. I'm personally really passionate about this mission. This mission is why I feel like I do have my childhood dream job. And I think that mission is one that unites all of us here. We are all here because we believe we can make our imaginations real. Thank you.
Macedonia during winter gets polluted 20 times over the EU limit. But people don't know how bad it is. In order to tackle that, I created Air Care. And thanks to Flutter, the features are consistent and I can get updates really quickly to all of my users.
Jumbo, with Flutter, I found it very easy to learn.
Now, thanks to Flutter, I'm an Android, iOS, and web developer.
I designed a ticket station app which lets you buy, sell, explore, and even find a ride the event you're going to.
What really sold it for us was the stateful hot reload.
Our latest app, Splashpad, is going to enable anyone to write music.
In the Radio app, users can build custom training plans. Dart was a breeze, the documentation was wonderful, so things looked polished right out of the gate.
The Kerala Rescue app was created during the floods of Kerala. Since they already had a website, I could directly use the web views in Flutter, and it helped a lot of people.
I am a solo developer working on a fitness app called Totally Strong. I came for the cross-platform ability, but stayed for the wonderful developer experience.
We have developed a number of apps for international and Sri Lankan market, 6 to be exact. The reason why we went with Flutter is because of its amazing community.
The Flutter community is super friendly and you can build complex apps in almost no time.
Thank you, Flutter.
Thanks, Flutter.
Thank you, Flutter.
I love really Flutter.
For now, Dash and I have to get back to work. Should we use a container or something else?
Please welcome Tim Sneath.
Thank you so much. It's just great to be here for Flutter Interact this year. Whether you're here in person, here in Brooklyn, whether you're attending one of the over 500 viewing parties around the world from Lagos to Istanbul, whether you're watching on the live stream, or whether you're catching the highlights on YouTube, welcome. Our goal for this year's event is to highlight the creative expressivity of Flutter as a platform for interactive content. We want to give you a sense today of the range of capabilities as a tool for designers, for developers, for creative coders. Whatever you call yourself, if you care about building beautiful, native experiences for any device that paints pixels to the screen, we want Flutter to be a canvas for you. So we're going to start by talking about our vision for Flutter. We shipped our first release of Flutter a year ago, almost to the day, and that first release focused exclusively on mobile devices, on building apps with a single code base that run on iOS and Android. But today, we're focusing on a more complete vision for Flutter as a portable, multi-platform SDK for pretty much anywhere you might want to paint pixels on the screen. And that portability of platform is ever more important. You know, we live in a world where internet-connected devices are pervading every area of our lives. Many of us transition throughout the day between multiple devices, phones, watches, and other wearable devices, tablets, desktops or laptop computers, televisions, and increasingly smart displays like the Google Nest Hub. And so in this emerging world, the focus starts to move away from any single individual device towards an environment where your services and software are available wherever you need them. As Matthias has mentioned, we call this ambient computing, and this is the world we built Flutter for. Flutter is the first UI platform that is designed for this ambient computing world. And this vision is unique to Flutter, a portable toolkit for building beautiful, native experiences wherever you might want to paint pixels on the screen. So with Flutter, instead of being forced to start your application development by asking, where do you want your app to run, and having to staff a team and skills and everything else, starting with that question, we want you to be able to begin with a different question. We want you to be able to focus on what you want to be able to build. And in this multi-device, multi-platform world, Flutter is providing you with a framework and tooling for creating user experiences without compromise on any device or form factor. You know, we want you to be able to start with your creative vision and make the decision on your target platform later. We want you to be able to solve problems for all your users, not just those who happen to have the same device that you have. And we want you to be able to build beautiful, tailored user experiences and user interfaces, not just the boilerplate UI that matches someone else's design system. Flutter is designed for beautiful applications, giving you control over every pixel on the screen. It's fast. We're powered by the blazing fast Skier graphics engine, the same one that we use in Android and Chrome. And it's productive, with features including stateful hot reload that let you make changes to your running app and see the results in real time. It's open, with a BSD-style license that encourages forking and experimentation. and an ecosystem of thousands of packages covering everything from Firebase to Google Fonts to Bluetooth to SQLite. And so that is Flutter. Beautiful, fast, productive, and open. The first UI platform designed for delivering tailored experiences in an ambient computing world. It's been great to see how Flutter has flourished in the short time since its initial release. Already, well over 1 million developers are using Flutter for apps both large and small. And we've seen billions of installs of Flutter apps to date. Last month, GitHub published their State of the Octaverse report. And as the largest site for open source, of course, they have unique insights into the open source community and trends amongst adoption. And we were surprised and delighted to see Flutter be the #2 fastest growing open source project on the site, having tripled in size across the last year. And also to see the Dart language that powers Flutter be the single fastest growing language that they measure. Yeah. And that popularity is also visible in this list of GitHub's most starred projects. Last year, we were proud that Flutter was one of the top 40 projects. And this year, it's one of the top 10. You know, even at Google, starting an open source project from scratch is a risky endeavor and a bit of a risky career bet. So this is just our chance to thank you for your support and interest. We don't take it for granted. And we continue to work every day to try and build a better project for you. Thank you so much. So the rest of this morning, of this session, is divided into 2 main chapters. Firstly, we're going to start with our progress on bringing Flutter to more platforms, this ambient computing vision. And then secondly, we're going to talk about the work that we've done to make Flutter a canvas for creative expression, unlocking designers and developers to build whatever experiences they have in mind. So let's start with the first of these 2, Flutter on every screen. And today, in our journey towards Flutter delivering on that ambient computing vision we've described, we're focusing on 3 core form factors that make up the bulk of our work today: mobile, desktop, and web. And up till now, as I've mentioned, many people have thought of Flutter as a mobile framework. So we're going to start there, and then we'll expand out. Today, I'm pleased to announce the immediate availability of Flutter 1.12, our latest stable release of the Flutter framework. Yeah. Flutter 1.12 includes over 1,500 pull requests, representing the work of hundreds of contributors, both from inside and outside of Google. And there are many more new features than I can do justice to in a short while, but a few highlights. We have dark mode, full dark mode for iOS, including all the new acrylic materials and the adaptive colors, the beautiful work that Apple's done around dark mode. We have new widgets that help deliver pixel-perfect experiences on iPhone and iPad. We're transitioning to the new Android X support libraries on Android. We've upgraded support for add to app, enabling you to take Flutter and embed it in an existing app, including things like preloading the engine for faster startup. We've got the new Google Fonts package that Matthias mentioned for easy access to nearly 1,000 open source fonts. And a new Flutter gallery that makes it easier than ever to try out all the new widgets and experiences. We've got so much to talk about today that is all I'm going to say about Flutter 1.12 itself. This is live. It's rolling out now for download at flutter.dev. So when it comes to building apps, we have the same needs that you do ourselves at Google. Our own product teams, of course, have all these same challenges, how to deliver apps to all of these different places. And in fact, Google is using Flutter in over 20 different projects at Google, from ads to the Google Nest Hub to various startup projects. One of Google's newest and most innovative consumer products is Stadia, which brings the most powerful cloud-powered gaming experiences directly into your living room. Of course, Stadia needed a UI experience that matched gamers' expectations. So to tell you a little bit more about how they built their mobile companion app, I want to invite Roberto Scaramuzzi, who's the technical lead for the Stadia UI team. Roberto.
Hello. Thank you, Tim. My name is Roberto, and I work on the Stadia front end. So for the few people in the audience who don't know what Stadia is, it's a new gaming platform that Google launched just a few weeks ago. Our aim is to enable everyone to play anywhere, anytime. So where does Flutter come into this? We want to build a companion mobile app for Stadia. It would help gamers set up their accounts and hardware and provide a game store and social features. We wanted to support unified branding capabilities on both Android and iOS. The UI should be modern and cool to match the gaming culture, and be performant to match the high standards for quality and latency that we had set ourselves for the games themselves. Most importantly, we were working with a tight deadline. The release date had already been announced. So we started with a small team, and we ramped up fast. And let me show you what we built with Flutter in just a few months. So I talked about setting up hardware. These are the screens that allow you to set up your game controller. Connecting to Wi-Fi and so on. Look at the cool animations we built with Flutter. OK, this is our home screen. It shows the games that you already own. This is the store. This is the game details page for an exclusive game, Guilt, that we have on Stadia. This is our friends page and search. OK, and back to the home page. So what happened? First of all, we delivered on schedule, which is awesome. One of our concerns was that we had to interact with a lot of native services. So we had to interact with game controllers, with Bluetooth, with Firebase. And we had a few concerns about that. But actually, the interaction went super smoothly. As I said before, we want to build a platform that everyone can play on. And we launched in 14 countries, almost as many languages. And Flutter's capabilities made building in accessibility for disabled gamers into much of the app. And most of all, everybody's happy. We very much hope our users are happy. But also, the developers are happy because of the development cycle, because of the platform. And UX and product are happy because they see their vision come to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roberto. That is so cool. I'm really thrilled that Stadia chose Flutter. Of course, many companies outside Google are also using Flutter for their app development. If we move to the next slide, one example that we're calling out today is eBay. Looks like we may have some eBayers in the house. This week, they launched their brand new app for car enthusiasts. And eBay built this app from scratch using Flutter. We're thrilled to have eBay on board. And another recently released example of Flutter on mobile devices comes from Splice. Splice offer an audio library of millions of sounds, loops, and presets that help musicians bring their ideas to life. And so here to tell you a little bit about that is their principal engineer, Angelina Fabro. Welcome, Angelina.
Hello, Brooklyn. Hello, everybody on the live stream. I'm Angelina Fabro, and I am a principal engineer at Splice. I'm also the technical lead on our mobile applications team, and I'm here today to tell you the story of how we built our new mobile app using Flutter. So what is Splice? Well, imagine that you're a musician or a music producer and you're working on your next bangin' track, or perhaps you're in a project where you've been given a very, very specific creative brief. And you're looking for the exact right sound to fit the feeling or the mood or what your client is looking for. So Splice has a giant library of rights-cleared samples, bits and pieces of music that you can use in your track. Everything from drum loops to piano chords, trumpet licks, sound effects like laser zaps, even the sound of London in the rain. So we have sounds and ideas from thousands of well-known artists as well, such as Steve Aoki and Deadmau5. Splice helps you find the right sounds when you need it so you can stay in the creative flow and finish your track. But why build a mobile application for a process that for most music producers is primarily a desktop-first experience? Well, think of the experience on mobile for musicians a little bit like photo filtering apps on your phone, right? Like you might take some photos, you swipe through the filters, that looks kind of cool, and you experiment, you get some ideas, some inspiration. But the real photography work for you happens later when you're at your desktop. So we had a hypothesis. It would be useful for you to build your library of sounds on the go so that you could use them later. Now, to validate this hypothesis, we chose to build our mobile application in Flutter. After trying it, we fell in love with the developer experience. For us, separate iOS and Android teams was going to be a non-starter. The speed to validate our hypothesis was critical. We were excited by the technology, and especially by the promise of native performance deployed from one code base across multiple platforms. And since Splice really is a multi-platform experience, we're investigating it for use on the desktop in our desktop application in the future. So let's take a look at the app. All right, so what we're looking at here is the Splice home. And at the very top, you can see recent releases. These cards that I'm scrolling through are sample packs. And you can think of a sample pack kind of like an album of samples. Below that, we've got our top packs. That's the stuff that is most popular right now on Splice. And below that, we have a selection of content that's been curated for me today. So what am I feeling like? Let's take a look at this dance hall pack. All right, that slaps. Let's click on the download button and add that to my Splice library. Maybe one more? How about some steel drums? Okay, all right. But you know what? I woke up in a whole mood this morning. I want to look for a sound that captures that mood. I was watching the end of Evangelion recently, so I've been watching some anime. And I'm looking for a sound today that is really going to capture the feeling of a slide transition or a segment change in a keynote presentation. So let's go over to Splice Search. And I want something cartoonish, yeah. So let's look for anime shimmer. Let's see what we get. Okay, there's a lot of results. What about this one? That's pretty fun, but that's a little more melodic. I want something that's percussive. So what about, that's the one. That's the one right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the download button again, and as mentioned, that puts it into the Splice library. And what I end up with is this giant list here showing all my recently added sounds. What's fantastic about this, though, is that as I download them on my mobile, they're there for me when I end up at the desktop application. Everything syncs automatically, so that when I'm in the flow making music, Splice is right there with me. All right. So what did we learn from all of this? Well, we learned that our hypothesis is actually a really good one. The mobile application has been officially launched for about a month, and it's already driving a really significant amount of downloads across all of our surfaces. We know that the Flutter community is really awesome. Whenever we had a problem or a question, the developers on this project, self-included, this was our first time using Flutter. Community was super supportive to help us answer questions, and so was Google as a partner. My conclusion here really is that Flutter is incredibly powerful. We're excited about its future, and especially about building the next generation of features for the Splice mobile app. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelina. OK, so that's a quick rundown of Flutter 1.12. We're now going to shift gears and start talking about Flutter on desktop and web. And we'll start with desktop. We made a lot of progress on the desktop, with growing support for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Supporting desktop apps requires work in 3 core areas. Firstly, we have to build the tool chain and the host support to enable execution of Flutter from a new operating system. Secondly, we have to expose new input mechanisms like keyboards and mouse pointers and buttons that simply don't exist on a phone, and we have to make those available to the operating system or to Flutter. And then thirdly, we have to do some UI work to enable apps that have a desktop feeling, to have that look and feel, so that they express the desktop environment, things like resizing and different interaction patterns. So today, we're pleased to announce that the desktop support has reached alpha quality for Mac OS and is now available as part of the dev channel. So for the first time now, you can use release mode to build a fully optimized macOS application using Flutter. So an adventurous developer could now share a complete production speed executable with others. So that's the desktop. The web is even harder in some ways because of its incredible ubiquity and its support across mobile and desktop browsers. But we've seen tremendous interest in seeing Flutter produce web output, particularly since we shared our preview release at Google I/O this year. So when you target the web with Flutter, you don't have to learn a new set of skills. You don't have to fork your code into something that's slightly different. Whether you're targeting mobile, desktop, or web, you're using exactly the same Flutter framework library. You're not using a fork. You're not using a different version. You don't have to worry about differences between the platforms. It's the same code. And the magic is that because the Dart language that powers Flutter was built with the web in mind from the outset, so you can compile exactly your same code to both ARM for mobile and JavaScript for the web. And rather than shipping as a plugin, Flutter uses exactly the same HTML components as any other web app. So, for example, a text input field that has the same password manager, clipboard, cursor, emoji support, all of those things appear because it's just the same as any other HTML input class. So, again, what you get is all the power and the productivity of Flutter combined with the compatibility and the openness of the web. So today, we're proud to announce that our web support has hit the beta milestone and is ready for active development. Now, we're still working on a few things. We've got a little bit of performance work to do, a bit more browser compatibility, a little bit of desktop accessibility to do, among a few other areas. But we're ready for you to give it a try for a whole variety of different core scenarios, from things like islands of interactive content to companion web experiences where you've already built your mobile app and you want to just make it available as a web experience. I want to show you a quick demo if my machine's working, but before we do, I want to introduce one of the tools that support web development with Flutter. Rive is a designer for animated content. It's from a company that used to be called 2 Dimensions. They've relaunched themselves. They've brought their existing Flare application and rebranded it as Rive. And they've continued to invest in it and grow it, and it's available now at rive.app. And so we've been using Rive and experimenting with a new Canvas kit-based backend to see what could we do if we combine the combination of Rive and Flutter's web support. So we'll just sign into this machine that seems to have gone to sleep and load the demo one more time. Let's see if this is up and running for me. Yes, jolly good. So this is a little example that the Rive team built for us, which we're calling Dash Demo. And the idea of Dash Demo is, again, just to try and push this web support and see what kind of things could we do with it. So you might just recognize this little Dash mascot. And here he is, or here she is. We've never been too clear. And I'm going to move the bird around. One of the things that's really interesting to see here, it's hard to see on this, everything you're seeing here is a different Rive object. And so at the background here, you've got textures and waterfalls. Everything has some notion of z-index, so you can see that Dash moves behind the menus, and all of this is deeply integrated here. If I slow down the speed for a moment and pull Dash across a little bit, you can see just a few of the little things that are going on. There's a whole variety of layers of animation being built into one Dashbird here. There's kind of like the wobble as the bird moves up and down. The eyes follow and track where I've clicked the mouse. You can see, the feet are moving around. There's all kinds of crazy things happening here. So we'll just bump that up a little bit back in terms of speed. And we thought we'll add a few more dashes to the screen and have them all kind of wander around the space together. And it's kind of fun just to see them all kind of hopping around here. And then we thought, well, let's sort of see how far we can push this. So we thought we'd add a few more. And you can see they're kind of all hovering around. Every single one of these is an individual Rive object with all of those layers of animation and things going on. And they kind of look at you a little bit like the Mona Lisa. I'm never quite sure whether this is good or bad when they stare at me like that. But there you can see them all kind of moving around, and I can sort of bump the speed up. And let's sort of stick that to 2 times speed and close that down again and have them all running around the screen. It's just beautiful the way that you can use these same tools, creative visual tools, to build an experience like this where the creatures just move around, and a lot of fun. Anyway, that's an example of Flutter Web using the Canvas Kit experimental backend powered by Rive. So, mobile, desktop, and web. Got it? Mobile, desktop, and web, all available to you from a single Flutter code base, part of our journey towards this ambient computing vision. So I can't go any further without brief mention of Dart, which doesn't just supply our mascot, but it's also the language that powers Flutter. And Dart is Google's language that's optimized for client development. And in addition to the fast adoption over the last year that I've already talked about, we've been adding new language support for UI development. On this slide, you can just see a short list of some of the new features we've added over the last 12 months. And a lot of the work that we've done in Dart over this period has been focused on UI development, on how do we build a language that makes you productive as a developer, building beautiful Flutter experiences. So Dart also includes a suite of tools for Flutter developers, regardless of which of the various different devices you're targeting. And so to show off some examples of what Dart offers, I'd like to invite 2 of my colleagues, Chris and Zoe, to the stage. Hi there, you two.
Hey, thanks, Tim.
We've been investing a lot in tooling over the last year, and today we have a few new features we'd like to show off. Some of you may already have experience with Flutter, but I know we have some future Flutter developers sitting in the audience today. Before you commit to Flutter, you will want to give it a try. And let's see how we can let you try Flutter without installing anything on your local machine. Let's try a tool called Dartpad. Dartpad was initially created to let you play with Dart. But recently, we launched a brand new version of Dartpad that actually uses Flutter's web support to let you play with Flutter code in your browser. So to access Dartpad, you can go to dartpad.dev. And for those of you who have seen the previous version of Dartpad, you may notice we have redesigned the UI to make it look more modern. Now let's go to the samples dropdown and select a simple sunflower app, just to show you how it works. Once you do, you'll see the app running immediately in your browser. For example, oh, thank you. As you can see, it's a real running Flutter app, so you can actually interact with it. You can go to the app bar to open the drawer, close the drawer. You can go to the slider to adjust the size of the sunflower. You can also make code changes. Let's say we want to change the color of the sunflower from orange to blue. As soon as Chris makes the change, let's see if Chris can actually find that code. Yes, and you hit the run button, and you can see that change actually gets updated immediately. So Dartpad, in addition to the Dartpad playground, we have also embedded into learning resource. For example, if you go to one of our collabs or documentation, you will actually see Dartpad has now been built into tutorials. So now you can learn. Thank you. I love the energy from this room. Thank you. So now you can learn the real-world Flutter techniques, use nothing more than a browser. And we hope you find it easy and fun to use. Well, now after trying Flutter and deciding that you wanted to use for production, you would want to install the local tools. So another new feature we're announcing today in preview is called Hot UI. Hot UI lets you see the app's UI being hosted directly in your IDE and make changes there. Let's start by loading up Android Studio. And what you're seeing here is a ticket app already running in the emulator. And now let's open up the Flutter Outline View tab. It's adjusting its resolution for now. But as you click in the UI, notice the corresponding part of the code gets highlighted. And meanwhile, if you click anywhere in the code, the matching UI gets highlighted as well. And moreover, you can actually make changes in the code, and your UI will be updated. For example, now Chris is trying to change the color of the ticket app. Once he makes the change, with the existing hot reload feature, you can actually see the color gets updated within less than a second.
Zoe, that green is pretty ugly.
I agree with you, and I actually don't like it either. So let's see if we can do this better. Now this time, we go to the Hot UI preview panel and open up the color picker and change the color right there. Well, Chris is kind of picky, so okay. Do you like this better now?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. As you can see, as soon as Chris makes the change, your UI gets changed, and also the code gets changed as well. So Hot UI lets you directly connect your code to your UI, keeping both of them in sync as you change either. This feature will be available in Android Studio as a preview for you to try today. And our next step is to integrate it into the Dart DevTools in 2020. So no matter what IDE you choose, and then you can actually use it. Well, I've been doing a lot of talking, so Chris, why don't you come over and tell us about the next two new features?
Great. Thanks, Zoe.
Thank you.
OK, so Zoe just mentioned a tool called Dart DevTools. And Dart DevTools is our standalone app for Dart debugging, or Flutter debugging. And so the idea of DevTools is it's separate from any specific editor, so you can choose whatever you like. And today we're proud to announce a brand new preview of DevTools, which you're looking at here. And we're very proud of this because we've actually rebuilt DevTools from the ground up in Flutter itself. So what that has done is given us the ability to implement some fun, cool new features. And so we've actually implemented a new debugging surface here in DevTools using Flutter that enables us to find one of the most common problems that you'll find when you're debugging Flutter apps. And so Zoe, if you could show, there we go. I think we've got here a layout overflow error, which is very common. Any Flutter developer in here has probably seen this already. We've got this, construction zone, police line, do not cross kind of UI that makes it very easy to see that you have an error. But we haven't done a very good job in helping you figure out why you have that error or what to do to fix it. So, Zoe, let's see if we can use this new version of DevTools to fix this problem. So what Zoe's done is she's selected the component. And by the way, it turns out that the default view we had all the information you needed to be able to find this problem. However, you might have a trouble seeing it unless perhaps you all live in the matrix. For those of you who live in the real world, we have another feature we call the Layout Explorer. And the idea with the Layout Explorer is it helps you visualize your layout using important properties like width and height and flex and alignment so that you can actually see what's going on in your UI and why it's acting like it's acting. Now, one of the things that the Layout Explorer does is it looks for what might be potential problems and highlights them so that you can find them more easily. And so in this particular case, we see that the width of the child content is much bigger than the width of the parent. And so the Layout Explorer has marked that in red. Now, normally this wouldn't be a problem, but Zoe, I think we might also have a problem with our flex. So if we look at the flex property here, we see it's set to null. And so what happens is, because it's set to null, the parent doesn't know what to do with that extra content. And because it doesn't know, that's why you're seeing that error. That is the definition of an overflow error. So normally the way we'd fix this is we'd go into our code and we'd start madly typing and throw in extra code or remove code and see if we could fix it magically and hope that's the right way to do it. Well, the idea with the Layout Explorer is that you can actually interact with these properties live in your tool before you even get to your code. So Zoe, I think this is a flex problem. Let's set the flex parameter and see what we get.
Ta-da.
Oh, good. It looks like our problem has been fixed. And now, when we go back to our code, we have confidence, not only that we know what code to change, but also what caused the problem in the first place. So the idea of Dart Dev Tools is that we are continually adding new debugging services for your real-world problems so that you can fix your apps. And we hope you'll take a look at this new preview version of DevTools and let us know what you think. Okay, great. So Zoe, at this point, we have built our app with Hot UI, and we've debugged it with Dart DevTools, and we made it work great on a single platform. But Flutter is multi-platform, right? So we want to make sure that we can support multiple platforms with our single source code. So I'm pleased to announce that as of today, using Visual Studio Code's multi-session debugging, you can actually debug both iOS and Android simultaneously. So you might think, at this point, it would be a reasonable thing for us to do to fire up Visual Studio Code and show you debugging those two devices. And that would be reasonable. But it would also be boring. So when we made two devices work, we thought, how far can we take this? And we went a little crazy. So gentlemen, if you will. I give you the Flutter Octopus. Zoe? So what I'm presenting here is the Mac Catalina machine running against 7 simultaneous targets. That includes Pixelbook Go, an iPhone S, an iPad Pro, a Pixel 4 XL, and an ancient Android tablet, as well as both the Windows version, or the Mac version, and the web version of this app, all being debugged simultaneously from a single set of source code. And each one of these apps has their own state. So Zoe, if you interact, they're all different apps. However, because they're all being debugged simultaneously, Zoe, let's see what happens when we make a change.
All right.
And because they're all under being debugged, Zoe, go ahead and set a breakpoint. Once we hit a breakpoint, Zoe can trigger that breakpoint from any one of the devices she chooses. And when she's under the debugger, she has access to the watch window and the data tips and all the services of the debugger. And so notice here, let me guess, you use the iPad Pro.
Exactly.
And you can see the call stack here for that particular device. Now, we don't expect you to go and build your own octopus or to debug against all those devices simultaneously, but isn't it nice to know that Flutter supports all those platforms when you need them. Thank you very much. Back to you, Tim.
Wow, that is cool. The octopus. I want one of those for my own desk. Thank you again, Chris and Zoe. That brings us to the end of our first chapter. So we've talked about things like Stadia and Splice. We've talked about new investments like Web and great tooling. Hopefully you can see that Flutter's continuing to grow. But I also want to talk about another thing. I said earlier on, we want you to start not with what device you're building on, but what you want to create. So the second thing we're talking about today is how Flutter can be a canvas for your creative expressivity. Mwah! We see Flutter as being this canvas because it removes a lot of the restrictions that have plagued visually orientated developers and designers in the past. I think designers probably need something like these things. They need good performance, right? Inspiration, of course. You have to come with your own creative ideas. Powerful primitives, a platform that supports the things you need to do. Fast iteration, the ability to be able to kind of make changes and iterate in real time. And visual tooling. And so that's the kind of environment we want to build. And in this second chapter, we want to lay out some of those tools and sources of creative inspiration that we think will help you build beautiful applications. And in doing so, one of the things that I saw in the run-up, or that we saw in the run-up to Flutter Interact that really inspired us was the work of Robert Felker, who is a digital artist who has created a series of generative art explorations with Flutter. And they combine geometry and texture and light in stunning ways. So we recorded a little video with Robert, and I'd like to play that now.
When I start a new artwork, it's just an inspiration. You just have a feeling. So between the first idea and the end result, there's just the same feeling. It's not about the visual. I'm not interested in what you see. I'm interested in what you feel. I'm Robert. My everyday job, I'm a Flutter dev and project manager. And I'm also a Flutter artist. Previously, I was kinda locked by the tool. I can do a lot of stuff, but only what the tool permits me. When I found Flutter, it opened a door inside me. Now I can really push further. Generative art is a lot of research, like a lot. It's a lot of failure. It's a lot of failure finding the color, finding the form, understanding the good behavior of light. What's really good with Flutter is the speed of the feedback. It's nearly instant. Currently, artists do not understand the full potential of the tool. When you start Flutter, you start with material design, or you start with the iOS component, and you think this is Flutter, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Or if you want to push, then you start to enter the Flutter engine, and the Flutter engine is like the jewels of the crown. Each time I start to code, I just feel joy. So some people are painting, some people are cooking. I just do Flutter. I'm fluttering.
Robert's designs are now available. You can actually buy them as framed artwork, and I love that you can now have a piece of Flutter art on your wall. So we're going to talk about a couple of tools, and to start off with one that if you're a designer, you're probably already familiar with, and that's Supernova. And so I want to invite Jiri Tredzak to talk a little bit about what Supernova are doing with Flutter. Jiri?
Thanks, Tim. So I'm a developer. In fact, I've been a developer for the last 20 years, and most of that time was spent building beautiful, interactive websites and applications. However, there was always this one thing that I really hated. It was the feeling that designers create something so amazing, only for developers to recreate it from scratch. This, of course, isn't without its problems, as I'm pretty sure you know maybe too well. Details get lost, pixels get forgotten, and it just makes everyone so angry all the time. Worse yet, however, it leads to a very inefficient process, wasting time and resources that could be put somewhere else. So here is my question for all of you. Wouldn't it be amazing if we could automate all the boring and tedious tasks in a process and instead focus on being creative once again? For the past 4 years, we've built a solution that makes this a reality, and I would like to show you how it works right now. So Supernova works off of design tools that you already like to use, like Sketch or XD. I have a sketch design here, and if I were to create it from scratch, I would probably create the project, then export the assets, export the fonts, code the layout. It's just a lot of work. So instead, I will bring this design to a Supernova. I will select Flutter, and I will also select the screen that I want to import. And once I do that, everything becomes a Flutter component. So now everything is a Flutter component. Here on the left side, I actually have editor, where I can edit the behavior of the application, while here on the right side, I have a real Flutter application running in real time. But let's do something more amazing. There are two components that I would like to change into actual components. So first is the button. What I can do is I can convert this bunch of layers into actual button, and as if by magic, it actually becomes a button. And even though it looks the same, when I click on it, it behaves like a button. And I can do the same thing with a list of speakers. So instead, I will use a grid list component. And now it becomes a scrollable list. However, it doesn't really look the same because it's scrolling horizontally or vertically, right? So I'll switch to vertical layout because Supernova exposes all the properties that you have available on all the components. I can also probably change the left inset just so it looks nice. So I think components are now pretty much done. Let's move on to the layout. As you know, every application should be responsive, but fortunately, I don't have to do that because while I was doing the components, Supernova computed the Flexbox layout for me. And so to show you that, I can just grab the edge and resize the application, and it works just like that. But I think the application is still a bit boring, so let's add some fun to it. I can also trigger animations, and because we have our own animation engine in Supernova, I can actually make animation on fly. I could create some custom animation, but for this demo, I will select one from the demo library, so just maybe some bounce in, and now when I tap on a button, it actually bounces in, and that's it. I think my application is now pretty much done, but I actually have a few more things to show you. You see, the true power of Supernova comes from a production code. And so if I click this magical button on the top, it actually generates the production code for me. And it has all the components, the entire layout, and all the assets done. And now, as the last thing, I could export it, and I can either export or I can copy-paste the code. But I actually have support for hot reload here, so I'll enable that. And once I choose the hot reload target, I can switch to Visual Studio, which is already synchronized. And now, when I restart the application and open the simulator, it actually shows the entire application. And if I go back to the Supernova, I change something, maybe make it a little more dramatic. I go back to Visual Studio and synchronize it. It will actually show the button. And that's it, the entire application in 3 minutes. I think that's pretty amazing. Yeah. And for this reason, I am now very excited to announce that full Flutter support is launching today at supernova.io. And because we think Flutter is the future of cross-platform apps, we are also making it free for all Flutter designers and developers, so you can build great apps together. But before I go, I actually have something amazing to share with you. Ever since the introduction of Flutter for Web, we've been hard at work bringing Supernova to everyone without any limitation. In the upcoming months, we'll be releasing a completely new Supernova, rebuilt from the ground up in Flutter. It features advanced support for enterprise teams, as well as code-enabled design system manager that serves both designers and developers equally. Together with Flutter, we will close the gap between design and code. I'm now really excited that Supernova is joining the Flutter ecosystem, and I cannot wait to see what you create with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jerry. I love that not only are Supernova providing tools to help you build Flutter apps, they're going to be using Flutter to build Supernova. That really, I think, speaks to, hopefully the power that we can bring. So that's one tool. And I want to shift gears just temporarily, because we want to talk a little bit about the creative experience with tools like Supernova. And one of the most inspirational people I've had the chance to work with over my professional career is Grant Skinner. And I'd like to introduce you to him now. Grant.
Well, thanks so much, Tim. I am so excited to be here. I'm getting old. 20 years. For 20 years now, I've been creating digital experiences with a wide variety of platforms and a plethora of different frameworks. Most of them are great at what they do. They let you build functional apps or functional experiences, but there have been very few that have really gotten my creative juices flowing. The first platform that I really fell in love with was Flash. I know it's kind of a dirty word now, but I loved it. What drew me to Flash was that I could fuse design and code, and I could use it to build both beautiful things, horrible things, but always unique things. It also introduced me to one of the most passionately creative communities that I've ever had the privilege of being a part of. I owe Flash a lot. It really drove my love of design and code, and it let me build the company that I'm still running today. We built a reputation that's let us work with companies like Adobe and Google, Atari, and Disney. But, fast forward 10 years, Flash maybe wasn't quite as viable as it was when I started. But HTML5 was really building up to take its place. And, it was very similar to Flash. If we could imagine something, we could build it in HTML5. And so we were able to seamlessly pivot and take on this new platform. I still really love the web stack, and we still do a ton of work on it. But, it's 10 years later now, and, well, I'm standing here at a Flutter conference, so you might be able to guess where I'm headed with this spiel. But a really good friend of mine approached me a while back, and he really wanted to build an app for a game that we played together called Destiny. And at about the same time, I had a client that introduced me to Flutter. And I kind of poked around a little bit, gotten pretty interested in it. I suggested, hey, why don't we combine these things? Why don't we build a Destiny app using Flutter? And, he said, okay. So we spent the first week or so arguing about state management, because that's how you start any modern dev program. And then he started writing the data layer, and I started building the UI. In a really surprisingly short amount of time, we were able to release an app that we called Redrix for both iOS and Android. And this app made it through app review on its very first try. It's hovered between about a 4.8, 4.9 rating in general. We've logged 0 crashes on the iOS app. And we had a lot of fun building it. And we've had a ton of feedback from the community about how smooth it feels, how pretty it is. And so to me, this is really a testament of what the Flutter team has created. The fact that we've been able to build this with so few issues, being just a couple of people with no experience whatsoever in Flutter or Dart when we started off, and just doing it for fun in our spare time, is really amazing to me. See, to me, a good UI framework makes it easy to realize a design. A great UI framework inspires you to make that design better. And I really feel like I've found that with Flutter. I don't feel like I'm beholden to the framework. I feel like I'm elevated by it. There's a few kind of key points that, for me, stand out in what has made me like Flutter. The first is Dart. I was pretty new to Dart, and I tend to be a little bit cynical of new languages, but it took a lot of the best things from C# and combined with some of the things that I love about JavaScript and gave me this language that was just really easy to learn and easy to work with. Second thing is that there's a lot of existing building blocks, right? There's tons of first-party and third-party widgets. They're all open source, so I can use them as I want, or I can modify them to make them do what I want them to do. And when they don't do what I need them to do, I have really low-level access to both layout and rendering, so I can do those like special weird things that make experiences great. And when that's done, I can wrap that up in a widget and take advantage of the compositional model of Flutter and just inject right back into the normal UI. Makes it really easy to both share and to integrate. And finally, I mean, no Flutter talk is finished without a mention of hot reload. As a creative coder, I find hot reload to just be such an exceptional thing. It reduces the barrier of exploration. It makes it so much easier to play. I can iterate, I can refine, I can try things out, I can see how they look. I don't have that 1-minute compile time that just doesn't make it worth it to try and tweak that 0.13 to a 0.14 and see if it looks better. So as I was working on Redrix, I kept going back to my team and kind of sharing the things that I had learned. And I was really excited about how much my team was getting into this. Not just my developers, but even my designers seemed really interested in Flutter as a platform. So when the Flutter team came to us and challenged us to basically show off what you could do with modern Flutter by creating a series of UI vignettes, it was like a total no-brainer for us to say yes. So we did what we do. We jumped in with both feet. We started throwing together ideas. We started exploring the platform, doing research, and sketching out ideas. And this is a tiny sample. We sketched out a lot of ideas. And we specifically made a point of trying to select ideas that we wanted to build, not select ideas that would be easy to build inside of Flutter. And to me, this is important, because it's really easy to make demos that are tailored to work on a new platform. It's much harder to find good ideas and then force them to work on that platform. So ultimately, there wasn't a single idea that we weren't able to realize. Like, yeah, we made compromises once in a while, but there was also a lot of cases where our idea got better as we implemented it. And I think, again, that's really exciting. I'm super happy with the end result of what we built, really proud of it, and I'd like to share a little video that we put together about them. Thanks so much. I'm really excited that we finally get to show everyone this. We've had so much fun building these vignettes. They are fully open source, and you can get information about them here and grab the source code. I really encourage you to check them out, play with them, rip out the pieces you like, throw away the parts you don't, and use them to make something really, really cool. In addition to the source code, we're planning on doing some blog posts over the next little while, talking about sort of specific things that we learned or challenges that we faced. And we're also going to take some of the little reusable chunks and repackage them as widgets, add proper documentation. Finally, we are hoping to release, we'll see what Apple does, we're hoping to release both an iOS and Android app that'll let you play around with these vignettes without having to compile the code. If you stick around, later today, I'm going to be doing a talk with one of my designers, and we're going to talk about the process that we use to conceive of, design, and ultimately produce these vignettes. I hope you can join us there. I'd like to close by thanking the whole Google team, the whole Flutter community for making this, making Flutter such a fun sandbox to play inside of. One of the things that really draws me to new technologies is the people around it, and I'm really excited to get to know you all a little bit better. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Grant. Those samples are beautiful, and you can experience some of them over in the expo area if you're physically here in person. If not, then flutter.gskinner.com. So we're getting towards the end, but one more I want to talk about. For designers, creative tools are almost synonymous with one company, and that's Adobe. Their Creative Cloud Suite is probably the default choice for any professional designer. And to talk about their experiences with Flutter, I'd like to welcome Kerry Schatz to the stage. Welcome, Kerry.
Thank you, Tim. So, first of all, I'm excited and honored to be able to be here to present what we've been collaborating on with Google. So designers excel at creating rich and engaging designs that delight users. And Adobe XD, free by the way, enables design and team collaboration at the speed of thought, while quickly and easily targeting multiple platforms, form factors, and surfaces, the epitome of ambient computing. This is a perfect fit for Flutter's ability to deliver beautiful experiences across multiple platforms. Now, the problem with that is that translating these designs to code is a huge pain point, especially when you have to do it time after time after time when the design changes. So to help, we have collaborated together with Google to create a plugin for Adobe XD that exports real Flutter code that a developer like you or I could use immediately without having to reinterpret the designer's intent. I'm excited to give you an early look at what this looks like, so let's dive right in. So here I have my Visual Studio Code environment already set up. On the left, I have my iOS simulator running. I already have an app started, and I also am running the Dart Code plugin for Visual Studio Code. I also have Adobe XD running. Now, if you're not at all familiar with Adobe XD, it is a tool for designing at the speed of thought, user experiences for screen design across all sorts of platforms. And I have a small design here, a small snippet from Grant's designs for his application. So what I want to do here is just show you the power of this plugin. This plugin lives inside the plugin panel, and it will be available when we release it through the plugin manager. You can simply do this in application, search, install. You don't even have to restart XD. So let's show you how this works. I'm going to zoom into the badge here. And what I want to do actually is take this badge and transplant it into a more complex design. But let's start simple. So this badge has, it's a really pretty badge. So it has an icon, it has some graphics, it has some text to it. This plugin lets me do two things. I can copy this design and paste it directly as code, which is really cool. But I think even more amazing is it lets me do this as a reusable component. So it generates files automatically for me. So I'm going to select this artboard, and artboards can be used as containers for screens or reusable widgets. And I'm just going to come over here and click Export Selected for Flutter. Now, it's already told me that it's updated a file because I told it ahead of time where this file lives on my disk. Otherwise, you would have a picker. Now, nothing has changed in my sim because I need to go tell Visual Studio Code and Flutter where this lives. So I'm going to come in here. Oops. There we go. And I'm going to just use the badge, save this, and you can see immediately that we have a nearly pixel-perfect representation of what was in XD. And this is real Flutter code. So if you want to come in and inspect this file, you can do just that. And it looks just like you would expect. Super cool, isn't it? Okay, but that's not all. This is to me what is the coolest part of this. So if I come back to XD, and I'm going to drill into this layer a little bit. And I don't know how obvious it is on screen, but there's a few layers in here that have a label that starts with P and a colon. And this means that they're parameterized. So this allows me as the designer to give you a design, but the developer to supply their own data. So I'm going to come back to Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to just overwrite what the designer has given me with some of my own text. So I'm going to say best copy, maybe for the category, and teleporter for the title. And immediately it's updated inside of my simulator. What's even more cool is this separates out my data from my design. So if I, as the designer, decide that, you know what, I want to change this color, I can do that and re-export it. And immediately it's available inside of my simulator. And notice it's kept my data. So this lets me segregate out my data from my design. Really, really cool stuff. Okay, so this is a simple example, but what about something more complex? So thanks to Grant, we have this super complicated screen here. And how is this going to work, right? So I'm going to re-export it, this time to a separate file. I'm going to tell Visual Studio Code to use it. And just like that, we have a pixel-for-pixel representation of what was in XD. And this is real Flutter code, too. But I think there's a little bit of an empty space down here. So I'm going to take this badge and paste it in there. Copy. And I'm going to position it just where I want it. Re-export, and our badge is now in place. Super, super powerful. So I hope you can see that with this small example, how powerful this could actually be. So what we're really excited to announce is that this is going to be available open source. So we invite you to sign up at the waitlist on screen, and we will get you into that, and we're happy to have you play around. We will release to the wider community later this year. Sign up at the link on the screen to join the beta waitlist, and we can't wait to see what you do with this, with the combination of Adobe XD, with Flutter, and the XD to Flutter plugin. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Carrie. Wow, okay. So you've seen the two pieces individually and now together. Flutter as a platform that takes your code and lets you run it on any platform in an ambient computing world. Flutter as a platform to enable you to take your creative ideas and inspirations and turn them into beautiful experiences. You know, Flutter is at its heart an open source project. The value we derive for Google comes in part from the productivity gains realized from other product teams inside the company who use Flutter. But again, we build Flutter for you. We build Flutter with you. Our journey has taken us from a very mobile first focus towards this broader vision for Flutter as a portable UI toolkit. And we're going to continue to invest ourselves and with others in the ecosystem in designer and developer tools that increase both the productivity and the beauty of your finished application. But the thing that really compels me about Flutter and the community of which we're all parts is not necessarily the big apps. It's the small individual experiences. It's the stories that come from individuals, people who use Flutter to solve real problems that are personal to them. And I want to close with one example of that, a video that shows a little bit about how you can use Flutter in a very personal way. Let's roll that video.
The day Amani was born, we were very excited to meet our daughter.
Her birth was supposed to go as normal. It was a very normal pregnancy.
I mean, I look back and it is the happiest day of my life and the scariest day of my life, all wrapped up in a 24-hour period. When she was born, they can't get her oxygen level higher than about 80 to 85%. And they said it has to be in the high 90s. They decide that they're going to take her to the ICU or NICU. They told me she has a heart condition and she had open heart surgery. At 6 weeks, Amani finally came home. She might have been in the home setting, but she brought the hospital with us.
First year of her life, it was pretty grueling. She had her cardiologist, general surgeon, an ophthalmologist, a physical therapist, a feeding specialist, and an allergist.
It felt like she had more providers than most people would have in their lifetime.
Just thinking to myself, when is it all gonna stop? We found out about her eyes and we needed to start patching to help strengthen the eyes so that it did not develop into amblyopia, or lazy eyes as it's commonly called. Patching shuts off vision to one eye so that the other eye can get stronger.
We had to keep track of how many hours a day she was being patched. I would ask Danica every day, hey, did you patch Amani? And I felt bad asking that question, knowing that Danica was already overwhelmed. I thought, let me try to use what I know to be able to influence the future, even if it's in a tiny, small way. Patch Me was an idea to help us communicate better so that we could share information about the patching schedule right around the same time frame. Being a software architect, I saw this new technology called Flutter. It helped me to connect the dots to say, hey, I want to do this. I would wait till Amani was in bed and then take maybe an hour or two a night. I saw the Udemy course by App Brewery in collaboration with the Google team, so I felt like that was the right way to learn Flutter. Over the years, I've worked on all kinds of stuff, but Flutter has been the framework that I've been productive in the fastest. I was able to make Patch Me in a short time frame.
The awesome thing about the Patch Me app is that now gives some very objective information to give to the care providers, where before, sometimes you underestimate or overestimate it.
We realized that there is a need for this outside of our home. I decided that I should publish it to the App Store.
My hope is it'll definitely spread throughout the US for all, even the world.
Flutter allowed me to create Patch Me without having to sacrifice on either the app and its functionality or my family and my time with my family.
What the app gave back to me was a lot of control. I have the best life partner, and certainly children with special needs. It can either create a distance between parents or it can draw them closer, and I'm very happy it brought us closer.
Amani has overcome so much in her short life. All the pictures, when we look back at it, we see how fragile she was. And you look at her today as a baby and she's a daredevil. She is determined and headstrong. And my hope for Amani is that she continues to thrive and we as a family continue to thrive. She has changed me to the core. Now I want to spend my time in a productive way to be able to give back, and Amani has taught me that.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the Ask Flutter Q&A here at Flutter Interact. As you just saw, Google's been putting a ton of effort into making Flutter a great way to build beautiful apps. But Flutter's an open source project. It's supported by a whole community of coders and designers and YouTube creators and sample authors and everything else. And if you're watching this live stream with us right now, you're part of that community, and we want to hear from you. I'm Andrew Brogdon from the Flutter Developer Relations team, and I've got a few friends up here with me.
My name is Kate Lovett, and I'm with the Flutter engineering team. Andrew and I will be your co-hosts for this session, and we also have a moderator who is collecting your questions for us.
I'm John. I'm from the Dart Developer Relations team, and I'll be answering your tweets and questions in the live chat.
Yeah. So if you have a question for us, that you want some more detail on something, or you have a question about something you just saw in one of the keynotes, tweet it with the Ask Flutter hashtag, or post a comment right here on the YouTube live stream.
We'll also be having a number of special guests that we'll be interviewing during these sessions, and we are joined now by our first guest, Matias Duarte. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, so most of you just saw Matias in the keynote a few minutes ago, and we have some viewer questions that we have sourced, and we're going to start asking them. So
yes.
Kate, I think
All right, I'm excited.
I do. I actually pulled this one off of Twitter just a little bit ago from Sunil. They would like to know, what is the future of Flutter, which of course we've heard a little bit about today in the keynote, but in particular, what are some of the challenges that you think we're going to be facing as we get there?
Oh, for sure. Thanks for the question. I really do think the future of Flutter is creating a tool that can help everybody reach a consistent experience wherever they are, really trying to move away from being burdened by the technology, thinking about the technology first, thinking about your constraints first, and really focusing on what is it that you're imagining in terms of an experience, and just focusing on those parts of the problems. It's that like ultimate creative potential that I find really inspiring about Flutter, and what I want to help in any way that I can. What was the second part of the question? I forgot the second part.
Well, I get the second part of the question involved, what kind of challenges do you think that we'll be facing? But I think you've been answering to that quite a bit.
I mean, I feel always one of the great things about working at Google in general and working with all the talented people and all these teams is they're really focused on what the users or the customers really need, what they really want. So our challenges are really all your challenges, all the developers' challenges. You tell us where your pain points are, where your headaches are, where you find things that are not fun that you wish the drudgery was taken out of. And those are the problems that we want to solve.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So I actually have a question that sort of builds on something you just said and something that we heard in the keynote, which was you were talking about Flutter seems to be targeted at removing pain points and removing sort of drudgery from application development and allowing people to spend more time on other things. I'm curious, what specifically is the work that you imagine Flutter being able to take off of a developer's plate, and then what do you imagine them doing with the time that they save that way? What are you looking forward to seeing people build?
That's a great question. I was just talking about this actually earlier with Grant, where we were both talking about how the kind of, not just the speed of development and the speed of feedback in Flutter, but in general, like having access to the right abstractions and to be able to add, whatever extra nuance or little detail you want really easily. What that creates is a space for exploration and creativity. Because normally, you're working under deadlines, you're working under constraints, right? Nobody has an infinite amount of time to just do whatever they want, right? You're trying to solve a problem. And the faster you can try things, the quicker you can get to that point of realizing, hey, this is pretty good. I like this, but what happens if I turn this just a little further? Let me see what that looks like. Or, whoa, what happens if I invert this now? And like, wow, that's really unexpected. That's really delightful. Or, I thought this approach was going to work. We assemble it quickly, and then you're like, oh no, that's really missing something that the users need. We need to find a way to, again, kind of push the boundaries and find a new solution, right? So for me, the speed and the ease and the kind of like mental model affinity of how you're thinking about a design problem, all of these things directly contribute to creativity. That's what they unlock. So it's basically removing blockers to creativity.
Interesting.
It's fantastic. And you know, in answering that, you mentioned something about delightful experiences. And I actually saw earlier another question asking, how would you define a delightful experience?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that there is one right answer, but I always find that the it sits at this intersection that we're always looking for between the form and the function, between satisfying the user's practical needs, but also satisfying their emotional needs. How can something surprise you, delight you, and make you feel good, feel natural, feel easy? We really are spending so much time in these digital experiences that they are digital worlds. They're an expansion of our world. We are living in kinds of virtual realities, and we should make those worlds wonderful.
It's fantastic. Very well said.
Well, thank you so much. That's all the time we have for right now with you. So if you just leave your microphone right there, thank you so much for joining us.
Have a good time as well.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Good to see you.
All right.
Well, I think it is time for Andrew and I to take some questions ourselves. So
let's
make
put our
sure you're
moderator to
using your
work here.
hashtag. Yes. John, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, this question comes from Twitter. It's from Javier Mendonça. This person is from Stockholm, Sweden. And the question is, if you want to achieve a native look and feel on iOS and Android, how do I do that in a good way without putting if-else statements all across my app, for example?
Interesting. That's
I'm
a
so
really
glad
good
somebody asked about
question. Well, of course, there are a lot of things that automatically are taken care of for you when you are working across multiple platforms, such as with iOS and Android. You'll see scroll behavior and list views that are what you would expect. Like in iOS, you'll get an overscroll. In Android, you'll get a nice glow. But there are some cases where you're going to want to make decisions for yourself, how it's going to look on different platforms, which you talked about a little bit in I/O, didn't you?
Yes. We had a talk on iOS development at I/O this year, and I sort of tried to squeeze in a little bit about this at the end, and I wish I'd had more time. I think if-then, which was the if-then statement, which is sort of the crux of this whole thing, right? Like, if you want different behavior on different platforms, right? Somebody, somewhere, has to write an if statement, right? Or a switch statement or something like that. And so the question is, where does that if-then live? You know, where does that statement live, right? And so in the cases that Kate was just mentioning, right? The SDK, for some things, can write that if statement for you, right? If the list scrolling physics, right? Everybody on iOS, more than likely, is going to want to have the bounce, more than likely. Everybody on Android, they're going to want the material glow that everybody's familiar with. That's 99% of your devs. And so that if-then is baked right into the Flutter SDK. But there are so many other ways that you can adapt to the platform, and different apps are going to want to make different decisions. So one of the ways that we've seen people have success is to make a widget whenever you have one of those decision points to encapsulate the decision that you make as a developer. So for example, if you wanted different navigation on iOS versus Android, right? So you wanted a material drawer on Android, but for iOS, you wanted like a bottom navigation bar with separate navigation stacks for each one. You can make a widget that checks the platform and then builds one thing on one platform and the other on the other, and then they both turn around and build the same content to go into those navigation panes, you know?
It really kind of encapsulates it and keeps it clean that way.
Yes, encapsulate is a great way to put it. So you have the, widget should be single purpose, should handle its one little job, And a good job for a widget is to encapsulate that kind of decision. So you can build it once, in one widget, and then use that widget all over the place. You don't have a bunch of if-thens scattered everywhere. So thank you, Javier, for asking that question. It's a topic near and dear to my heart. I think we have time for one more, maybe a short question, John.
Yeah, so this question comes from Ethiopia. The person is Nabil Mohammed Ama. And the question is, what's the status of 3D game development in Flutter?
Sure.
3D gaming.
Yeah, Salam Ethiopia, by the way. Please tweet injera recipes. My wife would love that.
I would too.
She wishes I could cook it for her. But yeah, we have a little bit of time. Let me, so the Flutter team is mostly focused on the app experience, building the 2D UIs that people use for applications. But the Flutter team is only one group of people building things for Flutter, right? There's a whole bunch of people out there in the community.
I like to think of everyone as part of the Flutter team. It's
That's
an
true.
open source, project. Everyone who's a part of the Flutter community is part of the Flutter team. And I've actually seen a number of really cool plugins that are playing with, 3D widgets. Is it possible to look one up?
Let's go into the, what was it? It was Flutter and Unity. I saw somebody. Let me just Google Flutter Unity package. Yep. So right here on the laptop, we have somebody who's made a package for combining Flutter with Unity. I remember seeing like a spinning cube or something like that that somebody had rig up a demo. There's also a couple more. Flame is a 2D engine that somebody wrote in Flutter and things like that. So, again, Flutter is a community project. It has hundreds upon hundreds of contributors, thousands when you get out to the ecosystem, and they're all doing great stuff. So even though it's not something that people in Mountain View are working on right now, there are very talented engineers building out things like that right now as well. So there you go.
Well, I think that it may be time for us to move into the first talk. We have Welcome to the Sparkle Party as our next session, in addition to material theming, which should be excellent. And then, of course, we'll be back right after that with more questions. So please make sure to send them in, #AskFlutter, and we will see you then.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little while.
Please welcome Grant Skinner and Yoon Lee.
Hello again. I hope you missed me. This time I brought a friend. So welcome to the Sparkle Party. Hello, I guess I already did that part.
Yeah.
Let's start out with some quick intros. So,
Hi, I'm Yoon. I'm a graphic designer, mostly focused on UI, UX, but I also love illustration and motion design. And I work at G. Skinner, which has spent the last 20 years building cutting-edge digital experiences for smart clients like NASCAR, Disney, Google, and Adobe. And we've done that on every platform that you can imagine, like from CD-ROM, web, AR/VR, consumer robotics, and of course, mobile.
and I am Grant, who you were introduced to earlier, but I am the founder and CEO of G. Skinner, and while I may not be particularly creative about naming companies, I do love both design and code, and I particularly love the sort of gooey middle in between those two things. So, you know who we are. What are we going to be talking about? Well, as I mentioned in the keynote, a couple of months ago, the Flutter team came to us and they said, hey, we'd really love to have you build a series of vignettes that kind of show off the beautiful things that you can do with Flutter. The last couple of years in Flutter have been sort of spent proving that you could build real functional applications on top of the platform. And they wanted us to play around with making things that were just really delightful instead.
Yeah, and in short, they wanted us to explore how Flutter could empower designers and developers to add the sparkle that makes an app more delightful to use. So we did that by creating a collection of 18 vignettes, focused explorations into UI concepts.
And so before we get started, I'd like to really quickly show you a few of the vignettes just running live on my phone. Okay, so I'm not going to show them all to you because that would basically be our 20 minutes. But we ranged from the very practical and very sort of simple, like just good form implementation, to things that were maybe a little bit more silly or novel. So our dog toy ordering form. My favorite part of this one is if you decide to order if you order no dogs, you order no balls, the dog decides to leave. To things like just really nice parallax list implementations using 2.5D. To just nice transitions like this one that incorporate 3D elements. And, kind of fun stuff like novel pull to refresh implementations. And, of course, our titular Sparkle Party, which is really just there to be fun and silly, with lots of different ways that you can waste time with sparkles. So, again, you can check out the other ones at flutter.gskinner.com, but let's jump back to the slides. There we go. So we will be talking about, once we finish working on the vignettes, they asked us to come here and give a talk about the vignettes, specifically about the process of creating the vignettes. And so that's how we wound up on this stage right now. But we don't want to talk about all of the vignettes. We want to really focus it down so that we can go into a little bit more depth. And so for that, we're going to focus on a single vignette, this mindfulness onboarding screen with a GUI page transition.
Yeah, and luckily, we're not going to talk about the code much today. but we're going to focus on the process that we use to bring it from concept to reality. Because the traditional model where designer just toast comms over the wall to a developer really doesn't work here. It makes good design expensive, which it shouldn't be.
Instead, what you need is an agile approach where developers contribute to concepts, designers are like deeply involved in production, and no one is afraid to iterate back on the idea as you progress. We've found that Flutter makes this whole process really easy.
And I'll just take that over, yeah. So the first thing I did was research. In the beginning of this project, I was not very familiar with Flutter and needed to understand this platform that I was going to work with. But this is often a very difficult thing for designers because the only thing available is technical information that looks like a new language to me. So I had to rely on our developers to translate it for me. However, Flutter made it easy. So their website and the community have created tons of great resources that are relatively designer-friendly. And one thing that I found really helpful was those Flutter Widget of the Week videos. So in each video, they cover a specific widget, and most of those videos are less than 2 minutes. So I was able to go through all 60 of them in a few hours, and I also took notes on them as I went through so I can reference back to as I design. And once I got a solid understanding of the platform, I started thinking about what kind of sparkly experiences I could build with it. And we'd like to start with low-fidelity approaches to discover design issues in this early stage of our process, and also quickly iterate on an idea. And one of the lowest effort ways to explore an idea is just to talk about it in context of good reference materials. So our whole team is always on the lookout for interesting and inspiring examples that we can share in one of our Slack channels called #inspired. And part of my daily routine is also collecting those references and collecting them into my Pinterest board. So when a project like this comes up, I have this collection of cool inspirations that I can go to and easily pull things out of it.
And you can just ignore the wedding.
Yeah, because I'm recently got engaged, so it's been one of my biggest interests these days. Thank you. And one of the themes that kept coming up in our conversation was this GUI animation. So everyone really loved this idea, and we're all like, yes, let's take a dive into this. And at this point, I went back to Grant to do a quick sanity check and make sure this idea is feasible in Flutter.
Yeah, so I took a quick look at the docs and confirmed that, yeah, we can draw Bezier curves, and we can basically inject them anywhere we want in the UI, so looks good. We're good to go.
Great. So now that we know this idea will be feasible in Flutter, I start developing an idea. I just make a bunch of sketches and use those sketches to have a conversation with the developers and the client to gather additional feedback from them and also further refine the concept at this stage. And we eventually settled on this idea of an onboarding screen for a mindfulness app because onboarding experience is important because it teaches you how to use the app. But users often find it annoying and just skip through it. So by making it more fun and novel, we hope that they spend more time on this onboarding experience and maybe even read the content. So once we're happy with the overall concept, I developed the sketch into wireframes to figure out details like sizing, position, and the order of elements. And finally, I made a quick low-fidelity motion comp in After Effects. I like to do this in this early stage of the process because motion can have a major impact on how things will fit together. So yeah, and before we go any further with design, we want to prove it can actually build in Flutter. So Grant is going to take it over. He's going to talk about all the fun technical stuff.
So at this point, I get to jump in and take the idea and start proving out that, yes, this is all going to work out the way that we expect it to. And the way I like to do this is by first breaking the concept down, identify any specific challenges or areas that we aren't so sure are going to work out well. Then take those problems and research solutions that I think might work for them, and really dig into the API, get an idea of how it might work. Flutter is really cool in that it usually gives you like 2 or 3 or maybe a dozen ways of solving every problem. And that means that you really benefit from doing this upfront research instead of kind of following one path before you understand them all. The last thing that I like to do is take those solutions and really prove them. So basically doing the absolute bare minimum amount of work that I have to do to show that it's going to work. So, I'm a developer, I'm lazy. The less work I can do to get my job done, the happier I am. So for this specific vignette, I identified sort of 4 challenges that I was going to have to solve. One of them was the actual GUI physics, making things just really feel right. The next was drawing these curvy edges. Finally, well, not finally, then I'd have to actually clip or mask the UI once I got those curves drawing. And finally, I'd need the actual interaction to work, right? I had to take this from something that you could just play with to something that did something, that actually initiated a transition. So before I could get started with really anything, I needed sort of a harness that I could work within. And I figured, okay, I'll use custom painter with canvas that I can draw whatever I want on screen. I'll wrap that all in a gesture recognizer, which will give me contextual touch input. And it's pretty much all I need to get started. In my mind, every great visual experiment starts with a single red dot on the screen. I've been doing this for a long time, and that's where I always start, pretty much. It's basically like the hello world of computer graphics. So once I have one dot, I can draw lots of dots. Once I draw lots of dots, I can start actually interacting with a dot. So in this case, just dragging a single dot around. Once I can drag a single dot, I can drag multiple dots. And in this case, I can vary the amount of force that I'm applying on each dot based on how far away it is from the touch point. So this is a pretty good starting point. Now I can tackle my actual problems. So the first thing I want to do is GUI physics. And in my research phase, I had identified this API called Spring Simulation. And this is mostly designed for handling the sort of elastic response that you see in things like overscroll. But I thought, it kind of gives me what I want. Maybe I can sort of bend it and twist it and make it do what I need. So I wired it in, and I wasn't super happy with the result. But I figured, hey, I'll take it back to Yoon, see what she says.
And I said, this is too spiky and it has mechanical looking, and we should get rid of that.
So maybe not. Maybe we're, going to go back to the drawing board. I mean, this is exactly why we do these quick spikes, is that we can find these things that don't work really early on. So literally, in my case, going back to the drawing board, one of the things that I've learned from my designers is to really appreciate how quick and easy it is to iterate on an idea on paper. I mean, my drawings definitely aren't as pretty as Yoon's, but they do what I need them to do. So I had this idea of using 3 forces in conjunction. One that was pulling points towards the touch point, one that was pulling all the points towards their neighbors, and then a third weaker force that was always pulling the points back towards the side that they came from. And I thought this should work fairly well, so I translated it into code and gave it a quick test. And, I'm pretty happy with that. So again, let's see what Yoon says.
And I gave the thumbs up.
So good, we can proceed from there. So the next problem is, how do I draw curvy edges? Again, drew some things out. My initial idea was, I'll just draw Bezier curves through the points. And the more I drew this, the more I realized it was going to be really complex to do. And I thought I wouldn't really get the results that I was hoping for. It wasn't very smooth. So I had this other idea of, instead of drawing through the points, I would just use the points as the control points for my Bezier curves. So using quadratic Bezier curves and just using them as a control point. That seemed like it would work. Again, do a quick code test.
And it looked okay, but can we make it more smoother and a little bit more elastic?
Yeah, and so the cool thing about Flutter is that Yoon and I were able to just sit down together. We could tweak some numbers here, do a little adjustment there, and at the end of the day, we landed here. And I think we were both happy.
Yes.
So that's 2 out of our 4 problems. The next one was clipping or masking, right? I didn't just want colored waves on the screen. I wanted to be revealing UIs on top of each other. And luckily, I had done my research up front, and I had identified this API called, or this class called Custom Clipper. And basically, it just lets me feed a path in, and it'll mask out any UI. And in researching it, I realized that it preferred size-independent values. And so building all of my previous spikes, I was able to build them all against a unit square, so values of 0 to 1 instead of using pixel values. And that meant that when it came time to test out Custom Clipper, I could just feed my existing paths straight into it, and everything just worked. I didn't really have to do any additional work. So, we're getting pretty close to the concept here. The last thing that I want to prove is that I can turn this into like a proper interaction. Just the ability to swipe and have it travel across the screen. And this one also turned out to be really easy. Thought about it a little bit, and what I decided on was once my motion passed a certain threshold that basically indicated that, yes, the user's intention was to swipe, all I do is flip my forces so that now I was pulling towards the opposite screen and just let my so-called physics take over and do its job. So it left this sort of explorable playfulness where the user could still mess around with it, but once they kind of gestured to me that, yes, I am doing a swipe, we take over and we finish off that gesture. So everything's working. We're basically done, right?
We're not really done, Grant. We have the most exciting part is left, which is making it pretty. So I take my sketches in on Illustrator along with reference materials and start making higher fidelity comps. This is where I get to explore with colors and fonts and the layout. It sometimes takes multiple iterations until I come up with a final design. But for this vignette, I was able to come up with what everyone liked pretty quickly. And with the static design finalized, I also create a final motion comp in After Effects so developers can reference what the end result should look like. So I hand off my final motion comp to developers, and they start working with it. And this is where designers and developers need to collaborate closely in order to make a successful handoff. And for static design handoff, it's pretty easy. I just upload my design file to a program called Abstract, and developers can just go to here and inspect color, fonts, and positions. They can also copy text content directly from here, which is very convenient. So it seems like our developers really enjoy using it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Makes things easy. So beyond Abstract, Flutter, now I'm kicking my mic around. Flutter also makes this part really simple. The compositional model that it uses means that it's really easy to create these effects as widgets and just build them against sample content. And then we could just hand them off, and whenever the real content is ready, we just plug it in. In fact, with this particular vignette, I was able to build it up to this point using these simple content card widgets as our only content, and then I could hand it off to another developer who was able to integrate Yoon's designs really simply.
But motion handoff is where things can get really tricky. So this parallax travel cars vignette was the first one we worked on, and we learned a lot from it. So we're going to use this as to show our motion handoff process. And we started out by tackling our usual toolbox, which includes a motion spec site made with Google site. So I exported all the keyframe information from my After Effects file. This includes all the specific timing, position, and easing information that developers would need. So I hand this site over to developers, and they use this as a reference as they build. And as they make progress, I provide ongoing feedback by marking up storyboards like this, and also adding comments directly to a video, or having in-depth conversation in Slack like this. So our developers did a pretty good job in the motion, and got us 90% of the way there. But it was still not quite what I was hoping for. So the left one, your left, yeah. The left one is my final motion comp, and the right one was what I got from the dev. And I know the difference is very subtle. The difference in the movement is very subtle, but I believe that tiny additional polish is what improves the overall user experience. So I could not and did not want to give up on that. But with Flutter, we discovered that we could pretty much replace our usual toolbox with hot reload. So while we still do a handoff document for the motion handoff, just being able to just sit down with developers in the same place, make changes together, and see the result in real time was a great benefit to me, because it enabled me to direct things to be how I want it. And also, especially when it comes to those like tiny details, it was 100 times easier and faster than trying it to do through bug tracking. So it allowed us to have really smooth and effective handoff process between designers and developers, and also generate delightful outcome that we both satisfied with.
Yeah, I mean, hot reload is amazing for designer-developer collaboration. It just smooths out the whole process. It makes it so much more relaxed and productive. But it's just great for a developer in general. It's just a big accelerator. It means that you can try things faster, see results faster. I mean, it's probably one of my favorite features working with Flutter.
Me too. So we worked together making it pretty, so I think we're done, right?
Mostly. So before we go, I just want to spend a little bit of time walking through a few things that we found that we kind of had fun playing with, and encourage you to also check these things out and mess around with them. I'm going to show you some of the vignettes that use them, so that if you want somewhere to get started, again, just go and grab a vignette, see how we did it, grab the code that's relevant, and play. So the first thing that's kind of tricky to find in Flutter, but is actually really easy to work with once you get it going, is 2.5D. You know, Flutter is mostly a 2D UI framework, but it does have 4x4 matrices, which means that we can do perspective transforms. And you have to do this a little bit manually, because it's not built into the matrix right now. But you can basically just manually set this entry here to set the perspective transform, and then you can rotate, translate, et cetera, on any axis that you want to get these kind of like pseudo 3D effects. And you can do it on any widget, so you can do it anywhere in your UI that you want. And we use that for the ticket example that you've seen, and this guy over here, the travel cards. Another thing that we kind of stumbled onto that we enjoyed using is the single child render object widget, or SCRO, as we have nicknamed it. The name is harder to pronounce than it is to actually use the widget. It's usually about the same number of characters to implement it as it is to write its actual name. It basically lets you inject yourself into the rendering pipeline anywhere that you want, which is awesome. With like 5 or 10 lines of code, you can add a blend mode to anything you want. You can add cool things like full alpha transparency masking, right? So not just vector clipping. We use it for this dark mode example that we put together. The full one has a number of different examples of how you can use it, as well as for blend modes in this Indie 3D example. I wanted to mention Rive. I think that, formerly Flare, now Rive. I think it's one of the cheapest, easiest, lowest lift ways of adding that little bit of sparkle into your app. You can have a designer put things together, add a nice animation, and then you can control that animation from your code and integrate it directly into your widget tree. I don't want to talk too much about it because the Rive guys are going to be giving a talk a little bit later on. We actually didn't use it very much because we kind of thought it was cheating, but we did use it for this one vignette. And finally, Canvas and Custom Painter, which we've maybe overused. We really had fun with this. Canvas basically just lets you draw arbitrary vector graphics anywhere you want. So it's fantastic for doing things like data visualization. But we also found these not really documented, but super useful methods in Draw Vertices and Draw Atlas. And we were able to use them to, for example, create a simple 3D engine that we can actually load in models and display and manipulate them. We can actually even do textured models, as well as just seeing how many particles we could throw at the GPU. And we're pretty happy with the results. We got up to, I think, something like 50,000 on my iPhone. So there's another way to just sort of enhance a UI in kind of a fun way. So I think that pretty much wraps us up. Really appreciative of you sitting and listening. I hope you got something out of it. We really hope that you take some time and go and download the source code and start messing around with the vignettes. If you build something wonderful, please come back and let us know. We'd love to see it.
Yeah. So thanks for joining the Sparkle Party, and bye.
Thanks.
Please welcome Yasmin Evyen.
Such a nice warm welcome. What a great community. Thank you so much for being here and braving the cold weather, right? All right. So I'm Yasmin Evyen. I lead the material design advocacy team here at Google, and we're going to be talking about material theming with Flutter. And we're going to talk about how easy it is to theme and hopefully show off some of the cool integration that Matthias talked about earlier with that, font hot reloading or font reloading, what did he call it? Anyways, we're super excited to kind of show you what we've been doing. But first, let's take a look at where we've been. We introduced material design in 2014, and it was a system for creating bold, beautiful, and consistent digital experiences. And it was a great design system to start building with. And with that, we had material principles and guidelines. We built this upon paper. Paper is something that maybe some of you are actually holding with right now, and it's something that you're very familiar with. And we wanted to create a UI that was built on this real-world grounded experience. We wanted to provide visual cues like shadows that were grounded in reality. By creating this really familiar experience that responded to your touch, we wanted to create a UI that was easy to understand. And we provided stylistic choices like color, surface, and typography to create emphasis. We had the Roboto type scale, which created a nice hierarchy for your types to use throughout your products. And we also had a color palette that worked well together. So we had the Roboto type scale, rules around surfaces and shape, and a fixed color palette. And this principles and guidelines unified apps across Google. And it also unified millions of external apps that launch with material design on Android, iOS, and the web. And this consistency was great for usability, but there were some issues. As you can see that there's 2 email clients shown on the screen, and one of them is Gmail, another one is another email client, and they look pretty similar other than just changing the color. So there was little room to express brand. And so we asked ourselves, how might we allow for brand expression while maintaining the usability of material? And last year, we introduced material theming. It provided more flexibility for brands to express their different styles, and it was backed by official code, including a library specifically for Flutter. So in order to make a lot of these explorations with material theming, we created a playground to explore new ideas. And we needed some constraints for our design decisions. So we created 8 hypothetical products, everything from editorial to finance, each with logos, brand voices, and style guides. And we started with broad explorations, thinking outside of the original system. We didn't want to design within the vacuum of a sticker sheet. We explored big, bold typographic layouts. And we explored tonal colors and unique applications across whole backgrounds of the UI. We also explored some surface shape and elevation and motion, and some of them didn't make the cut. For example, this example that we're sharing right now, it breaks our elevation model, so we didn't include it in the system. But we really tried to push the system and explore ways and think, how can we provide a lot of that customization, but not really use the usability that material was really known for? So all of this exploration was done within the context of material principles, content and context, and user intention. With content and context, we design with real use cases. For example, we explored what an information architecture would be for each product. And in this example, an editorial, we wanted to ask ourselves, what type of navigation patterns would an editorial app like this use? Would a cascading navigation drawer work? Tabs? We really wanted to explore all of that. And we also wanted to explore what patterns were appropriate for finance. What would a dashboard look like? How would it respond to different screen sizes and other platforms? And we also wanted to design with user intention based on real flows. So all of this was within, again, the context of all of our studies. For example, this recipe app, we explored how can we show all those beautiful images that really get you into the information that you need. Or if you're booking a flight, what kind of information would we want to surface to you? What would be most important? So all of this was really considered when we were looking at material theming. And we looked at all of this within brand expression, asking questions like, what is the brand's aesthetic, and how is it coming across in the UI? We looked at color and shape, typography and iconography, and we did this exercise with Google partners and products, creating the Google material theme. And so we had these expressions, but we needed a way to enable everyone to build upon these styles. And so we needed a starting point and a way to make expression accessible to both designers and developers. We updated the baseline components based on the original system and included new components and expanded state information. And we needed code for designers and developers to be on the same page. I think that's a core thing to, as you're learning here today, is that in order to create beautiful experiences, it requires both design and development. And it's really coming together and bridging those two. And with material components, they are open source and they're available for Flutter, Android, the web, and iOS. Excuse me, I need to get some water. Okay. So we identified 3 ways to systematically express style, typography, and color. We dissected all of our components into elements to find the areas and where we can inject these styles. So let's look at the button as an example, because that's something that's pretty easy to kind of grasp and see all the customization really take shape. And then we're going to dive deep into actually customizing all the components. So just hold on, we'll get there. But here, as we explore the button component, the typography style gets applied to the text element. And then the shape gets applied to the container element. And then color gets applied both to the container and text element. And we did this exercise for all of our components. And it was really important for us to establish a common language so that when we are talking to our designers and developers, that we were all on the same page when we wanted to enable theming. So we needed a system for both designers and developers to express and control brand at a global level. So we curated a simple architecture. Each system, type, shape, and color, is made of 3 levels, nested within each other, starting with categories. And each one of those categories has a set of attributes depending on the subsystem. And then within that, you have some values. And this is where all the details really get placed and you can really begin to customize. So let's take a look at how this is actually applied to a component. Let's look at the material theming type system. The material typography system relies on type scale, so H1 through 6, subtitles, body, and copy, and a range of contrasting categories that support the needs of the product and its content. Each of these categories has the same set of attributes, and this is where the material theming really comes in. So for instance, for typography, you have like your font family, your size, weight, later spacing, and case. And by default, we provide some values that we call our baseline material theme. So for baseline button, we have Roboto, medium, and at 16. And so here's all of those values applied to the button. And now, if we wanted to customize those values to really start theming, here's what it would start to look like. So right now, we changed the font family to Railway, and then also updated the font size. Now, if we were to apply those changes to button, each one of the components that takes on that button text style would get applied and updated, like that. And with materials theming, we wanted to provide additional guidance and resources to help everyone customize. We provided some guidance, like with display fonts can be used to express your brand within large headlines. And it's really good to use this within large headlines so you can still make things readable, but add some style to it. But don't use display fonts for small text sizes. Legibility is still really important, ensuring that your users are still able to read what's going on in the page. And one of the things that we did enable you to do is change the button case. But one of the things that we want to caution you is to ensure that you are providing enough affordances so that the user knows that it is an action that they can take. And with Google Fonts, you can use all of the fonts that are available in the repository. And as Matthias said today, that we do have a Google Fonts package for Flutter that makes it really easy, and we're going to dive into how to do that. So let's actually start to build our material theme with type. We're going to start by using Railway instead of Roboto. It is a geometric sans serif typeface, and it's a little bit more rounded, so it's a little bit more playful than Roboto. OK, so let's look at the code of how to actually apply Google Fonts into your projects, into your Flutter projects. You would have to add your dependencies of Google Fonts within the pubspec.yaml file, and then you would import your package, the Google Fonts package, into your Dart code. It's pretty simple. And now that you have all of your files ready to go to actually take on and use Google Fonts into your Flutter projects, we've created a tool that enables you to choose any one of those Google fonts, and it creates a typographic scale that's built on Roboto. So it gives you all of that functionality, and it's actually going to spit out the code for you. And it's coming soon. I'm going to show you a sneak peek, so bear with us as we go through the demo as we're working through that. But we're really excited to show you. Let's see. All right. All right, so let's go to the demo. As you can see here, wonderfully, this is running locally on my machine. It's, again, coming soon. But we have our type scale right now with headline 1 through 6 and body, and you can see all of the values that are added to it. Can you read that okay? If not, I can make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, cool. All right, so if we're going to go in here and change some of the values, let's try railway, because that's the one we wanted to use. And it quickly updates all of our headlines, and we can also apply railway to our body and captions. And railway is a font that does work in small text, which is really nice. But I kind of want to change it up a little bit. So I'm going to try to use Source Code Pro. Ooh, I really like that, which is a monospace font. And so I'm feeling like pretty confident that this is a direction that I want to go. We have our nice headlines using Railway, and then our body and captions using Source Code Pro. And so I have all those values that I can implement myself, but here's the magic part. We have the code available for, to be applied throughout our components on web, Android, and Flutter. So it's coming soon. Keep an eye out. We're excited. And one of the things that we keep hearing from the community is, we know that you have this type scale, but how do we actually quickly apply it and take advantage of all the wonderful things that Material is doing? And again, this provides the code, so you don't have to worry about how each one maps to the Flutter type scale or Android type scale. You can copy and paste it. All right, so we're going to copy this here, and we're going to go over to our wonderful, oh no, can we go to the slides for a second? Technical difficulty, 1 second. I mean, everything's going great, nothing, it's the funness of it all. 1 second. Oh, there it goes. All right. And OK. Let's go back to the demo. Wonderful. OK, so we have our project running right here. Yes, you can read it. It's pretty good. And so we have all of our components available right here within our Build a Material Theme project, and all of this is built in Flutter. And so you can see right now that it's actually just using the default type scale, which is Roboto. But we're going to update this to use Railway and the Source Code Pro. We're going to save that, hopefully. Let's see. Let's go on. All right, it's going to start up again. See, development is hard, and so is designing. There we go. Yay. So you can see that Railway's been applied to all of our headlines, and as well as Source Code Pro has been applied to our body tags, and it's starting to look really nice just by changing a few values there. And again, this type scale generator also provides the font size so that you can ensure it looks great within all of the components. And all of this is backed by Flutter code, so all of this is interactive that you can start building with. All right, let's look at the slides. So let's start theming our shape system. Material breaks all of our shape system down into 3 categories, which is small components, medium components, and large components. And this enables you to customize the components depending on size, so it still creates consistency, but allows you some extra customization along the way. And within each one of these categories, you have shape size and shape family. Shape size is like your dip size, so how rounded a corner would be or how large a cut would be. And then a shape family is going to be the one where you get to choose kind of like if you want your rounded corners or if you want the cut corners, which are those really sharp edges. And so let's look at how we apply this. So by default, the button takes on round and 4 dip. And dips are density-independent pixels as a unit of measurement that ensures that everything stays the same physical size across screens regardless of pixel density. So if we wanted to customize this and make it a little bit more playful, similar to that railway typeface that we're using, we want to change this to 20 dip to make it really round. Now, this is within the small category, so all of our other components that fall under their small category would also take in this shape theming. And this is what it would look like. Our button's a little bit more rounded, and so are our text fields. And within material theming, we also wanted to include some extra guidance and resources. Shape is a great way to really draw attention to the user on actions that they can take. This is the example with the floating action button. It kind of stands out in the grid of squares as a circle. It's really floating there, and it's drawing attention to kind of guide you to the most important action. And in this example, this app is using asymmetric shapes to emphasize certain areas in the UI, such as the navigation. And it's using cut corners because the logo is this diamond that really has these kind of like sharp cut corner edges. So there's different ways to express your brand within shape. Within this example, you can communicate component state. So there's a lot of different ways that you can kind of use shape theming to still draw attention and guide the user on things that they should be focusing on, but still have some of those like subtle brand expressions that you can have within style. But we also have some guidance. I know there's some of you out there that are like, but my brand is a truck, and I would love to use this truck here to really like draw that in. And I'm here to tell you, I'm sorry, but please do not truck up your buttons. So don't make your UI unrecognizable. Ensure that you're still maintaining a lot of those affordances. And we also have a shape tool, and we're going to dive into it in a little bit. But this allows you to customize your shape system and see which one of those components map to each one of those categories. And so let's build a material theme with shape. In this example, we're creating the crane material theme. And so for our small components, we're going to use 20 dip, as well as, and for medium components, it's going to be 16 dip, and our large components, 20 dip. And if you're asking me, Yasmin, okay, I don't know all of the small, medium, and large categories by heart, I'm here to tell you, don't worry, we have the tool that you can reference and look at and easily implement it into our components. So this is the code on how you would do it, but let's say, let's go to the demo so we can see this. So within the demo, you can see that we have our small components here, which again is like the button, chip, text field, and by default it's set to 4. But we said it was going to be 20, so if we drag this over to the 20 spot, you can see that it's really rounded all these corners, so it's created a really nice scheme. If you wanted to use cut corners, you can quickly see how that looks as well, but we're going to stick to rounded for now. Oh no, it went back. File a bug. And so we know that for our small shape system, we're going to want to change our text fields and buttons. And within Flutter, you have to customize all of this within the component level. But since you have the components that are within that category, it makes it really easy. So let's go over to our code here. And we can see that we have code that tells us that our buttons are at 4 dip. And we're going to change that to 20 so we can start to see our shape take place. Look at that awesome hot reload. Just automatically works. It's fantastic. I love it. So you can see our buttons are pretty rounded now. But we're also going to have to update our text fields. So let's look at where our text fields are here. So this is our text fields, again, at 4. Let's save that. And there we go. Pretty nice and rounded, and all of our small components have taken that new shape. And then let's update our card, which is going to be in our medium category. But again, if you forgot which ones belong, let's go back to the tool that tells you which components belong in the medium category. The medium components is going to be things like cards and dialogue. So it's at 4. If we update that to 20, now maybe 16 feels like a little bit better. So we update that to 16, and now we can go and implement that into our code. And there we go. Now you've seen that our card has a nice rounded corners of 16 dip. Now let's go back to the slides. So we're going to look at how to apply the other subsystem, which is color. And we've broken up our categories by primary and non-primary. And so this is done to ensure that you have enough contrast on the colors that you are choosing, so you get to customize the on colors to ensure that everything is still legible. And within these categories, you have your attributes, which are the container hex and the content hex. And these are the default values for our material baseline, which uses this purple with white on top. And so now if we were to actually customize this and just change our primary color, and the on color would remain the same to a more kind of a deeper maroon type color, this is how it would get applied to the button. Now, if we change that primary color, it would cascade throughout all of our components, giving us a really nice branded theme. So within that, we also provided some guidance and resources. Primary and secondary colors can be used to express brand. And also, we want you to allocate semantic meaning for your color application. So in this example, Crane uses this kind of a deep purple as one of the primary colors, and the secondary color is red. So you don't want to make your errors red because it would kind of confuse users with your brand. And so using something like orange would be a good suggestion to kind of guide users to, hey, there's an error, but it's not actually one of the brand colors. And again, all text should be legible and meet accessibility standards, so don't do this. Make sure that you make things legible and readable. And we also have this great palette generation tool that allows you to pick any color, and it generates this wonderful palette that you can use in your UI. So let's actually start building a material theme with color. For this example, we're going to use the Crane logo for inspiration, and it's going to take that deep purple for the primary color, and it's going to use the red on the crane to use it as a secondary color to emphasize actions. And this is the code that you would actually use to implement. But before we get there, I want to go to our demo here, and I'm going to show off the color tool so that you can see how you can get a lot of these color palettes already. Now, I did all the hard work for us. I already inputted the hex code here so that you can see the wonderful tonal palette. So as you can see, once you generate the hex value, you put the hex value, it creates this wonderful tonal palette that you can use. I usually like to use kind of the lighter 50 shade for like a background color that usually is really nice. But it gives you a lot of different tonal palettes and things to play with, so you can really start experimenting with color without it being something that doesn't align. So again, I did my homework, and I created this wonderful color scheme here now that we can show you how this is going to implement our new primary color throughout all of our components. Wow. And just like that, now we have all of our components using our primary and secondary colors. And it's really starting to look like a great app that you can use across all your products. But I feel like it's missing something. I really love adding that background color. And I've already, I've set it here as my background color. But I'm going to go into the scaffold widget in Flutter and assign the background color so that we can actually start seeing this. All right. Boom, just like that. So Flutter makes it really easy to start customizing your apps with material theming, and all of these tools are available for you to use right now. So if we go to the slide, please. All right, thanks. So you can easily material theme with Flutter, and we have these examples. If you go to flutter.github.io/samples, that has a lot of our material studies, as well as starter baseline kits, so you can start theming right away. And also on material.io/resources, you can find other examples to help you start theming right away. And again, the typographic scale generator is coming soon, so keep an eye out. Check out on material.io. It's going to be there. But we're really excited to see what y'all start building with. You can see that throughout this theming system and categories and attributes and values, you can create so much expression in your UI. Thank you so much.
Say you need to swipe a widget into view, and say you need that widget to be scrollable when it's on screen. There's a widget for that. It's called Draggable Scrollable Sheet. To get started, provide a builder argument. The builder should return a scrollable widget, like single child scroll view or list view. Pass the scroll controller parameter to the scrollable widget. You can also customize the initial, minimum, and maximum size that the widget will take up. These are defined as a fraction of the available space. For more on Draggable Scrollable Sheet and other Flutter widgets, check out flutter.dev.
阿里巴巴集团的使命是让天下没有难做的生意。目前，闲鱼超2亿用户中，已有5000万用户使用 Flutter。闲鱼致力于打造无闲置社会，把全新的生活方式和理念带给年轻人。比如说，有一位铲屎官想出售宠物用品，希望能够快速发布抓人眼球的商品信息。当有用户有购买需求时，只需清除屏幕即可。我们常在思考，如何构建易于操作的应用？如何确保应用画面精美、加载迅速？如何让更多用户使用我们的应用？更重要的是，如何早日实现以上目标？
因此，我们开始寻找解决方案，并了解到 Google 的 Flutter 高帧率流畅的 UI， 让我们马上对 Flutter 所创造的用户体验产生了浓厚的兴趣。但更重要的是，
Some widgets set their size according to constraints defined by their parents. But widgets such as list view, row, or column don't place bounds on their children's sizes. How do you impose a default size on a widget who's dependent on their parents' constraints when they don't exist? Enter the limited box widget. Limited box gives its child a default size only when limited box's parent is unbounded. When a widget's parents constrain its size, limited box has no effect. For example, the outer container has set constraints for its child, so wrapping it in a limited box does nothing. Limited box's potential becomes unlimited when used with list view, whose scroll direction is unbounded. Let's say you want a list of widgets that normally try to match the parent's size. That's not going to work in a list. Placing containers in a list view shows nothing as containers set their size to 0 when unconstrained. This time round, wrapping the containers in a limited box imposes the limited box's max height on each of the containers. And there you have it! Limited box gives its child a natural dimension in unbounded environments. For more info on limited box and all the other Flutter widgets, head over to flutter.dev.
Flutter's animation framework gives you many options to animate widgets with ease. And one great choice is the Animated Builder widget. Using an animated builder is simple. First, we give it an animation. Here we're using a tween. And this animation cycles through 0 to 360 degrees in radians. Give it a builder that will return the animating widget. Here we're using the rotate transform to create a spin effect. You can give Animated Builder an optional child that exists independently of the animation, allowing Animated Builder to optimize its rendering. And if you're wondering where that animation controller comes from, that's entirely up to you. One recommendation would be to wrap your code in a build function within a stateful widget and manage the controller through the widget's state. For more info on Animated Builder, head on over to flutter.dev.
Say you need to swipe a widget into view, and say you need that widget to be scrollable when it's on screen. There's a widget for that. It's called Draggable Scrollable Sheet. To get started, provide a builder argument. The builder should return a scrollable widget, like single child scroll view or list view. Pass the scroll controller parameter to the scrollable widget. You can also customize the initial, minimum, and maximum size that the widget will take up. These are defined as a fraction of the available space. For more on draggable scrollable sheet and other Flutter widgets, check out flutter.dev.
You never know in advance when you have the next idea for a song. And when you have an idea, you don't know if it's going to make it into the song. So that's why an app like Topline is such an important helper. We can use it to record and organize our ideas at any time from anywhere.
We've been innovating music recording process ever since the studio has been built. Perhaps the most known for the Beatles, but naturally we shouldn't forget all the other great artists, starting from Pink Floyd, going to the latest and the greatest. So for the last few years we've been specifically looking at the music writing process, and we can see how it really changed. And we noticed that people are coming up with their ideas, musical song ideas, at the worst possible moments. So we wanted to develop something to make that initial spark easily captured, to make sure that they don't lose their ideas.
Having all that in mind, we created a user-friendly, very minimalistic-looking iOS app. Artists can use it to record ideas and use tags to organize them directly in the app.
And people were asking for two things. They were asking for a version in their country, and then they were asking for Android. And there were so many of those requests all over our Facebook, all over our Instagram, all over our Twitter. We just had to develop it very, very quickly.
And we at Miquido said that, well, okay, we can do it. But it wasn't as easy as we expected. While the app itself looks simple, it actually has a very complicated structure inside. So we had to look into innovative solutions to make sure that we can get Topline on Android quickly. After some research, we found Flutter.
Flutter is a free and open source SDK created by Google. It features a single codebase, which allows you to craft native apps on both iOS and Android at the same time. One of its key features is stateful hot reload. This allows developers to make changes while the app is running in real time, which speeds up the troubleshooting process immensely. Flutter also has plenty of customizable widgets to help you build beautiful interfaces in minutes.
And we used one of those widgets to create a pretty neat swipe menu. Overall, the implementation of Flutter's SDK and plugins was very, very simple. Thanks to Flutter, we were able to finish developing the Android version in just 10 weeks with a small team consisting only of 3 people, 1 Android and 2 front-end developers.
As we wanted to democratize music making, it was really important for us to have the both versions of the app available as soon as possible. So we are super excited that our app is now available on both iOS and Android.
Topline has made making songs so much easier. It has become a vital part in our creative process, and we're looking forward to making much more songs of it in the future.
Hamilton is one of the most talked about and best loved musicals, with shows on Broadway, in London, and around the country. We wanted something to make the show more accessible for our fans, so we wanted to develop an app to meet the needs of fans as we started to expand the brand. We turned to Posse, a New York-based development firm, to help us develop the Hamilton app.
Hamilton's Flutter app launched in the App Store and the Play Store 3 months after we wrote our first line of code. And we accomplished a ton. Fans can enter a daily lottery for a shot at $10 tickets, buy merchandise through an e-commerce experience, take selfie photos with the Ham Cam, and get daily news and updates.
We knew that this app needed to be rock solid, both in terms of performance and visual fidelity, and really represent the amazing experience that the Hamilton show itself provides. And ultimately, that's why we decided to use Flutter.
Flutter is a mobile UI toolkit that allows developers and designers to craft beautiful native experiences on iOS and Android, and is entirely free and open source.
We have very high expectations of quality for the apps that we build. We expect pixel-perfect results, and we need them to be very high performance. Flutter gave us a lot of opportunities that previously weren't available to us. The fact that it's a single code base drastically improved our ability to deliver a consistent experience across platforms. Its hot reload gives us an ability to build more features in less time.
It allowed me to make changes really fast and iterate through the UI without having to stop and restart the app. Coming from an iOS and Android background,
It's something that I've been waiting for a long time. The Flutter developer community is very active. Drop-in packages helped us maximize productivity. It helped us integrate elements like Firebase and Cloud.
At the end of the day, we're just really happy that we found Flutter so that we can build these beautiful native interfaces for both iOS and Android from a single code base.
We were given a really tight timeline, and we turned the app around faster than I ever could have imagined. We were able to make changes right up to the night before we went live, and really feel confident about them. In fact, we pushed an entirely new feature to the App Store the day before we launched.
And since launch, Flutter's efficiency and speed has helped us to build new features, such as the recent trivia game. We're really excited because as the show continues to grow, we're going to be able to keep pace with a ton of new features that's going to make the app even better.
We couldn't be more thrilled with Flutter. It has enabled us to use one code base to deliver a truly high-quality app that Hamilton fans have absolutely fallen in love with.
We're thrilled with what Posse was able to deliver. The entire brand of Hamilton is about delivering on an experience for fans. They're thrilled about the new features that we're rolling out, and we're really excited to see where the app goes next.
Does your app have a critical junction where users need to make an important decision? Do you want to alert someone about something, or maybe get their input? Try using an alert dialog. Depending on your preferred design, you can either use an alert dialog for Material or Cupertino alert dialog for iOS. At their most basic, dialogs are pop-ups with some content and some buttons. Right up top is the title, followed by the main content. Usually this is text, but it could also be an animated image or anything you want. It should be clear to users what to do about the alert, so specify how they can respond to it with buttons passed to the Actions parameter. If you're in a Material world, Alert dialog gives you additional properties. Like a card, you can change the elevation of the dialog, as well as the background color. And if you really want to get fancy, you can modify the shape of your dialog with a shape parameter. Cupertino alert dialog and alert dialog pair with helper methods show Cupertino dialog and show dialog respectively to actually, well, show the dialogs. Show dialog takes a context and a builder that returns the specific dialog you want to appear. You then tell it whether or not the user can tap outside of it to dismiss. And that's it. Show dialog and alert dialog implement the Material way of doing dialogs. Cupertino alert dialog and show Cupertino dialog take many of the same parameters and render for iOS. For more on alert dialogs and all the other Flutter widgets, head on over to flutter.dev. Hello, I'm Philip speaking to you on this trailer for The Boring Show. The Boring Show is a place where two engineers sit down and build apps in Flutter from scratch. Oh, look at that! Wait, can we just focus for a minute here? So, where was I? Right. The Boring Show is an entirely necessary look into the development process of an app that, bees? Alright, the Boring Show. The Boring Show is important because it's an opportunity to show Flutter being used in more complicated ways. We also take viewer suggestions on what features and apps to build next. Ultima Thule! An asteroid 6 billion kilometers away? Look at that! I love outer space. Stars, nebulae, black holes, weird bean-shaped galaxies. Wait, hold on a minute. Why does everything on the internet have to be so rad and bite-sized? There should be room for long-form deep dives into topics like state management or caching or typography. And on The Boring Show, we buck the trend of oversimplifying complex subjects because we want to be fair to our users. We want to show you how we work, even if that means showing how we're stuck. Please join us at The Boring Show, now publishing twice monthly on the Flutter YouTube channel. Give it time and maybe you'll find it surprisingly exciting.
Open and close brackets. No. Yeah.
As a developer relations engineer, I often hear from developers that they need to develop mobile experience for their customers faster, and they want their app to be a joy to use. Flutter allows developers to write once and deploy everywhere, saving time and money by developing for both Android and iOS using one development team and one codebase. Developers usually love coding with Flutter as we empower them with stateful hot reload, which gets their changes onto their device just by hitting save in their editors, which is exactly what our talk at Cloud Next was all about. Here is a quick montage of the app I built live on stage in San Francisco, mapping out the ice cream stores around the conference center. We started, as always, with Hello World. Then we connect Google Cloud Firestore to get a list of ice cream stores. Next, we expose a list of these stores using List View Builder, and add a Google Map to enable us to visualize where the stores are. We then utilize Google Maps web services to retrieve photos for the stores. And as one final flourish, we build a carousel to enable users to swipe through the list of stores easily. To watch the full talk, check out the link in the description below, and don't forget to subscribe to the Cloud YouTube channel for more great Next Rewind content. Thanks for watching. On today's devices, apps rarely get a neat little rectangle to run in. Notification bars and controls can creep in, and rounded corners and notches nip at your content, complicating layouts. That's why Flutter has Safe Area. It uses a media query to check the dimensions of the screen and pads its child to match. So if your app looks like this, wrap it in a safe area, and keep your content safe on both iOS and Android. You can even specify which dimensions you care about, and wrapping the body of a scaffold works great. For more info on Safe Area and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io. Almost every Flutter layout uses rows and columns, and they're pretty cool. They can hug their children tightly, or spread them out and relax. But what if you'd like one of those children to stretch and fill the extra space? Just wrap it in an expanded widget and watch it grow. When a row or column lays out its children, it does the inflexible ones first. Then it divides the remaining space among the flexible ones, like expanded. You can even set a flex factor, just in case of competition. For more info on expanded and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io. Rows and columns are great for laying out widgets, but sometimes you run out of room. One of the widgets that can help is Wrap. Wrap lays out its children one at a time, a lot like a row or column, but when it runs out of space, it just wraps to the next line. You can use the direction property to tell it whether to run vertically or horizontally, and there's alignment and spacing properties as well. Wrap works really well with things like dialog buttons and chips. For more info on Wrap and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io. Flutter has a lot of widgets to help with explicit animations, ones that you, the developer, code up. But there are also widgets for implicit animations, those that animate changes for you. A good one to know is Animated Container. You can build it once with a particular attribute, like color, and when you rebuild it with a different value, say in response to a set state call, Animated Container performs a linear interpolation between the two values. And it's more than just colors. You can animate borders, border radii, background images, shadows, gradients, shapes, padding, width, height, alignment transforms, and more. The length of the animation is controlled by the duration parameter, and you can also specify your own curve to customize the effect. There are a bunch of other widgets to help with implicit animations too, so head to flutter.io for more info. Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Flutter Q&A here at Flutter Interact. Again, I'm Andrew Brogdon from the Flutter Developer Relations team, and we had a little bit of a switch. Who's in the moderator chair, and who's up here at the desk?
Yep, I'm John. I'm on the Dart Developer Relations team. We'll be answering your questions.
And we have Kate in our moderator seat, looking at your tweets.
Hey, I'm over here in the moderator chair. I'm looking through Twitter and picking up your tweets, in addition to going through the comments on YouTube as well, so you can ask them in either place.
Yeah, so don't be afraid. If you have any questions at all, just tweet them with the AskFlutter hashtag or post them in a YouTube comment. But first, we have an interview guest. Thank you so much. This is Gina Ann. She is a design systems expert. You were the lead on the Lightning system at Salesforce, and also a founder of a design systems conference, Clarity, that's been going for a number of years in San Francisco.
Yeah, I'm already planning year 5.
Oh, wow. So thank you so much for being with us today. We've picked some questions that we got from our viewers, and we're gonna ask them. So first, playing again into design systems, one of the things that we hope people take Flutter and do is design their own design systems. Build design languages that work for their brands, their businesses, and stuff like that. I'm curious though, when you're advising people on creating something like that, a design system is opinionated, right? It has to say certain things should look a certain way and things like that. But people still need to have freedom to add their own spin, right? How do you decide where the line is, where your expertise should sort of say, okay, now you take over,
One of the things I like to tell people that are working in design systems, especially when it comes to thinking about how to explore creativity and be innovative, is that not everything has to be in the system, and not everything has to come from the system.
Okay.
It should be a balance of the two, and a good design system should actually empower creativity rather than stifling it.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, and so if you're advising some people to create their own design system, which is a big task, potentially, what advice do you have for those people? What do you tell them when they're trying to start out doing that?
Oh man, I have so many things I could say, but some of the things that come to mind right off the top of my head is don't try to mimic what everybody else is doing and have every single component that everyone else has right away, because oftentimes you'll find you don't even need most of those components, and sometimes you're just creating more work than you need. And so I usually recommend to be more lean about it and just create things as you need them and systematize them when you need to, rather than just trying to do whatever Material's doing or what Lightning's doing, because those are big companies and not everybody's at a big company.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of people with a certain economy of scale that everybody has their own level for, right? Yeah. Like if you try to do, every control that anybody's doing, you're going to run out of time. That sounds like really good advice. Let me ask you a question though. We have one about your Clarity, about the Design Systems Conference that you founded. Part of our job as a developer relations team is to help build community, and we have a ton of people out there in the broader Flutter world who are, leading meetups and starting Slack channels and student clubs and things like that. And I was just curious, you found a design systems conference. It's a big community that you're starting to build, right? What are some of the things that you have learned from that and you might advise people on if they're trying, not necessarily something that size, don't get me wrong, but just trying to get people to come together?
I think one of the biggest things is, I don't want to sound cliche, but empathy is really important, and understanding that everybody's at different levels and everybody has different needs. And so trying to create a community that is inclusive to all those different approaches and different backgrounds, even in a niche field like design systems, it's actually not that niche at all. It's very, very broad. Yeah. And so that's the thing I would encourage in any community that you're trying to create, is to try to have perspectives from different, takes on whatever it is that you're building your community for. Like if you're doing it for Flutter, have designers and engineers. That's kind of the whole point of this event anyway, right?
Yeah. The more smart people you can get in a room or on a team or something like that, the better you're going to do generally.
Yeah. And I actually encourage getting people in that you disagree with too.
Oh, wow. That's cool. We talk a lot about how to get as many good ideas from as many places as you possibly can, and making sure if you're having a get-together, you have Psychological safety they talk about, so everybody feels comfortable offering their ideas and things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
That sounds like great advice. I think those are our questions for you.
Great.
So thank you very much again for being here with us today.
Awesome.
You can just leave your microphone right there and go rejoin the event. Again, thank you, Gina and everybody. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Cool.
All right, well, let's
great.
see. So Kate, I'm sure you have some questions for us. Questions
I
for us. What do you have?
I do. You know I do. This one just came in on Twitter from Derek and Polska. They're asking if and when are you going to include desktop projects in the basic template of the Flutter Create command?
So when are we going to see desktop project creation in the Flutter tool, the same way we have support for mobile and web? That might be a good question for you, I think.
Actually, let's bring up the laptop real quick and go to flutter.dev/desktop.
My laptop, which just went to sleep exactly in the moment that you said that.
It always happens that way. So let's see if we can grab the laptop here.
Yeah. So where to?
Let's go to flutter.dev/desktop.
Sure. Desktop.
So this is going to be your place to go if you're wanting to learn more about this. And you can see if you just go to the master channel and you run this command, flutter config enable macOS desktop. This is only on macOS right now. You can actually get started with Flutter for desktop. So the next time you run Flutter create, it will get the desktop files into your project for you. So yeah, and you can run it in an existing project. If you run flutter create dot, that will do it in an existing project. And if you want to create a new project, you just run flutter create my project.
Okay.
And that's how that works.
Yeah, flutter create dot, it refreshes the project files. They're sort of what they refer to as the ephemeral files, right? It's like the little Android directory, the iOS subprojects, and in this case, a desktop project.
Right, it's the files you aren't generally working with all the time. You're usually working in Dart. So.
Okay, cool. All right, Kate, what else do you have?
I have another one here that is asking, I am just starting to learn Flutter. Welcome. We're so happy you're here. Can anyone tell me the best book from where I can learn and also use it as a reference?
Okay, so the best place to learn, and then the last part of that question was about using which tools or which book to use as a reference?
Best learning resources, I think, yeah.
Okay, sure. Well, we're kind of at one right now, right? Flutter.dev is a great place to start.
Yeah.
So let's go back into the laptop just for a second, and I can show everybody the Docs tab, which is right up here. So Flutter, at Google we have a team of tech writers that are constantly creating, tutorials and code labs and things like that, and you can find all of those here on the Flutter.dev site on the documentation. You can also find a link to our samples repo, right? So if you want to, I think we showed off one sample from that earlier. You can find it right here. And so you can find samples. So that's another great resource if you're looking for some source code. We have a number of samples in there for even little things like parsing JSON, stuff like that, or how to use a little bit of Firebase with a map, stuff like that. We have those samples. We have a YouTube channel, which people are watching right now. We have a team of folks who make good videos for breaking down individual topics and things like that. But to be honest, while there are plenty of people that work at Google and contribute regularly to the dev site, most of the people that create resources for Flutter that are great to learn from are just out in the community. I don't think we've shown Flutter Awesome yet, have we? We can show it again. Let's go into the laptop real quick. And just in case you haven't seen it, there's Flutter Awesome, which is a wonderful list of things that Robert, who you may have seen earlier with his artwork project, he maintains this and people submit things. This is just a huge, huge list of good resources for learning Flutter. Yep. I try to recommend it as much as I can. There's also people with individual YouTube channels and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of stuff.
Yeah, so basically, pick a direction and go. And you can't help but run into some good learning resources. And then 6 months down the line, when you're an expert Flutter developer, you'll be making resources for everybody else. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Kate, what do you got? What's next?
I've got plenty. How about, is Google using Flutter itself to develop applications? Is there anything that we can say on that?
They are, actually. So Google is using it in a lot of places. We also showed the Google Assistant is using it. Stadia is using it. Google Ads uses it internally, actually for the external people using ads. And internally, we have green tea, which is also listed on the showcase, if we want to show the showcase.
We should showcase the showcase?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so if you're ever curious about, let's go into the laptop again. Right next to Docs is our showcase. And this is something that our team keeps updated generally. So Realtors.com, Tencent, the New York Times, which we got to show a great demo from them at I/O this year, which is great.
Yeah.
Google Assistant's there. And if you're ever just curious about who is putting out a big-time Flutter app and that might be interesting to look at, that's a great place to go to check them out.
Yeah, it's a good thing people evaluate when they're looking at a framework. How many people are using it?
Yeah.
Are there large customers using it? Things like that.
So that's where you could go. That's one good place. All right. What's up next?
Oh, what have I got next? I think I have one here for John. This is regarding Flutter Web. I'm building a brand new website using Flutter Web and pushed it via Firebase hosting. But for goodness sake, I'm having trouble finding where to put my favicon. How do you put that in there?
Yeah, great question. So let's take a look at how Flutter Web works a little bit and to try to answer this. So
let me see. I think I have.
Yeah,
all right, I
we
got
have
a project up.
Great.
So we can go back into laptop here. And so this is I just made this, I think, on the master channel.
Okay.
So what should we?
Yeah, so go into your web folder, and I think we might want to add a favicon there. So if you have a favicon file somewhere, we'd add it there. And when you run a Flutter build, it's going to take these files from the web directory and put them in the build web folder. And right now for favicons, I think you have to put that favicon in there manually before you deploy that folder.
Oh, it was like a little post-build step kind of a thing?
Yeah, so that web build web folder is what you're going to actually host on Firebase hosting, or GitHub Pages is one example. So that's where you do that.
That's good to know. So yeah, so obviously if you're going to have a web page, you got to start with some HTML, and so this is what this index file is the thing that then hosts my Flutter app, so to speak.
Right. So in HTML, when you have a favicon, you would just add it to the head tag of your page, and that's how the web browser knows, oh, I need to display a picture in the tab bar. So
on a little source map. That's nice. All right. Well, cool. Thanks. So hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah.
All right, Kate, what else you have for us?
I have another one ready to go. How about this one? When will a widget for AdMob come, which we can control where to display in the list, like we have in native Android?
Yeah, so how can we use AdMob in Flutter, just like native Android?
Yes. Okay, thank you for asking this question. I was hoping that someone would. So yeah, before I started working on Flutter, I actually used to work on the mobile ads DevRel team. And so that's this question near and dear to my heart. And I think with any kind of mobile ads SDK, they're built around fairly expensive and very important native UI components. If you're displaying a banner ad from the Audience Network or Millennial Media or something like that, you're displaying it in a native UI component, typically a web view, right? And it has to be displayed correctly in the place that the SDK would expect, so it can do things like determine if an ad has actually been on screen for a certain length of time, and so it should count an impression, and make sure that it's properly tracking click-throughs, and that it's correctly displaying the IAB logo for ad choices, because that's something that has to be on there. And so that's very, very tied into these native UI components. And as you might know with Flutter, normally all the rendering is done with widgets, right? It's a completely separate rendering system from using UIKit or the Android views, right? And one of the things that can be tricky is trying to get those two things to work together. And the SDK has things to help you with this, right? We have Platform View, Android View and UIKit View that can do some things to display a native UI component on the screen. But the way that they do that can be slightly different than the way it would normally be done in a purely native Android project. And that could cause some things like measurement of click-throughs and impressions to not work correctly. And plus you're dealing with potentially a number of different SDKs if you're talking about AdMob mediation and things like that. So that makes it a technically very challenging thing to do. On top of that, if you put something out and you get it wrong, it goes very wrong for people. You're talking about folks that are relying on an app their monetization of their app to pay their rent and keep the lights on at their office and things like that. So when you put something out, it needs to be 100% right. And that's been a big challenge so far. Now, I can say, Flutter has a dedicated product manager now for monetization. We have more interaction between the ads team and the Flutter team than we've ever had before. So there is progress being made in this space, but right now we don't have a 100% sort of platform view-based solution. We do have the Firebase ad mob plugin, which can do rewarded video ads, interstitials, and fixed position banners, no problem. But those last couple formats, getting those to work, is a very big technical challenge, and it's one that we're working on. But we don't have anything, like I said, that we could put in front of people and say, you can bank on this. So it's something that we're working on.
Really appreciate the question, and we always think that feedback is the best way to get things done, and we appreciate that. So.
Yeah. Again, thank you for asking that question. It was a great one.
Yeah.
So the voice in my ear tells me our next interviewee is ready to go. You're about to see Yasmin, who you just saw, delivering a talk on material theming, and she's going to join us right now.
Great.
So come on up, Yas.
Hey.
Excellent. So Yasmin, thank you.
Hey.
Yeah. Thank you so much for thank you for making some time. Yep, that's your mic.
All right, wonderful.
Welcome.
All right. So, Yas, you're a material design relations expert, right?
Yes.
And so we have some questions here, but this is actually one of my questions. I picked this one because I work in developer relations. My job is to go out and sort of speak to engineers and see what we can do to help them working with Flutter. You're a design relations person, so your job is to go out and talk to designers. What do you normally do? How do you help designers in general,
Yeah, so we like to look at it as just looking at kind of design overall, which does encompass developers as well, as we know that in order to make great experiences, you need both designers and developers to be involved in the process. And so my team, we lead material design advocacy, and we actually have both design advocates and developer advocates that help people build with material. Okay. And so it's really just kind of working together and equipping both designers and developers to kind of build the best human-centered experiences with material.
Awesome.
Yeah. Cool. So it's not very different from kind of what we're all DevRel, right?
Yeah,
but, it's just a little bit different, maybe focus. But we do the same things y'all do: is content. How can we kind of educate people, as well as creating kind of tools and resources to kind of do that as well.
Actually, that leads us into our next question, which is, what types of resources and materials do you give to developers?
Yeah. So we have our Build a Material Theme project, which is available. We just kind of demoed today in the talk, available on Flutter. But it's also available for the web and Android, so you can use that within your development process. And it's really kind of set up to really help you understand theming and know how to quickly make those changes in code. One of the things that we discovered is that, development process varies across every time. Sometimes you have a lot of designers that are available to kind of like provide the resources to all the assets and everything you need. And a lot of times there are some developers out there that are kind of making a lot of those design decisions, right? And so how do we kind of equip both parties to work together, as well as being able to kind of help educate and grow and design so they can make really good products? And the Build a Material Theme project is really great because it's all done in code, which is something that developers can relate to.
Yeah.
I hope so, at least.
Yeah. So where do you see material going in 5 years? Like, what types of problems do you see solving in the future?
Oh my goodness! I mean, even next year is a big question. But no, I'm kidding. No, I mean, I think design is always evolving, and it's an interesting thing. I think as designers, at the core of everything that we do, we are just problem solving, right? And engineers do this too, but a little bit more of like, okay, how do we maybe implement this thing or figure out how to engineer this process? And same thing with design, but maybe thinking a little bit in a different, broader scale. And so I think that design is there's always going to be a need to design some form of interface, although that interface that we see may or may not be something that we have experienced before, or have some experience. It's not going to be completely radical. We're not we're actually going to release quantum paper. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Or Minority
Report.
my
gosh, yeah, no.
Qubit-based design system, yeah.
No, but it's kind of I think that's the interesting part of being in design and material design, as being this design system and language that Google uses and the third-party community uses as well, and which makes it really exciting because Google is always kind of pushing the envelope of what is the future, and material has to always kind of be aligned with that. Where it's like, how can we help support the future of development design technology? So I know that doesn't really give you much details, but I guess that's the reality. But yeah.
Cool. Well, so I have one last question for you, which is, and this is just generally, you know, we've seen a lot of Flutter projects that people have put out running up to this event. We have a lot of interesting stuff here. Have you seen anything that you were just like, whoa, I did not know you could do that with Flutter, or anything? Or somebody that's just taken material to a whole, you know, and themed it and taken it to a whole kind of place that you hadn't anticipated?
Yeah, it's actually, you know, it's been really fun to see the community build with Flutter and just all the awesome things that they've gone out to do. There isn't like a specific example, but I know that, you know, Reflectly won the Material Design Awards for innovation.
Right. Yeah.
And so that was a neat experience. I liked how what I did like about that a lot is kind of like the interface is very much like a chatbot, which is, I spoke to them briefly, and that's actually kind of the inspiration of what started Reflectly. It was kind of a way, it originally started as a chatbot that they now built into an app, and they were able to still bring that kind of discussion and dialogue, conversation, design into a UI that you're just interacting with yourself. And so I think that's kind of a fun way for them to kind of explore that and see where they can kind of innovate and expand within Material. But yeah, I think they've done a great job, as well as, you know, just there's a lot of neat things that the community is doing.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, one of the nice things about Reflectly, a bunch of their engineers put out a lot of things as open source projects. In Kino, for example, is a great one that I've used as a resource myself. So.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, those are all the questions that we have.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining us.
So difficult. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad it's over now.
You can, the microphone can go right there. Thank you so much. Please rejoin the event and go have a good time. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right.
How about we get some more questions from our
Kate,
moderator?
What are we seeing?
I think we have time for just a few more, which is good because I picked a few out. Is there any planned extension to kick off long-running background tasks directly in Dart, like Android service?
Ooh.
Background tasks.
Background tasks. Okay. So it's another question I'm glad somebody asked. You know, this event is mostly about the beautiful part of Flutter and creating beautiful experiences, but there have also been a number of sort of fundamental core engineering changes that have been made to Flutter too. One of those relates to add to app, which is, you know, as you know, every Flutter app is still an Android app or an iOS app that just runs Flutter code. And so you also have native code in there as well. And the team has put a lot of work into making it easier to get from one to the other.
Right, so if I'm a team and I need to add Flutter to my existing app as a view, I need to be able to do that somehow.
Yeah, let me show off some of our samples real quick that we just are in the process of launching. So we have a bunch of new add to app samples. They're just about to graduate from experimental. Now that the 1.12 has made it to stable, they'll be coming out of this directory and into the regular directory. But in here we have two Flutter modules. So one that's just a basic Flutter module and one that uses a plugin. And we also have 6 projects, 3 for Android and 3 for iOS, that show how to manually spin up a Flutter engine and ask it to go run some Dart code. So if you go into these projects, you'll see on both Android and iOS, this is how I instantiate the Flutter engine. And this is how I ask it, hey, could you go load this Flutter library? And here's an entry point for you.
Oh, interesting.
And yeah, so these are mostly about, let's go run a Flutter activity, let's run a view controller that's displaying Flutter. But what you can also do with these is use the same piece of tech to launch a Dart method that doesn't call run app, that just runs some Dart code for you.
Oh, okay.
So you can specify the entry point, that the method that it's going to call when it goes into sort of Dart land and starts executing code. And so one of the strategies you can use for background execution is, because those rely mostly on native APIs, Android and iOS have separate ways of sort of doing like geofencing or waking up on a timer or things like that. You can use the platform APIs to do that in the native code that's part of your app, and then spin up a Flutter engine and tell it, hey, could you go execute this Dart method for me, and then have the same Dart code running on both platforms. So yeah, there's also a bunch of new docs that are up at flutter.dev/docs/development, and we have these samples here. So hopefully that can get you started.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question about smartwatches. Does Flutter also have support for smartwatches? This one's fresh off of YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good question.
I know it's been tried.
Yes.
I mean, people have tried to put Flutter on almost everything. I think I saw it on a refrigerator a few weeks ago. I mean, the short answer is that Flutter is a fairly portable UI toolkit. It's meant to run on all manner of different things. I don't think we have anything from Google that's a sample for that, but I would bet if you just checked out some, did a Google search, you'll find somebody in the community who's making that work.
Yeah.
Just like the Raspberry Pi that we've seen people put Flutter on and things like that. So
I think
odds are there's somebody trying it somewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, and I think that is about it for right now. We're going to go into our next round of talks. So please keep tweeting your questions with the Ask Flutter hashtag. Please post comments on our YouTube stream. But we're going to let you go for the next round of talks. Coming up is using Rive, the Rive app with Flutter from the folks Guido and Luigi, who are experts in animation and making beautiful things. And we also have designing for the web with Flutter, which is a great talk. You're going to see Farhad, who's the tech lead for Flutter Web and has been a web developer for a very, very long time. You're also going to see Liam, who is a designer on the Material team, who has made beautiful designs for samples on several occasions.
Yeah.
So, so look forward to those. Keep posting those questions, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Cool.
Yeah.
Please welcome Luigi and Guido Rosso.
Hello. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming to our talk. We are Rive. And for those of you who might be a little confused by the name, we recently announced that we consolidated our old company name, 2Dimensions, with our old product name, Flare. So our product and our company are both now called Rive. We're going to talk to you about how to use Rive with Flutter to create interactive and animated experiences. And who are we? So I'm Guido. This is Luigi. In case, yeah, say hi, Luigi. In case you can't tell, we are twins. And we've been working together for pretty much 20 years now. We started working in high school together. And Luigi's always done the engineering side of things, and I've done the design side of things. And we're just complementary like that. And that is why we think we're the right people today to talk to you about how to create interactive animations for Flutter. So what about Rive? So Rive is our tool. It's a design tool that allows you to design and animate. And it allows you to create real assets that, that are ready to be implemented immediately into any of our supported platforms, which, of course, we're talking about Flutter here today. And Rive is composed of two parts. So the first part is the editor, and it's online, it's collaborative, it allows you to design and animate and create all your work in this single tool. You can also import from other tools, so we have the ability to import SVGs. We recently announced that you can now import Lottie files. We worked with the creator of the Body Movin' platform, Hernan Torrisi. He helped us build the importer, so now you can import After Effects files directly into Rive if you have legacy formats or a bunch of other files that you don't want to start directly in Rive. You might need to import some other stuff. And the other part to our platform is the runtimes. Now, the runtimes are what allow you to load your file into any of our supported platforms and manipulate anything in real time. These are open source, and we encourage everybody to contribute to them. So we're going to switch over to the computer real quick, and we're going to show you one of the demos that we built earlier this year, which had a lot of interest, and Luigi's going to walk you through it. So this is Teddy. Teddy is a character which our animator, JC, who's actually out in the crowd, actually he's right here in front if you have questions in the front here later, created this really cute, cuddly, fuzzy bear who, as you can see, is kind of sitting there animating, hiding behind the login form. But what you'll note is that his eyes are moving, his body's bobbing up and down. He has an idle animation playing. But what's interesting about Rive is that we have the ability to manipulate these animations at runtime. So we can mix other animations on top of them, and we can also move parts of the hierarchy dynamically. So if I click on this email field here, you'll see that his eyes moved over. And if I start typing my email address, you'll see that he actually follows along, even if I type something all the way over here. And this is a Flutter app, by the way. So that's a Flutter input field that Luigi's manipulating. Yep. And then if I go over to the password field, you'll see that he covers his eyes. He's not going to watch. If I type the wrong password in, I don't know, let's do rats. He's going to be very upset. And then if I change it to the right one, which is, of course, bears, he'll be very happy. And so what you can see is that what's happening here is that we're manipulating a lot of the hierarchy via code. One of the things that we heard a lot from people after we gave this out was, how did you do that? So there's a blog post that we actually published that shows exactly how this all comes together and works. We also exported these widgets. We published these widgets as reusable components, so you can add your own characters into your own apps. And we'll actually show you a little bit more of that in a bit. Yeah, by the way, we should mention that this idea we were inspired by other people who've done this login form before. There's an HTML variation of this that uses a Yeti. There's another bear app that uses, I think it's a password app that has a bear as a login. The reason we wanted to show you this particularly because ours is a little different because it actually allows you to blend these animation states from one to another. So you'll notice that when Teddy starts looking or when he animates to cover his eyes, it's actually blending between different animations. It's not just popping to that animation, and that's something that's special about Rive.
Yeah, he smoothly moves his gaze over. He smoothly pops to covering his eyes. He also will actually track the cursor while he's still blinking.
Yeah. So Luigi described that we got a lot of interest. We wrote a blog post about how to do this with Flutter, and that's all fine and good, but what if you're a designer and you want to learn how to use Rive to create something like this yourself? So we heard from a lot of designers that when they open it up, even developers, they want to try Rive, they'll open it up and they'll get this kind of fear of empty canvas, which there's just like this empty canvas with all these tools, and they're like, I just don't know how to start. I need help. So we actually asked our artist if he could film himself while he was creating the bear. And the full video is 2.5 hours, maybe 3. So we're not going to play that full thing for you now, obviously. But we do have a quick speed through. You can get a sense for it. And let's go ahead and play it now. And you can see that when it starts here, you can see that he starts with a basic, well, this is the finished animation, but he starts with a concept, like with those sketches over to the sides, and then he actually created everything in Rive. He built the shapes using the pen tool and some other basic shapes that we have. He created all the colors, he did gradients and all that, and then he's rigging it with bones. And this is, when you're not watching it at super speed and you're watching it at normal speed, it's a really helpful tool to understand a lot of the techniques and the real fine technical details, like how do you use the pen tool, or how do you convert a hard edge into a curved edge? How do you use bones and connect things to bones? Those are all fine and good, and it's helpful. But a video like this doesn't really teach you what we think is the harder part of doing this kind of design work, and that's the concept. So how do you actually know where to start? And that's some of the stuff that we want to tackle in our talk today. And to make things a little more interesting, we're actually going to introduce a new character, which is Gus. So meet Gus. And we're going to switch over to the computer, and Luigi will show you how Gus is all rigged up in Rive.
So this is Gus. He's a very lovable goose. And you'll notice that he has a completely different hierarchy. We didn't show you all of Teddy, but we have the link in that blog post, and all of these are open, so you can go check them out. But he has a completely different hierarchy from Teddy. He's got a different body, a different neck, different components. But you'll notice that one of the things that is common between those two animations is that they both have this look node. So as long as your character is rigged up so that you can kind of move his gaze with this one look node, everything will work from the code perspective. So what we do here, as you can see, we'll move this around, and he's rigged really effectively so that he kind of follows this around. Even if I go down, he looks at it in a different way. If I go to the left or right, or if I point it up, he kind of does as best he can to kind of follow what that thing is trying to do. And you'll notice that his neck is also bending. There's one feature we have that's called jelly bones that this is using.
You can start to notice why Rive is special, right? This is all running at 60 frames per second. It's all interactive. It's all in real time. Nothing is pre-rendering here. This is the actual asset that's going to run in your code. And it allows you to do stuff like this, like check that everything is properly rigged up. And actually, if you switch over to animate mode, we can also take a look at the animations here. And the key thing here is that our animations are named the same as Teddy. So when we swap out this asset later, it'll all work because the animations have the same name. One animation that's interesting that you should probably show, which is the idle animation.
Sure.
If you want to go to that, you can see that Gus kind of moves up and down, like he's kind of breathing, but he's also kind of moving a little. He's swaying his hips left and right, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but that adds a lot of personality and a lot of character that we wanted to think about when we were doing this concept. So the last thing we'll show you on this part is that if you pause that animation real quick, Luigi, and then you play there's one called look test or something like that. So in this animation, we're basically just animating that target node that Luigi showed you, and we're just simulating what it might look like in Flutter or in any of our runtimes, what it's going to look like when someone's moving that look node. And the thing that's interesting to show here is that while we're playing this animation, we can start blending on top of it the idle animation or any of those animations, and you'll notice that we can see that our idle animation is still working properly. None of our keyframes are conflicting or creating some kind of problem. And that, again, is pretty special and something that you can't do in other software or other animation programs that are not made for interactive, real-time content like this. So let's switch over back to the slides, and let's talk a little bit about the concepts that we want to cover here. So when we design characters or assets like this, we start with a sketch or a mood board. We try to think about, get inspiration from like a Google Images search. And then we start kind of sketching out the style that we want. Do we want it to be a little more abstract, like to the right there, or a little more realistic, like to the left? And we play around with colors. And once we get some of the concepts down, like we wanted in that upper right there, we really knew that the neck was something we wanted to focus on, because that's going to be how he's going to kind of move his gaze. So really start thinking about what is the stuff you're going to be working on before you start actually building anything. And then in the next phase, we actually switch over to Rive, and we design all of these parts in Rive. And you can see to the left that the final effect is really convincing, and Gus is super cute, and it just works really well. But if you look over to the other side, you'll notice that these are all really basic, really flat shapes. There's nothing really crazy special going on here. If you were to try to recreate any of those on your own using the pen tool, you go and watch how JC used the pen tool in that video that we showed you earlier, you can pretty easily recreate any of these individual shapes on your own. Then we start thinking about the rig, and we don't have enough time here to cover everything about rigging, but I promise it's not as complex as it looks. The important thing to think about is that you need to think before you start rigging what you're actually going to be doing in your app. So for example, if we knew that we wanted to have Gus run across the bottom of the app and pick up the button with his mouth and run off with it, we would be building a completely different rig from this. Instead, we know that we want Gus to be looking at the input field, at the password. He's going to have to cover his eyes. So we know that we're going to have to do a little bit of work on those arms and a lot of work on the neck and on the face. And speaking of the face, the beak is the part that we think really sells this 3D effect. That's really what makes all these flat images come together and look like it's almost a 3D model. And you'll be surprised how actually simple the concept is here that sells that effect. There's only two images. There's the front of the beak and the back of the beak. And on the left side there, you can see that white highlight around the front beak. And when the two are layered in front of each other, it doesn't look anything special. It's not until you see it in motion that you start seeing how 3D it looks. And what's going on is that target node we have, there's two translation constraints connected to the images, and the front image is moving just a little bit more than the back image is moving when that translation constraint is moving. So that's a really simple parallax concept, which allows the front image to move more than the back image. But then on top of it, we've got that pivot point at the very top of his beak up there, and that's where the front beak is rotating from. So as that translation constraint moves, not only is that front image moving a little bit faster or a little bit more, it's also rotating from that top pivot point. And that's all it takes to create that really convincing 3D effect. So ultimately, we go into animation. And before we actually start laying down keyframes, we really encourage you to think about what you want your animation to do. So we call this, when we're sketching animations, we call it blocking out poses. So these are the key poses, and there are block poses. And if you start just laying down keyframes, you're going to end up getting something potentially random, which could be cool if you're trying to create something abstract. But in this case, we know that we're creating a character, and we know that, for example, with the idle animation, we want him to move up on the first pose. The second pose, he's going to move down. The next pose, he's going to move back up, and then back down, and loop the whole thing. But we also know that we wanted to create that kind of waddle, goose-like personality, and so we know that we're going to make his hips rotate a little bit when he comes back down in one direction, and then rotate in the other direction before that loop ends. And these are all simple concepts that you think about when you're actually sketching and concepting and blocking out these poses. We did the same thing here for covering of the eyes and uncovering of the eyes. We've got little details like we want him to actually close his eyes when those hands come up and his wings, thank you, come up and cover his eyes. And then we want them to open up when he removes his wings, but we want it to be a little delayed so that it's got some personality, and you can kind of see that he had his eyes closed when the wings were up. So I'm just going to move through these, but you can see what the other poses that we blocked out here looked like for when he gets mad, when he's happy. And why don't we switch over to the computer and actually show you what this looks like when we put it all together in Flutter.
Yeah, so the first thing to do is simply just, after exporting it, just swap the file. So we have this already exported. I just rename the asset from the Teddy one to the Gus one. I'm going to save it. I'm going to do a hot restart since the asset just got dropped in there.
So if that wasn't clear, Luigi already has this exported, and it's already in his assets folder.
I did, that's true.
Yeah.
And there, we're done. Perfect. Gus is in there. He looks great.
Yeah, OK. Gus is in there, but I mean, you can't even see his face. I think we can do better than this. I guess I could go in Rive and resize him and everything, but there's got to be a better way to do this in Flutter.
So one of the nice things that we expose are just all these classic Flutter alignment and fit constraints. So what we're going to do is let's just change this to contain, and that way we'll get Gus in all his glory with the face in there. Ta-da!
Yeah, OK, it's better, but you still can't really see him super. I mean, Gus has a big personality. Let's get him a little bigger.
All right. Let me think.
Can't we maybe align him?
Let's go back to cover and let's align him top center. How about that?
Oh wow, that's actually really good. Can you hide the keyboard?
Sure. Here you go.
All right. Yeah. OK. He looks pretty good. Try typing something.
All right. He's not really looking that much, huh? So the reason why that is that because these are different character files and because the distances and the dimensions at which JC animated this or designed this can vary, we may need to project Gus's gaze a little further. So why don't we do that? Why don't we expose the parameter for this? Again, this is one of those components that we open source, so we kind of made it a little bit abstracted, so it's a little easy to kind of use these different parameters to make things a little more tweakable.
You can also use it with your own characters easily. You can just drag and drop this in and swap these properties.
So there we go. Now he's really going.
All right. That looks great. Yeah, it works on both sides. And you can see that simple 3D effect, how it's really shining here.
And let's see if his wings work. It looks like they do. Oh, he's kind of peeking.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's a little bit of a cheater, but OK, that's fine. Let's see if he's still...
Yeah, actually, our closed eyes animation isn't working right. We got to fix that.
Oh, yeah, he gets really mad. But he also likes bears, so... Yay, he's happy.
All right. Well, I think that's it, right? We're not going to do anything else, are we?
With Gus? No, I mean, well, you know what? There has been this whole cyber madness, cyber vehicles or something that people have been really clamoring over. And I kind of think that, marketing kind of requested that I make this ask, is that maybe we try to ride that wave a bit.
Okay, so first of all, we don't have a marketing department, but I think I understand what Luigi is asking here.
You want to take over? You want to
Yeah, we recently announced some new features. Actually, we just announced them today. And
the blog post might have gone out 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, the blog post, if the schedule is working, might have just gone out. And they're actually our most requested features on our public roadmap. And they are drop shadows, inner shadows, glows, blurs, and real image masking. And we're going to show you a little bit of how those work here. So fortunately, our artist already gave us a concept image here as inspiration, which I'm going to just turn on. And there we go. So that's CyberGus. We're done. No, actually, thank you. But actually, he just gave us a flat image, so we can't rig this up. And I don't think we have time.
We did half the job.
Yeah. We don't have time to do all that here anyway, but we are going to show you some of those effects and how they work here on stage in real time. So here we go. I'm going to select Gus's eye here, and I'm actually going to select a, Luigi's scroll is backwards on his MacBook, there we go. I'm going to select a node that contains all of the eyes, and I'm going to go over to our new effects over here in the inspector. I'm going to hit the plus button, and I'm going to add a drop shadow. And the shadow's kind of big now, which is why it's not showing up, so let's make it smaller, maybe like a 3. And let's make it red so that it looks more like a glow. Okay, let's add an inner shadow and also make it red. Ooh, he's total Terminator now. Maybe bring it down to like 4. Okay, all right, this doesn't look as good as JC's, our artist, his image looked, but close enough. One thing I want to point out, though, is that we have this on this top-level node, which is actually called a solo node, the type of node that we used here. And all that is that it's got a radio button here, and it allows us to quickly change from different types of eyes or different types of anything. In this case, we're using it for an eye, but you could use it to swap out like a whole different part of your hierarchy. So in this case, I'm going to just switch it to the angry eye, and that didn't work for some reason. Oh, I see. I actually applied the effect to the wrong node. I only applied it there. All right, well, if I would have applied it to the top here.
Come on, some real-time designing. Fix
all right,
it.
all right. Let's just try a blur to try something a little different. That's too strong. All right, so that's blurred out. And now if we enable the eye, you'll see that that eye is blurred too. So it's actually applying the effect to anything below it in the hierarchy here. So speaking of blurs and other effects, one of the really cool effects that we recently added is this real masking. So you may have seen clipping before, and that's something that's pretty easy to do with vector assets. So I'm going to hit the O shortcut. That's actually just up here to create an ellipse. And I'm going to draw a circle. And if I just make this, let's hide the stroke on it, and let's give it a gradient, a radial gradient. So if I make this a mask for Gus, so I'm going to select the topmost node here that holds Gus, and I'm going to add a mask. I'm going to select this circle that we just made, and we have pretty much like your typical clipping path now. This is what we had before. So if I move this image around, or this shape around, it's clipping Gus. But if I change the mask type, I got to go back to the group that has the mask on it. And if I select this here and I change the mask operation from alpha to luminance, now it's actually fading out Gus in relation to the image's luminance. So going from white, where it's visible, and black, where it's invisible. And if I hide this shape here, you'll notice that the effect is more visible. And the cool thing about this is that you can animate it and create some really complex effects with it. Not only that, but we can also, if we select the top level node here, start adding more effects on top of it. So I could add a drop shadow here, and we can offset it a little to the side. I can also add an inner shadow on top of that, and maybe let's make this white to create kind of a lighting
Why don't you
effect.
just blur the whole thing?
Yeah, and let's add a blur just to make this completely crazy. All right.
But now I think you should show the animation.
And the cool thing about all this, is if I switch over to animate mode, and let's find an animation that actually does something, you'll notice that it's still animating and applying all these effects in real time. And not only that, but if I select this and open up the properties, I can key all of those effects, and all the properties are animatable. So you end up being able to create something pretty compelling. And not what I just created.
Yeah, why don't we show something a little prettier, actually, that JC did.
Yep, our artists have fortunately created something not live on stage where they were able to make something with a little higher quality. So we've got this bubble effect, which is actually part of our logo animation that's on our website. If you go to rive.app, you'll see the Rive logo animating. And you can see that he's got some masks and inner shadows, outer drop shadows, and that's creating this glow effect. We've also got this basketball, which is pretty cool, where he's using the blur effect to create a motion blur. So you can change the amount of the blur in either X or Y axes. So if you just blur one axis, you can actually get a really convincing looking motion blur. And because you can apply it to any node, you can have the ball spinning and rotating and doing all kinds of things, but the blur is actually still facing in the right direction of movement. So if I zoom out here a little bit.
You can show the shadow, too. The shadow does the same thing.
And if I play it, you'll see that it's creating a really compelling and pretty realistic motion blur effect there. If I hide the bones, you can probably see it a little better, too. And we've got one more example that he made here, which is this spaceman. And you can see that he's got an inner shadow on the whole node here containing the spaceman, and that's creating this lighting effect on him. And let me hide the bones so you can see it better. And we've got a bunch of effects here. There's this planet has a blur on it. It's got like some craters and stuff. I don't know if you can super tell from here. But there's just a lot of effects layered on there. These are all public files on Rive, and you can open them up, play around with them, and see how this was created, and figure out how to use these effects on your own. And like we mentioned earlier, they're some of our most requested features, so we're really excited to release these today, and we can't wait to see what you're going to create with them.
And they're fully supported in Flutter today, too.
Yes, they are available in Flutter, in the Flutter runtime, and usable in your project.
Just update to package 1.81, and you're good.
All right, that's it. That's our talk. Thank you.
Please welcome Ferhat Bukerkan and Liam Spreadlin.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Farhat. I'm an engineer on the Flutter web team.
And I'm Liam Spradlin, a designer on material design and a design advocate.
And as developers and designers, one of our biggest challenges today is not only building for multiple platforms, but also building for multiple form factors. And Flutter started by supporting two of the most popular platforms, Android and iOS. Today, Liam and I would like to talk about bringing the same productive, modern developer experience to the web. So we'll be doing some live coding and giving you some product updates. So here are some of my favorite reasons for using Flutter Web. So the first one is deployment. Ease of deployment has two main benefits for your projects. The first benefit is that with no install friction, more of your users can try out your product, and you can increase user adoption. The second big benefit is being able to quickly iterate on your applications. At Google, some of our products run hundreds of experiments simultaneously, and we frequently update these experiments. The web is a great way of delivering this quick iteration cycle to improve your products using the web.
And most of all, creating really expressive, dynamic experiences for the web can be challenging. And as Matthias mentioned in the keynote earlier, Flutter allows us to jump to the interesting part of solving these problems by shortening the cycle of iteration between designer and developer. And I think a lot of designers in the room might be familiar with hearing no on these kind of interesting dynamic experiences, either because of technical feasibility or product timelines or other kind of logistical reasons. But now it's easier to say yes to these experiences and extend them to the web.
So to show you how Flutter enables these rich interactive experiences on the web, let's take a look at how we build websites today. So typically, we use HTML templates and CSS to build up our element tree, and we pass it on to the browser. And the browser uses HTML and CSS to lay out our elements and paint them on a web page. Flutter, on the other hand, was architected with the idea in mind that the build, layout, and paint cycle are fully available to developers. So Flutter's APIs expose the whole rendering pipeline to you. And this is what enables these rich experiences to come to the web as well.
As an example of this, we can look at one of our material studies called Shrine, which has this really highly expressive identity. And that identity is expressed through things like custom cut corners on surfaces that are elevated, custom image treatments, typography, and a lot more. And as Farhat was saying, having full access to the paint pipeline and themes in Flutter allows us to implement this really easily. This is another example of a custom component and interaction where the shapes of the buttons and the bottom bar are being manipulated based on user input. So the shape changes are actually conveying something to the user about states.
There are some wonderful upcoming web standards, such as CSS Paint, that enable some of these at the platform level. With Flutter, you can start building these experiences today.
And to get started on an example of this, just for a show of hands, who here is familiar with this shape on the screen? OK, cool. So the golden ratio is a concept that some of you are familiar with. And it's a mathematical ratio that we see reflected in the common geometry all around us, from things like art composition to seashells, to ferns, to pine cones, and even broccoli. It can be described as a progressive spiral like this, where each segment has shares a ratio with its neighboring segments. And specifically, each segment here shares a 1.618 aspect ratio with the following segments. And so because this is a rigid mathematical structure that can set the parameters for harmonious curves and shapes, it can also be a useful tool in other kinds of composition as well, including maybe the layout of components on a screen. So now we'll get an idea of how that would look in code.
Mm-hmm. If we can switch to, yes. So let's do some coding. I've created a sample here where I'm building a golden ratio widget. And I'm going to take advantage of some of the built-in building blocks in Flutter to create this ratio. So first of all, the golden ratio width and height ratio on it is, let's see, 1.618. So I'm going to use the aspect ratio widget. And I'm going to create a child where I subdivide the two areas on my widget by using a flexbox. And inside my aspect ratio widget, I want to have two areas that have the exact same ratio. In this case, I'm going to use flexible with a flex value of 1618, since it's an integer. And I'm going to place our primary child widget here and add another area to my flexbox. OK. So let's sorry. All right. Oh. 1 second, let me. OK. So now, when I resize this widget, I should be able to see that the ratio between the width and height is preserved. And the area between the two elements are preserved as well. So if I launch this in a browser and start resizing the browser, you can see that no matter how I change my browser window, it keeps the same ratio intact. So when I have more vertical space, as you see, there's too much empty space here. So if I had a primary and secondary content, I would probably want to rotate this. And Flutter provides built-in widgets to accomplish this, but I'd like to show you how much control you have with Flutter in terms of controlling these layouts. So I'm going to use a layout builder widget. And what the layout builder widget enables you to do is check the constraints of your container. So I can decide to build different children based on the container's constraints. So if we take this code and simply paste it and save, you'll see it will do a hot restart in the browser and start vertically aligning to the two areas. So as I play around with my container size, the layout will change to accommodate the constraints. So we can take this and start nesting it, in which case you can have golden ratios and you can have these layout containers nicely create expressive designs. So the power of Flutter is that you have fine-grained control now. When you do responsive designs, you don't just look at your browser's size, but you can create layouts based on your container's constraints. Back to slides.
Yeah, if we go back to slides, we can take a look at a more practical example of this with the example app Rally. And Rally is one of the material study apps that's based around personal finance. So you can see that the screen is made up of all of these different widgets that all have different kinds of information that are not only presenting different kinds of content to the user, but also performing different tasks for the user. So I'm going to take a look at how that kind of responsive behavior would react in an environment like this. On large screens in Rally, you get this broad dashboard kind of overview feeling where each widget has plenty of space to show the information that it needs to. You've got dedicated space for navigation and also for the alerts on the other side. And as you start to move between devices to something like a tablet, things start to rearrange themselves. So the dashboard widgets that you saw before are now lined up, and alerts still has that reserved space on the side. And when you go even smaller, things continue to change. So the navigation componentry changes from a rail navigation to these customized tabs along the top. And now everything exists in one vertical column, and alerts are still prioritized at the top. So it's important to recognize here that Rally isn't just adapting componentry and layout across sizes, but it's also reprioritizing elements on screen to preserve the user's mental model of how all of this information is related and what the content means. And so we can see in this simpler example how a cohesive navigation structure might work across devices. So you can see on mobile, the app uses bottom navigation, and it seamlessly adapts to rail navigation at medium screen sizes and a persistent nav drawer at larger sizes. So as the screen space increases or decreases, you're also changing the amount of space, the visual weight, the priority, and also the ergonomic qualities that are given to navigational components. And as you heard in the keynote earlier, Flutter is working on making this happen right now.
So as we get closer to a production quality release with Flutter Web, and handle more and more use cases, we want to make sure Flutter is a great citizen on the web. And part of this is following web standards and taking advantage of the latest web APIs that are available across these browsers. But most importantly, we want to build it in a way that respects web user experiences. And since we launched the technical preview, we've been working hard on making sure all the inputs, all the widgets behave in a way that users on the web platform are accustomed to. So we have been working on text editing, clipboard support, spelling autocorrect in inputs, things like keyboard navigation. Because Flutter's roots were in mobile, for a long time, there was no need for keyboard navigation or tooltips or hover events. So all of these have been added to Flutter, and we make sure that these get translated and run on the web platform based on standards. So when I talk about Flutter Web to teams at Google, 3 questions keep on coming up over and over again. So the first one is code size. How big is Flutter Web? How big is the material app? The second one I get very frequently is once they see that we are literally using Flutter's same framework, identical framework, to render elements on the screen, they say, oh, you're painting everything. So accessibility must not work. So that's the second one. They ask about accessibility. And the third one is, this is teams that are using Flutter already for mobile use cases at Google. They ask about their favorite plugin and whether we have added web support to it. So to answer some of these, in terms of performance, today a material app written in Flutter is about 300 kilobytes gzipped. It starts around that number. And our team is hard at work getting that number even lower. And this year, we started making changes in the Flutter framework itself to make it much more performant when it comes to rendering on the web. And the performance optimizations we're doing for the web are actually benefiting all of the other platforms. So one of them is retaining layers. So when you update a portion of your application state and call setState, Flutter repaints that portion of the screen. So we made sure that we don't create or destroy DOM nodes inside the browser over and over again as we're painting and updating the UI. So if you have an infinitely scrolling list, it will reuse those DOM nodes as you are scrolling and update their contents. So Liam, how about accessibility?
Right. So to speak to accessibility, we've got a little video here that where we're demonstrating TalkBack, which is already supported on Android, as well as VoiceOver on iOS. And screen reader support for desktop web is currently in testing. So some of the features that you would expect that are already implemented for assistive technologies across platforms include things like UI traversal, traversal order, UI interaction cues like tappable, labels, editable, incrementable, images, live regions, and checkables. But as for Hot said, it might be surprising to hear that all of this works, given that Flutter is painting everything. So I'm interested to know how it's implemented.
And again, here we chose to go with web standards. For accessibility, we use standard ARIA attributes on DOM elements. So the thing we do differently is we create a separate semantic tree on top of your visual tree. So in many Flutter applications, we found that the number of semantic nodes is a lot fewer than the elements you need to actually render your scene. So we're able to create a much smaller semantic tree and overlay it with ARIA attributes and enable accessibility for the web.
As Farhat said, everyone's favorite plugins are the third big question from product teams at Google. And the web has a very rich set of APIs and is constantly adding support for new technologies too. So Flutter for Web gives you access to these APIs through web plugins.
And to give you an example of a plugin, this is the most commonly used plugin in Flutter. It's called Shared Preferences. And it allows you to save and load app preferences on your local device. So if you were to implement this in an iOS project, if you were building a native app, you would use NS user defaults. If you were implementing this in a browser, you would likely use either local storage or IndexedDB to store your settings. And if you are on a Windows desktop, for example, you would use the Windows storage APIs with local settings. So plugins basically give Flutter access to platform-specific interfaces. And in this case, it shields you from all that detail that's under the hood. And you can simply code against the plugin's public interface, use its APIs, and when we compile an AOT binary or we create a JavaScript bundle, these simply work. And if you build your own web plugins to, for example, interop with the JavaScript library you already have, you can easily add these now to your Flutter project by providing them in your pubspec YAML file. So we're happy to announce that we have the first set of plugins now published and available. And a big thank you to our Flutter community. We got great contributions on some of these plugins to make them available to you today. So Flutter is evolving from a mobile framework to cover desktop and web experiences as well. And working with early access partners, we have identified some of the best use cases for using Flutter Web today. So these early access partners are they're dog fooding some of their apps. They're getting very close to shipping their apps into production. And we worked closely with them to both unblock any features they needed to launch and get Flutter Web ready for our beta launch. And the first use case is really simple. If you have a mobile Flutter app today, you can simply recompile it and serve it on the mobile web. The second use case is apps where you create and edit content, typically on a larger screen with a keyboard. But the main app still lets you consume the content on mobile devices. So some of our partners create basically two Flutter apps, and one is primarily for mobile, and the other one is targeted towards laptops and desktops. So the third one we're very excited about is embedded interactive content. This is a great way to add Flutter to your websites today. So you can build rich interactive experiences using Flutter and then host them inside your website.
So we hope that you're excited about Flutter for Web and beta and building rich expressive experiences and all the technical capabilities as well. We welcome feedback, and we really hope that you'll share with us and continue sharing with us the things that you're creating, because we really like to see the beautiful stuff that you're making with Flutter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Flutter Q&A here at Flutter Interact. We've done a little switching around of hosts again. We got Kate up here with us.
In the hot seat.
Yeah, and we have John in the moderator seat.
Yep, I'm over here. I'm back in the moderator chair asking the questions that you post on Twitter.
We also have a new interviewee, somebody I'm very excited to have with us. So this is Jen Creighton. She's the front-end architect at The Wing, and you are a noted React expert. You speak in the React community and help people get up to speed with React, right?
Yes, yes. Very, very into React. When you asked me to be here, I was like, you know.
And I was like, that's what we want. We want the React knowledge. This is great.
I mean, but I'm a big fan also of seeing other communities. I'm a big fan of learning new technologies. So React is definitely what I work with all the time, but I'm always happy to learn something new.
Yeah. And this is, we talk all the time, Flutter is a great way to build apps, but it's not the only way. It's one more tool in the toolbox. And so we wanted to make sure we showed that here at Ask Flutter. So we have some questions, since this is Ask Flutter. We got a few. And let me start off with one. I thought it'd be fun to sort of see how you would approach something and how we would approach something and where the overlap is. So this is a question from Samir Ahmad. He asked, what is the best way to manage global and local state?
Okay.
So how do you handle that in React?
So what we're thinking about when we're talking about, global versus local state in React is often this question of what do you store where? Because we always have some sort of global state. And then you may or may not have local state. Now, the biggest question that I always get with this too is where to save things like, is a modal open? Or is a drop-down open? Or something like that.
It's like pure UI questions,
pure
right?
UI, yeah.
Yeah.
And my question is always, what else needs to know about that state? So if literally nothing else needs to know about it, it's local. And it's always good to actually start local and then see if anything else needs it and then move it up to global
So
state.
it sort of graduates to a higher plane of existence of state.
Yeah, it's sort of easier to go from that up than it is to go from that down.
Right.
And yeah, if it's used throughout, sometimes you do save UI state globally. So modals are actually a really good example of this, where you might need to close a modal and then open up another one. And so you actually do need some state management at the very top level for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds very familiar to the concerns you'd have with Flutter, right? You certainly have stateful widgets, lower in the tree that might be tracking things like an animation.
Yeah, exactly.
Or something like that. That's still a stateful widget, but you don't necessarily, the time that you need to bring state up, into a global state or something like that would be if you have two widgets that are sort of different parts of the tree, you need something above them that they could both look up to get the state that they need.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds very similar.
It's very comparative.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Right. So you have a question, right?
I do. I wrote this one down earlier. This is from Max Miracle in New Zealand.
Hey, a Kiwi.
They wanted to know, how can I avoid messiness in Flutter? Sometimes with piecing all the widgets together, it can get a little overwhelming sometimes. And so maybe some best practices in clean code.
Yeah, this is something I've actually seen you speak on.
Yes.
So this is pretty cool. It's a great question.
So this is my, I would say, niche within React, actually.
Great
is
job, Max.
component architecture. Really, I loved component architecture. I really love that React is declarative, and that really helps me with this. So some of my things that I see very often in React, I don't know if they apply to Flutter, but a lot of times I see things like a lot of if-else statements or ternary operators to say, no, actually render this thing instead. And I'm like, oh, actually, what if we broke this out into two separate components? And they actually can manage their own thing. You're gonna see maybe a little bit of duplication, but maybe we could clean that up some other way. But mostly, it should be broken out. And so my advice to a lot of people starting out in React is more components, not less. More components. Go towards that.
So fewer total properties in going into more different components.
Yeah, because we actually talked about this just really slightly before this, that I do a talk where I talk about the apocalypse, which is when you have like a million props that you're sending into a React component. And when you're doing that, like that is when you're probably sending in either business logic that doesn't need to be there. And usually you can just go ahead and pull that out into a separate function, give it to a parent somewhere and kind of pass it down that way, or connect to Redux or something like that. Oh, I lost my train of thought.
Happens to me all the time.
Or it needs to be broken out into separate components. So you're doing too much in one component. You're relying on one component to give you back how many different states. And so that's really the first thing that I usually tell people to do is break those up into more components. Don't try and put everything in one component. I mean, technically, in React, your entire app could be one component. It literally could be, where you're passing in all the props that would ever be used. But why would you do that?
Right.
Yeah.
And then the question is, well, why would you do that farther down the chain either? So that's usually my baseline advice on that.
It's certainly possible in Flutter to load up a widget with 14 parameters in its constructor and named optional things.
You know, it's possible to really roll your own widgets so easily that it can, balloon out of proportion sometimes. So kind of keeping those best practices in mind is very helpful.
Let me ask you sort of a follow-up. This is something that we get asked about a lot in Flutterland, and something that I wonder about. How do you separate business logic from presentation logic with React components? Do you just say this is a component, and I'm going to make it a purely business logic component, and this one's just going to be for display and presentation?
Sometimes. So earlier when React was newer on the scene, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, there was this idea of presentational components that were really just meant to put in some props and they were going to present something, and then components above that would actually handle the business logic. And that's not necessarily the case anymore. It was a good rule to get started with, and I still think it helps you as you get started with React. But normally, you're starting to rely on less components, but more functions that handle the business logic and pass things down. Or you're relying on connecting to a state management library like Redux or MobX or something like that, and you're using that to store business logic in there.
And so your lower components don't really have a ton of business logic to do generally.
Yeah.
Which is certainly the case with Flutter too, because you can use Redux with Flutter obviously, but even if you're using something like Block or some other state management solution, you're probably using an inherited widget somewhere, and all your lower widgets are just going straight up the tree to go find what they need from a business logic perspective.
Yeah. And it makes it so you can reuse a lot of your components down the tree. If you're embedding it with business logic, what you're really doing is you're locking it into place. You're saying you can only use this with this logic. And to change it starts to get really, really messy, and you're going to be like, I'm just going to add a little prop here and a little prop there. And then you have 50 plus props,
and then you have the
it's the apocalypse. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Well, that's about all the questions that we had for you. Thank you so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it.
I hope, if you don't mind setting your microphone right back down there, and you can go right back to enjoying the event. Jen Creighton, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Let's do
do
it.
some more questions.
John,
you're in the moderator seat. What do you have for us?
Yeah, so this question is, how do I get started contributing with Flutter? If I want to actually work on the framework, how do I get started contributing?
That's a good question to hear.
That is a really good question. In fact, I am so glad that you asked.
As someone who contributes to the framework personally, go for it. Yeah.
And first of all, every time I see a first-time contributor, I am so excited. It's one of the most thrilling moments ever. I try to roll out the welcome wagon as digitally as possible with emojis and everything, because everyone is welcome. Everyone is welcome to contribute to Flutter.
Sometimes people are afraid to try and contribute. They're worried that someone's going to code review their stuff and be like, well, this is awful code. Why would you trouble us with this?
And I felt that way too. It can be a bit daunting, the first time that you go around GitHub and you consider contributing to an open source project. And so I'm here to tell you that you can do it. If you look at our wiki, maybe we can pull it up. We do have a contributor's guide that kind of gives you the how to set up your environment and how to find something to work on when you first look at potential things to submit a pull request for. My personal favorite, what's near and dear to me, is working on documentation changes. It takes away the fear of, oh gosh, I don't want to break anything. I don't want to, dip my toe into the water and make a big mistake. So working on some of our documentation, like submitting a little bit of sample code or something like that, is not only a great way to get started, it's a great way to learn, and it also helps other people learn and contribute to the project as well. So check it out.
Yeah, the docs and tests. You add a test to something,
Tests
people are going to
are
love
always
you.
great. Tests are wonderful.
Yeah, you never have enough tests. That's something that I'm sure the engineering team is always happy to see somebody being like, oh, there's not enough tests for this. Let me do a little work on that. So yeah, there's a contributor's guide on the wiki. You can check that out on how to get your machine set up and things like that. And again, Flutter is a safe space. We have a code of conduct for code reviews and everything like that. If you show up and you're really putting effort in, people will welcome you, and they'll be very happy to have you.
We can't wait to see you, so check it out.
All right, John, what else?
Yes, we've gotten a lot of questions about whether I should be using Visual Studio Code or Android Studio. Are we going to come out with Flutter Studio? So what's the deal with IDEs?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, do we want to get into this Thunderdome?
We can cover it because we just announced a whole bunch of other tools that now suddenly integrate with Flutter and can generate Flutter code. So one of the 4 pillars of Flutter is openness, and that applies to a lot of things, including the tools that we integrate with. So Flutter has 3 fully supported IDEs. There's Android Studio, there's IntelliJ IDEA, which is the one that I personally use, and Visual Studio Code. And there are significant numbers of people using all 3 of those. They're all supported by the Flutter team. We have people working on those plugins and adding features to them and so on and so forth. Flutter itself and the language server that provides like analysis messages and stuff like that, though, they're open too. You can hook them up to something like VI or Emacs. There are folks in the engineering team, like Hans is a dedicated Emacs user.
Yes.
I've never seen somebody move so fast.
I actually use 2 of them. I use Visual Studio Code when I'm working on like a sample or trying to identify what's going on in a bug. And the actual framework code, I work on it in Android Studio. So I switch back and forth. And I don't know why, but what's really great is the fact that it works in both. And rather than having one dedicated IDE, it's whatever you like best.
Yeah, and if you work in some other editor that you wish worked with Flutter, I bet you can find other people that work in that, and you could just start working on a plugin with them. Who knows? All right, what do you have, John? What's next?
Yeah, so this question is from Mayor G on Twitter, and the question is coming from the San Francisco Bay Area. The question is, can Dart be compiled to WebAssembly? What about WebAssembly?
So
WebAssembly. We just had that talk on web.
Yeah, and that was about Skia compiled to WebAssembly, if I believe. So let's see. So right now, pure Dart code cannot be compiled to WebAssembly itself. That's not something that it's able to do. I think the garbage collection isn't quite the same, and they're still working on it or something like that. If you are looking for better performance, though, from a Dart application, the Canvas Kit experiment that they're working on right now, and if you just saw Ferhat's talk, you saw him talk about it, that provides a significant speed update using a WebAssembly compiled version of Skia, the graphics library. So if that's interesting to you, that's definitely something to look into. And it is very performant. The first time I saw it, I thought they were running it as a desktop app. It was
really?
Yeah, it's crazy. So, but yeah, there you go.
What else do you have for us, John?
Yeah, so this question is from Jeffrey Liu on Twitter. The question is around how to record a video of a widget. So is there a way to record a video of a widget?
Oh, wow. So to
record a video.
I know how to take a screenshot of a widget.
Yeah, and I know that there are some devices that do provide screen recording. I think that iOS certainly does have a feature that will screen record for you. But if you don't have I'm not sure, I'm not as familiar with Android, to be honest.
So I have the good fortune of working with Greg Spencer, who is the engineer that does a lot of the tooling for Flutter's documentation. So you may have gone to Flutter's docs, and sometimes there'll be all manner of things embedded in there to try and give you a better idea of what the widget does. And I remember seeing in the curves library, they have videos of curves.
Yes.
And these are, if we go into the laptop, you can actually run these and see, if you put a curve on an animation, what does that curve look like? I hadn't, you don't necessarily know what bounce in, bounce out looks like until you actually see it. And I believe
this was actually recorded using an open source script that Greg wrote so that we could create these sort of demos for our references. It's assets for API docs.
Oh, you're on the engineering team, so okay.
Yeah, and this is open source, so you can take a look at it. And there's also instructions on how to use it, and lots of examples of how we've used it, because all of our examples that you'll see in our API documentation have been generated by this script. And occasionally we will just run them all over again just to make sure that they're all up to date and they all match spec. So I encourage you to check it out. And if you like it, feel free to use it. It's very handy. And yeah.
Oh my, there's a lot
yeah,
of
there's
tooling.
a lot of, there's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so as with everything with Flutter, it's all open source. You can always go look at the code. There's packages in here. Ooh, diagrams.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
It's like a 2-image. So I've actually talked to Greg about this before, but it was a while back. I think this is it, take snapshot. And what he does is repeatedly take snapshots and then uses a tool to sort of merge them together into a video. So that's definitely something that you can look into. Again, this is one of the nice things about open source. You can check this out, publish your own version of widget to MPEG or something like that, and make a little community for yourself. All right.
Cool.
So we have another interviewee that we're about to bring on, and it is Will Larch from the Material team. Will, come on over.
Welcome, good to see you.
Hey, always the best dressed engineer I know.
Thank you for joining us.
There we go. There you go, just go ahead and get seated there. And
are you enjoying the event today?
It's wonderful, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
Yeah,
It
they've
is.
done such a great job. It's so nice to see everybody so inspired and excited, and we're all here for the thing that we love. So it's kind of a great thing to do. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we've collected, just like with some of our other guests, we've already gone through the internet and seen what questions people are asking and what you might like to answer. And so we've picked out a few for you.
I'm ready. I can do this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Here we go. Can you talk about how material on Flutter has changed now that desktop support is being added? Some of our most familiar widgets are typically in one certain form factor, but that changes with desktop.
So true. We in Material are really interested in our guidance for desktop and making sure that we have a good experience for developers and designers who are using Material and designing for desktop, because user expectations are different. We know this. So we've been working closely with the Flutter team specifically on those new guidelines that we'll be releasing early in the next year. And they'll have inside them a couple of new components, one of which we showed today in the Vision keynote that Matthias was talking about. It's a tree, kind of like for like file system directory going.
The data tree.
Yeah, it's a tree, yeah.
Yeah, there's an earlier version of that in a sample that just landed in the samples repository for desktop.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, so github.com/flutter/samples.
Yeah, so that's one, and an engineer on my team is working on a navigation rail right now, which is something that we also showed. It's bottom nav when you're on mobile, but then when you're on desktop, it takes all those buttons and puts them on the side, kind of like you would see in Gmail on the web. And so we're working on having automatic experiences to be able to go between those for people who aren't working with a designer, so that they can have a good mobile experience and a good desktop experience. But then the biggest thing is that we've been working with the Flutter team on what we call density, which is how much room we give to individual components. Material design was created mobile first, so it's all about touch. So even when we're on the web, we're really concerned about making sure there's enough room for people's fingers, and 48 pixel touch targets. We'll be reducing that, making click targets that are more appropriate for a mouse or some other kind of mouse-like input. Yeah. So those are the changes that will be coming or have already begun to show up for desktop support in the designs.
That's great.
Yeah, the density thing especially is interesting, because if you talk about potentially having something running on like an Android TV and you have that living room experience,
you want the opposite.
The density for that is completely different than what you'd have on a...
Exactly. Yeah, at I/O, when we were talking in the Beyond Mobile talk, we were talking about passive experiences, part of the ambient computing world. And a lot of times when you're dealing with things that are passive that people aren't interacting with, you maybe have one call to action or two, like a button or two, and they have to be big, and they have to be easily seen, and from far away, as people get up to them, maybe they can change, but yeah, so that's the opposite of the kind of density that we're looking at on desktop. Then the great thing about our density subsystem, as we're calling it, is that it'll be flex enough to go in both directions, larger and smaller.
Good stuff.
So I also have a question, but I have a feeling this is going to take us off on a bit of a tangent. So I know you have one more.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, what's the process of things getting added to Material, right? Who decides really which components are added and what they're like?
That's a good question.
Because you're an engineer, right? More than working on the design spec itself,
Correct.
right?
I am an engineer, yeah. But the great thing about working in Material, even if you're an engineer, is that it's a very, very collaborative environment. When somebody, a designer or an engineer, has an idea for a component, it becomes something that everybody kind of puts their input into, and small teams may go off and iterate on what they think the actual spec for something would be, but they have to listen to the engineers to make sure that it's, a cromulent idea and then not something that just wouldn't make any sense, which we had seen before in the past, like with the very first version of Material, they weren't working with engineers, and some things then had to change later on as we realized what was possible and what wasn't. So a lot of times it's either just somebody has an idea or we see something, or people in the real world are using it so much that we're like, we can't ignore this. Something that recently happened that's really interesting is a lot of apps for the past few years have had fabs embedded into the bottom nav. Like the center button is actually a fab. I think you see that on Instagram, Evernote, and then it creates whatever you're in. And so we had been telling people caution against using that because we think that's an anti-pattern, but we hadn't finished the research on it, which my team actually recently helped with. We built out Flutter prototypes for a bottom nav with a fab in several different designs that our designers came up with. We tested them in Tamil in India, we tested them in Hindi in India, Portuguese in Brazil, and English in America, and found out that people understand it, they like it, and now we've removed the caution from the guidelines. So if you go to the guidelines now, it actually won't say anymore a caution for that pattern. And so that's just, the real world was using it, we saw it, we verified, is this a good idea? It is, and hopefully soon we'll be bringing that as an actual feature into the component in Flutter to make it easier for people.
That's really great. Feedback in action.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's really cool. So I have one last question for you. This is one we got during the break, and I was like, that's a Will question right there. This is from Michael T. Soa.
Hi, Michael.
Hopefully I'm pronouncing your last name right there, Michael. And he asked about the new Material Gallery. He said, is the new gallery going to be available in the Play Store? And I thought maybe we could let that lead us into the Material Gallery. We could show it to folks a little bit.
Yes, the new gallery should be on the Play Store today.
Oh, wow.
Do a refresh, Michael. Maybe you'll see it.
Pull the refresh in the Play Store app. But do you want to just real quick take a brief tour of it? Because we also landed it in our GitHub samples repo, so folks can check out the code there.
Yeah, this was a real fun collaboration that we did with a design agency in London called Toaster.
Yeah, let's get into the laptop here. And so we do have gallery right here. And we have the gallery itself, and then some packages of tools that are used for the translations, I think it is.
We have a lot of internationalization stuff in this app. I believe we support over 50 languages.
Oh, wow.
And we wanted this to be a great example for internationalization best practices and accessibility best practices. And so we actually internationalized our accessibility. So if you're on a screen reader in China and you want it played back in Chinese, it'll still work for you.
Wow.
So
that is really great.
We're pretty proud of that.
And so this is the gallery itself, right?
Yeah, but turn it on in dark mode. That's where it really shines.
So there's,
here
I know
in the
there's a menu
settings.
here.
Theme,
got it. I'm not cool enough to have my
There we go.
Very
dark mode
cool.
just globally.
Yeah, we actually designed dark theme first for this because we know that that's what our audience mostly uses.
So just like we're mobile first, we're dark first now.
Yes, I think everybody likes dark theme. Isn't that a world we could live in?
Yeah, that's true. I use it for my editors.
I've
That's
seen
true.
so many mentions online saying come over to the Dart side, but I guess now it's truly come over to the dark side.
I'm there. I'm ready.
All right. So what's, like, if I wanted to start with this, what would I be looking at here? What would I go check out?
You'll see the top row is a carousel that's got some studies in it. These are official material design studies that we built out to be totally responsive. So this is Rally. It's like a finance app. But yeah, drag that corner until the breakpoint. Keep going left. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm going to close my email. It's always a good thing to do when you're on a live camera
so
feed.
that people don't know your conversation. Okay. There we go. Then the mobile view happens. Yeah. So we actually worked really closely with Hans Muller, who's the TL on the Flutter side for Material. Like I'm the TL for. He's the Flutter. He's the Material TL in Flutter. I'm the Flutter TL in Material. We're very close partners, and we worked with him on figuring out what best practices for adaptive layout we wanted to show people. So feel free to go into any of those studies and see how we're doing adaptive layout by looking at the media query and having some helper functions in there. You can actually take our adaptive.dart file if you see it anywhere. Just bring it with you into your next project and know that that's a performant way that we officially endorse for making different layouts.
I know that was a question that you went into this project with, is how do we make it responsive? And that's the best practice that emerged, right?
Yes.
Use a media query and let that define how you choose to build
Yes.
one layout versus another.
We really weren't sure, and it turns out that using a media query really is the best way. Yeah. And so this is another study. This is Crane. And so if you go back out of this, you can see that underneath the studies, we're bringing in the demos from the original gallery into the different sections. We've got
Shrine, yep.
Yeah, we've
Very
got
familiar with
Shrine. Yep. And then underneath them, oh, well, there I am.
Yeah, the ginger scarf.
Yeah.
I didn't
We
know
can't
that you were
afford
in there.
models.
I had never
Yeah,
seen
we
that
can't
before.
afford models all the
Oh,
time.
I'm going to see it
So-
every time now.
You know, Shrine actually has a new a variant on a new component in it. So this has, when you're on mobile, the expanding app bar at the bottom. We actually worked with the designers to figure out what that would look like on desktop for the very first time. And so they put it over here on the side.
What was the expanding bottom sheet is now the expanding right
Side sheet, I guess.
There you go.
We're just calling it an expanding sheet right now, yeah. And then what this animation would look like. So the material designers are really considering what is important for desktop.
Cool.
And then here we have just, your regular component demos for learning things. What's really great is each of them has not each of them, many of them have an options menu where you see slightly different versions of the components. And then if you click this button, Code Sample, you'll see the actual code for the sample that you're looking at. So this should one-to-one match up to what's going on over here, which should be really useful to
Nice.
people. Yeah.
So again, this is right now in our samples repo at github.com/flutter/samples. And this hosted version that's on the web, you can get to right now at flutter.github.io/samples.
That's right, yeah.
Well, cool.
Isn't
That's
that great?
about
That's
all
really
the time we
great.
have so far for
what
you.
a
So I
shame,
got to say
so
goodbye. We're
fast.
going to take some more questions.
Thank you so much,
But
Will.
thank
It's
you
been
so much
awesome.
for
My
joining
pleasure.
us.
Thank you for having me.
You can leave your microphone right there and go back to enjoying the event. All right. So we have
All right.
time for
So
one
we've
more
got time
question. What do we
for-
have?
Yeah, we've got time for one more question, and then we're going to be cutting to a few more talks. So the first question here, and the last question, is from Patrick in Kenya. And Patrick is wondering, how do I override the red screen, like the red error screen, when you overflow a widget and the red and white and yellow lines in the widget?
Right.
Yeah, so I used to know how to do this.
Oh, okay. So
I know,
for
I've
those
looked-
of you who may not know, sometimes when you have something go horribly wrong in constructing all of your widgets and putting together the puzzle piece of your app, you'll get a red screen that gives you feedback and tells you something did not work, and this is what it was, and you should go fix it, and then I'll show you what it looks like. And I've seen on GitHub recently that people have been asking for a feature to be able to override that, but I think that it already is possible to override.
Let's tell you what. Let's go to the laptop here for a second, and
It would be the error widget.
I literally used to know how to do this. Let me do Flutter error widget.
Let's see what we can find. Yeah.
I'm just going to Google this. Okay.
The community provides.
Here we go.
It's amazing, really. So there you go. You can
Yeah.
actually override the
there is-
red screen with whatever you like.
That's it. It's this bit, the error widget.builder. So yeah, there's a widget with a static method. I think it's a builder that you could just override that, and then that becomes the builder for your red widget. You can make it some other color or blank in your production app or whatever you like. So thank you to the Ayush who wrote this article. There you go. All right. So that's about all the time that we have to take questions in this segment. So we're going to turn you over to some other great talks. This is actually the last Q&A segment that we have today.
I know.
So if we didn't get to your question, we're actually going to go back on Twitter and see how many of these that we can answer, because we really appreciate you being here with us. We love when we have a chance to talk to the folks out there working with Flutter. But we're going to turn you over to two more talks. We have designing and building clock displays.
Yes,
with
which will be great for anyone who is preparing a clock design for the latest contest that we have.
Yep.
Flutter.dev/clock.
There you go.
Yeah, so that'll be a great talk.
And we also have Victor and Dan doing accessibility. So they'll be talking about that, how you can make sure that you have everything working there. So enjoy those, and we'll see you later.
See you later.
With Flutter, removing a widget completely is easy. You just rebuild without it. But what if you need that widget to disappear, but still take up space, so the rest of your layout stays where it is, the way iOS is hidden and Android's invisible work? Try an opacity widget. Just wrap your widget with opacity, set the value to 0, and you're all set. You can also use opacity for blending one child of a stack onto another. And if you want to animate a change in opacity, there's an animated opacity widget too. Just give it an opacity and a duration, and when you rebuild, it animates the change automatically. For more info on opacity and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io.
Flutter and Dart are asynchronous by nature. With Dart's futures, you can manage I/O without worrying about threads or deadlocks. But how do you build widgets when a future's involved? Enter Future Builder, the future of handling, well, futures. Future Builder lets you easily determine the current state of a future and choose what to show while the data's loading and when it's available. Start by giving Future Builder a future and then a builder. But make sure to check the state of the future with connection state and display an appropriate widget when your future's busy. Finally, it's good practice to check that no errors occurred while your future was resolving. There are other connection states that you can use. For more info on Future Builder and all the other Flutter widgets, head on over to flutter.io. Flutter has a powerful animations engine for adding motion and effects to your Flutter app. But sometimes you just need to do something simple, like fading in a widget. And Flutter has you covered. Flutter has a bunch of transitions ready to drop into your Flutter app. Let's take a look at Fade Transition. A fade transition lets you fade a widget in and out. It takes a child and an animation, but where's the animation come from? Well, first we create an animation controller to set the duration, and then we create an animation, giving the start and end opacity values and animating via the controller. Finally, we start the animation by calling forward on the controller. It's a good idea to wrap a fade transition in a stateful widget so you can manage its state and clean up once it's done. For more info on fade and other transitions, head on over to flutter.io. It's pretty easy to add a floating action button in Flutter. Simply add the fab into your scaffold. But what if you have a bottom navigation bar and you want to embed that fab in it? Well, Flutter's got you covered. First, add a bottom navigation bar to your scaffold, then use floating action button location to embed the fab. Want it in the center? Try changing end docked to center docked. And there you have it. Your floating action button is now neatly embedded in your bottom navigation bar. For more info on floating action buttons and navigation bars, head on over to flutter.io.
With Flutter, it can be easy to create a great-looking screen full of awesome widgets. But how hard is it to create a bunch of screens and let your user swipe between them? If you use the Page View widget, turns out it's not that hard at all. The first thing you need is a page controller, which manages swipe detection and provides the animation. Use the initial page property to set which page it starts on. Then, create your pages using the Page View widget and give it the controller and the pages to show. Want to scroll your pages vertically? Just set the scroll direction to vertical. And that's it. By using Page View and Page Controller, your users can swipe through the screens to their heart's content. For more info on Page View and all the other Flutter widgets, head to flutter.io.
With Flutter, making a scrollable grid of widgets is easy with Grid View. But what about if you have a grid of widgets that you don't want to scroll? That's what Table is for. Especially if you have widgets of different sizes, there's no need to build up your own tree of custom-sized rows and columns. Table can resize children widgets to accommodate all of its contents. You can specify how widgets are aligned vertically and the relative widths of columns horizontally. You can set the specific behavior for individual columns with the column widths parameter. Use the border parameter to add a border decoration around your table. For more info on Table and all the other Flutter widgets, check out flutter.io. Have you ever wanted to give your app a fancy animated header that changes appearance as you scroll, or maybe even disappears? You can with Sliver App Bar. Sliver App Bar is used with Custom Scroll View to provide custom scroll behavior for the app bar. The word sliver may give you the shivers, but it's really just a funny word for a portion of a scrollable area. You can think of slivers as a lower-level interface providing finer-grained control on implementing scrollable areas. The flexible space parameter goes hand in hand with the expanded height parameter. You can set both for a different height and appearance of your app bar when it is expanded to its full size. Set the floating parameter to true to make the app bar reappear when you scroll down, even if you haven't reached the top of the list. For more info on Sliver App Bar, Custom Scroll View, and all the other Flutter widgets, head over to flutter.io. List View and Grid View are perfect if you want to scroll through a list or a grid of items separately. But what if you want a list and grid to scroll together or create some other complex scrolling effect? That's what Sliver List and Sliver Grid are for. A sliver is just a portion of a scrollable area and goes inside a custom scroll view. Because slivers can lazily build each item just as it scrolls into view, slivers are particularly useful for efficiently scrolling through large numbers of children. Sliver List takes a delegate parameter, which provides the items in the list as they scroll into view. You can specify the actual list of children with a Sliver Child List delegate, or build them lazily with a Sliver Child Builder delegate. Sliver Grids also can specify children with a delegate or an explicit list. But there's some additional formatting for the cross-access dimension on a grid. Use the count constructor to specify how many items across the grid it should contain, or specify the maximum width of items to determine how many should fit across a grid with the extent constructor. For more info on Sliver List, Sliver Grid, and all the other Flutter widgets, head over to flutter.io.
Please welcome Dan Field and Victor Tsaran.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Dan Field. I'm a software engineer with the Flutter team.
Hi, my name is Victor Tsaran. I'm a technical program manager at Google working on accessibility in material design. You hear us talk a lot about accessibility, but actually what does it mean? Well, there's many, many definitions. I would send you to Wikipedia, but I'll spare you some time. What we mean here today is accessibility is when user interfaces are usable by anyone, including people with disabilities. According to World Health Organization, there are about over 1 billion people with disabilities in the world. Some of the examples include, for example, people who are completely blind or have some vision, for example, like myself. And I still can do things with a computer. I can use my mobile phone. In fact, I do my job at Google, thanks to technology. Also, people who are hard of hearing, they cannot hear anything, or they can hear some. Also, people who have physical disabilities, they can't use their hands to type on a keyboard. Or actually, anyone. Some of you may have gotten into some temporary, what we call temporary disabilities, where you may have injured your arm, or while doing skateboarding, or whatever else you guys like doing. So these things do happen to all of us, and technology is here to save us in some ways. And we've been using technology since ancient times to improve the lives. For example, we invented the wheel, fire, typewriter, smartphone, and so on and so forth. And accessibility is a way to make technology work for everyone, including people with disabilities. Specifically for Flutter, why we're really so passionate about accessibility in Flutter is because Flutter is this cross-platform solution that reaches millions of users out there. And through implementing accessibility in a consistent and friendly way for different platforms, we can make it easier on developers as well as for users to ensure that they have a consistent experience no matter which platform they're on.
Thanks, Victor. So how does accessibility work in Flutter? There's a few different areas to think about when you think about accessibility. It could be things like text contrast or screen readers, tap targets, the size of things that you want users to be able to interact with on your screen. At a basic level, a real easy way to break this down is when we think of Flutter, I think we tend to think of the widgets that we create for our app. And up on the screen here, I have a screenshot of the Hello World Flutter app that you're probably familiar with if you've ever done a Flutter Create application starting out. Each of these widgets corresponds to some number of semantic tree nodes. So we have the widgets tree, and we also have a semantics tree. Up on the screen here, you can see that we have our header with the Flutter demo homepage, which will have a semantics node that will say Flutter demo homepage and is annotated as a header. In the middle of the screen, you have pushed the button this many times. There's another node with 1 as the counter for the number of times you pushed the button. And then down towards the bottom, there's that floating action button, which has a increment tooltip or label on it, and that will also get annotated as being a button. The widget tree does not necessarily correspond one-to-one with the semantics tree in Flutter. So some nodes may get merged in, some number of widget nodes may get merged into a single semantic node. Or you might have the opposite, where what you think of as a single widget, you actually want read out as more than one semantic node for some reason. For example, that header node up at the top, that's an app bar with a text child, that all gets one semantic node. The two pieces of text in the middle, they're each getting their own semantic node. That button down at the bottom is actually multiple widgets composed together for the shape of the button, that it's a button, the label, the icon on the button, and so forth. But that all gets one semantics node in the end. Accessibility can be free. So the Flutter framework has been designed to be accessible out of the box, right? There are all of the stock widgets that you'd want to use. As long as you're filling in the relevant properties, they will be accessible. So for example, I on the screen now I have two different styles of button, right? That floating action button, and in the screenshot here, I have the tooltip activated. You can see it says increment. The framework is smart enough to know that because you put the tooltip widget in here, it will create a button semantic node that says tooltip as the label. Similarly, for our raised material button on the bottom, it says open on it, right? That open is a text child, but again, the framework's smart enough to know this is a button that should say open on it. Sometimes it's not going to come by default. If, for example, you have a really custom button that's just using a raw gesture detector, as opposed to using one of the out-of-the-box button widgets, or like some of our speakers spoke about earlier, if you're painting things directly on a canvas with a custom painter or something like a single child render object widget, in those cases, you're going to need to do a bit more work to tell Flutter how to create the semantics tree. So bespoke experiences need bespoke semantics. Just like as a designer, you're going to spend a significant amount of time thinking about how will my user interact visually with this app. Right? What's it going to look like? How is this animation or transition going to work? What kind of motion am I using? We also want to think about how is a user going to interact with my app if they're using assistive technology like a screen reader. All right? As an example of this, we took a look at the Shrine app from the new Flutter Gallery. And actually, this is somewhat similar to the Shrine app in the current Flutter Gallery. So if you're familiar with that, it's more or less the same. I have an animation up here of some interactions with the Shrine app. There is a drop-down menu from the top left. That lets you filter different products. There's a list of products that you can scroll in the middle of the screen. And then down there at the bottom, there's a cart button, which if you have products in it, you can tap it, see what you've added, remove products, or clear your whole cart. At a very sort of boiled-down, simplified level, we have a stack widget that has a fancy app bar with a drop-down, a special list view that gives us these scattered products, and a shopping cart, which can be expanded or collapsed. All right? Obviously, the real app's a bit more complicated than this, but for our purposes here, this is good enough. Now, we're going to want to look at how a user with a screen reader would interact with this. And Victor, you can tell us a bit more about TalkBack and how that works.
Just for today's session's purposes, we decided to use a TalkBack, which is a built-in screen reader on Android. And you won't see me in that video, but you will see me using the app. And so a quick primer on how screen reader works. There's really few things you need to know. When the user touches the screen, somebody who is completely blind, they will hear spoken feedback, or they should hear if everything works right. When you swipe right to go to the next element, you swipe left to go to the previous element, and if you want to activate the element of your choice or that interests you, you'd have to double tap. So why don't we watch a video of me trying to use in a Shrine app before any accessibility markup was applied.
Great.
Shrine a fashionable retail app. Double tap to act. Shrine, yep. Username, edit box. Password, cancel, button, next, button. Double tap to activate. Open menu Shrine, button, heading. Double tap to activate. Search, button. Double tap settings, button. Double tap to activate, all. Accessories. Double tap clothing. Double tap home. Double tap to activate, logout. Double tap to act. Stella sunglasses, $58, button. Vagabond sack, $120, button. Whitney belt, $35, button. Stud earrings, $34, button. Garden strand, $98, button. Double tap to activate. Varsity socks, $12. Gatsby hat, $40, button. Weave keyring, $16, button. Shrine bag, one, copper wire, gilt, blues, rock, rain, sub, chef, cork, place, kitchen, seat, white, plastic, chef, gentry, jet, sea breeze, navy trap, surf, Walter Henley, gingers, chevrolet, Ramona crop, classic white, shoulder, surf, great, fine lock, sunshine, back. Open menu Shrine. Back, button. Sunshine, back, button. Double tap.
That was painful, right? Well, there are a few things that just happened. Well, actually, they didn't happen. Some of them did happen and some didn't. Well, the first thing you may have noticed is that when I was swiping between elements, I was actually going through some elements that I wasn't supposed to hear or see because they were actually invisible on the screen, and yet my screen reader was able to get to them. So that was not nice. The bigger issue was, well, the second big issue was that when I was going through the buttons, I wasn't exactly sure if I hit that button, if I double tap on it, what was supposed to happen, which visually you probably knew this clicking the button would actually add the item to the shopping cart. But that would be only part of the problem. The biggest issue was that I wasn't even able to get to the shopping cart. What's the purpose of this app, right? Really to get you buy things. And so then, and the team, take it from here.
Sure. So what can we do about this? Some of these problems are widgets that had properties that could have been set, didn't have them. So for example, we had an image in there at one point, it went pretty quick, that really isn't relevant to someone using a screen reader. Images have a property called exclude from semantics. If they're purely there for just sort of visual flair and they have no real semantic meaning, we should just go ahead and exclude them. We can use semantics widgets to specially annotate widgets that are otherwise not quite getting the right thing. This can be used to control things like sort order, whether or not something's actually a button. If it is a button, what do we want TalkBack to say it does when you tap it? Right? Instead of just double tap to activate, could we make it say something better? Using merge semantics to pull certain nodes together that might have been separated. We didn't see an example of that in the video. Or using exclude semantics. All right, so a couple examples of what we went through and did to improve the screen reader experience. For that roll-down menu of the filtering products, and that's what you saw, the screen reader was jumping to invisible elements. There's actually two ways we could have approached this. So I'll first talk about what we actually end up doing here, but I'll mention another. We use an exclude semantics, right? A stack widget paints multiple widgets on top of each other. And you can, based on the state, you can control where those widgets are positioned and whether they're going to animate in or out and so forth. We want to actually just exclude the semantics based on whether or not a certain property is set to true. So it's very easy here to just add exclude semantics widgets to our tree. And this way, when the menu's not visible, it will not be part of the semantic tree, and it will not show up in the screen reader. Another strategy we could have taken here, and actually might have been a better one for this particular example, is to just exclude those widgets entirely from the tree in this case. Right? So only have that background widget there if we want to make the background part visible. But you could imagine cases where there's caching work being done there that you benefit from building it even before it's visible and so forth. And in that case, we still want to exclude the semantics so that the screen reader doesn't present a confusing or out-of-order experience. Another thing that we did is we realized that the cart, there were two problems with the cart. One, it wasn't reachable at all. It turned out that another member of the team, while working on the semantics for that back floating action button that you'll see again, they actually put the semantics node around something that ended up covering the cart, right? When they tested it for the back node, it looked like it was okay, but they'd never realized it ended up covering the cart. So that was one problem. Another problem was even after we got the cart uncovered so that it looked like it was visible in the semantics tree, it was down as the last thing. And you saw Victor had to scroll all the way through a large number of products, which could be sort of a deterrent to someone actually using the app going to check out. So for this, we used a sort order key. Right? In our stack here, we have two semantics nodes with a sort key. One with the ordinal sort key is 1, and then the second one that paints later and comes semantically later with a sort ordinal key of 0. This means when Flutter builds the semantics tree for this application, the shopping cart's going to come first, and you'll know easily how to get back and forth to the shopping cart. There are gestures in TalkBack that let you very quickly navigate to the first or last item on the screen. So with that, let's look at how our application changed after applying some of these fixes.
Gallery. China fashionable retail app. Double tap to. Username. Edit button. Password. Cancel. Button. Next. Button. Open menu shrine. Shopping cart. No items. Button. Double tap to activate. Open menu shrine. Button. Heading. Search. Button. Settings. Button. Stella sunglasses $58. Vagabond sack $120. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Whitney Bell $35. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Strutter rings $34. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Garden Strand $98. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Varsity socks $12. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Gatsby hat $40. Button. Double tap to add to cart. Shopping cart. 3 items. Button. Double tap to activate. Close cart cart. 3 items. Button. Remove Whitney belt. Button. Whitney belt quantity. 1x $35. Remove garden strand. Button. Garden strand quantity. 1x. Remove Gatsby hat. Button. Close cart cart. 2 items. Button. Remove Whitney belt. Whitney belt quantity. Remove Whitney belt. Button. Close cart cart. 1 item. Remove garden strand quantity. Remove garden strand. Close cart card. No items. Button. Total $0. Close cart card. No items. Shopping cart. No items. Button. Double tap to activate.
So if you have noticed with these changes, I was now able to, first of all, I didn't see those invisible elements, which was nice. I didn't care about them anyway in the first place. The second thing, I actually could hear really nice hints coming from TalkBack telling me to double tap to add to shopping cart, which is much friendlier than just saying to double tap to activate. That was really cool. But the coolest thing here, I was finally able to go find the shopping cart. And you notice as I was adding items to the shopping cart, the widget would actually reflect the number of items in the shopping cart at that particular moment. And when I opened the shopping cart and removed items one by one, that widget was also reflecting the number of items left in the shopping cart. So that was a much, much, much smoother, nicer experience. And if you wonder, the same experience would be available to anyone who is using voice-over screen video on iOS, because remember, Flutter is cross-platform, and so in that sense, we've achieved basically accessibility cross-platform.
Great. So how can we test with TalkBack? Maybe you're thinking, this is great, but I've never done this before. A really great way to start is just when you're going through your development process on a physical device, enable accessibility services. Turn on VoiceOver on iOS or turn on TalkBack on Android, and just see, what is this like? Is this usable for me as someone that's never even tried to use it before? It does have to be a physical device because the emulators and simulators don't quite provide the same accessibility experience. That's not so much a Flutter limitation as just the state of the world right now. Check your app with different text scaling options, right? In accessibility services on most platforms, users will have options to scale text up by as many as, say, 3 times. This is great for users that have, say, vision impairment or vision difficulties. What does your app look like when that happens? Are you seeing weird overflows that you weren't expecting? Is text flying off the screen now because it's bigger than you were anticipating before? And maybe you have a hard-coded value somewhere that you have to update, or something that wasn't quite as responsive as it should be. And then write widget unit tests. Semantics are enabled by default when Flutter runs unit tests. This is not necessarily the case when Flutter runs on a device, right? We only enable the semantics tree if you have accessibility services turned on, like TalkBack or VoiceOver. Or on Android, actually, there are some other applications that may request a user turn it on for some other accessibility reason other than screen reading. If you never test with accessibility services turned on, at least your widget test will, and it may catch issues that you otherwise would have missed. In particular, I'm going to highlight a few things here that the team has come up with to sort of help you determine if your widget is accessible or not. One of them is finding a widget by semantic label. So you're probably, if you've ever written a Flutter unit test, you probably have thought of finding something by the text label, right? That's like find.text 1 finds one widget, right? That would return true for this screen up here. Find by semantics label increment will also return true because that button down there has a tooltip of increment. And this can be a great way to make sure that for a given widget or on a given screen, you can, a screen reader would be able to find the label that you're expecting it to find. Another good one is text contrast guidelines. So on the screen highlighted here are places where there's text, including the button, because that's actually a font icon. This test will automatically rasterize the widget there and check if it meets, based on the WCAG accessibility contrast guidelines, is your widget readable? Is there sufficient contrast so that you meet those guidelines, right? And this will basically just test the whole screen that is currently in the test. And then finally, we have some around tap target sizes. One for Android and iOS, which have slightly different guidelines on how big a tap target should be. So are my buttons big enough so that a user can tap them? This is going to be particularly important for someone with, say, motor impairment, or even if they don't have motor impairment, they have big, larger fingers, or they have trouble pinpointing a specific location on the screen with their finger. I have that problem a lot. There's also our tap targets labeled, right? When a screen reader comes to something that's tappable, it's going to say, this is a button, right? You want it to say, this is a button that does fill in the blank, or this is the button for. If you have a label on there, you're going to get a much better experience. If you don't, this test will catch. You have a button on this, in this widget or a tap target somewhere in this widget, maybe use a custom gesture detector or something like that, and it's not properly labeled, right? So this is a great opportunity to make sure that you follow these guidelines and that you'll have a better experience for your users. Finally, where can you go to get help? So Flutter has documentation on accessibility available on our website. It provides a little bit more overview of some of the widgets I pointed out, like semantics and merge semantics and so forth, a little bit more information on how to activate screen readers on your chosen platform and how to test with them. There's also the material design accessibility site, which is, if you're using material design, great resource for how to make sure your components are accessible. And then finally, each other. We have a great community with Flutter, and we have some great community resources listed at flutter.dev/community, where we can turn to each other and look for help and advice, making sure we're designing not just for the visual, but also designing for all of our users and make sure we're reachable for everyone. All right.
Yeah, and with that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Please welcome Kim Tran and Jack Jessup.
Hi, I'm Kim, and I'm a visual designer at Google.
Hey everyone, I'm Jack. I'm a software engineer at Google.
Welcome to designing and building clocks displays with Flutter. Flutter is not only great for building apps, it's also perfect for creating UIs for any surface.
So we have a few topics that we want to cover today. First, Kim is going to take us through some of the considerations that she makes when she's designing a clock. Next, we're going to go over a few of the clocks that we've actually implemented for our smart display products. And finally, we are going to be jumping over to the laptop and actually building a clock on stage.
To understand why we chose clocks, first we'll need to describe smart displays. Smart displays are stationary, always-on devices with integrated speaker and touchscreens. These always-on devices can be placed in communal spaces like the kitchen or living room, or private spaces like bedrooms. One of the most useful features of an always-on device is being able to know the time. When these devices are sitting idle, we have the opportunity to show a clock. You may have seen some of our clock designs on smart displays, such as the Google Nest Hub and the Lenovo Smart Clock. Before we began designing clocks for smart displays, we wanted to be thoughtful where these smart displays were placed. The designs needed to fit the context of the environment. In communal spaces, such as living rooms and kitchens, the clock should be bold enough to be clearly read at a glance from across the room. In private spaces, such as bedrooms and bathrooms, that context shifts. We needed to be sensitive to how light and motion are used. Fast animation and bright colors could be distracting in a space where relaxation is important. Because these smart displays are in your home, we wanted the clocks to complement their unique surroundings. So we needed to create a wide range of styles that could blend in multiple environments. From these considerations, we explored a few themes. Google has always been known as a playful brand, with the colorful logo and the iconic doodles on their search page. How can we bring that playfulness to clocks? We studied and experimented with color, transparency, and motion to inject a sense of play. In our playground clock, the colorful minutes and hours layer on top of each other as time passes. We could have had the numbers immediately replace each other, but by offsetting the timing of the outgoing minute and layering the numbers with complementary colors, we added a moment of delight. The colors are reminiscent of the Google logo, but with an expanded palette. Material design is Google's visual language inspired by the physical world in its textures, including how they reflect light and cast shadows. In the second theme, materiality, we explored using light, shadow, and texture to give depth to the hour, minute, and second hand of a traditional clock face. In our clock Timeless, we used tonal colors and transparency, and we explored how light passes through each layer and creates depth. Inspired by traditional clocks, we incorporated subtle motion in the second hand. In Timeless, like many of our clock faces on the Lenovo Smart Clock, has multiple color choices to fit its surroundings. The clocks also have a light and dark palette, so they can dynamically switch based on the lighting conditions of the room. For our final theme, numeric, we raised the question, how can we tell time with a digital display using bold, easily recognizable characters, and how could we utilize motion to emphasize those characters? In the Eclipse clock, the numbers are larger than their columns, but instantly recognizable at a glance. Instead of replacing each digit as the time changes, we saw an opportunity to use time and relate that to the vertical position of each number. The numbers incrementally move up over the course of an hour, minute, or second until pushed out of view by the following number. These are some of the clocks that launched with the Lenovo Smart Clock and may roll out to smart displays when the system UI will be built with Flutter. Now that I've shared how we design clocks for smart displays, we can start building a clock in Flutter. For this talk, I went back to two of the themes, numeric and playful, and did a few more designs. These are a bit more expressive than what you'll find in smart displays because our goals are different. For these clocks, I wanted to showcase the possibilities of Flutter. For numeric, I explored how the changing minute can draw itself in and out of the clock. Each number could have had a custom animation. I even used Rive, formerly known as Flare, to create the number 2 animation. Each vector line is drawn in. The keyframes are staggered to create this waterfall effect. In Adobe After Effects, this is called trim path. In Rive, I use keyframes and change the start and end points. With the playful theme, it reminded me of overprinting, a characteristic of printed material, where multiple colors overlap and blend together. This inspired me to explore mixing typefaces and adding texture to simulate the woodblock or letterpress printing style. I call this clock impression.
Welcome, that one looks pretty cool. Why don't we build the one on the left?
Let's do it. This clock has a background color. The minute is layered on top of the hour to give it the overprinting effect. I also have a texture on top of everything, and I worked with a motion designer to animate the minutes in and out of the clock. Let's get started.
Awesome. So as we move over to the laptop, let's take a look at our starting project. So the first thing we want to call out is Flutter's flexibility. So I am currently running on Android Studio, and I'm using an Android emulator, but it's really easy to run the project using whatever IDE you want to use, or even change up the device type. You can run it in an iOS simulator, in a Chrome tab. It's kind of whatever you want. So the next thing we want to look at is everything in Flutter is a widget. So our initial app widget is pretty simple here. We have some basic scaffolding, and we have a black background here, and we have our clock centered. So the last thing that we want to talk about is the time provider. This is actually, it's just a little notifier that's notifying our clock every time that the time is updated. And For our purposes, we've sped it up to about 1 minute every 3 seconds. So as we look into our clock here, it's also a pretty simple widget. The biggest piece here is the build function. We basically just have a white background with some text centered. And every time that we set the state here, it rebuilds. So why don't we take a closer look at the clock that we want to create?
I think the easiest thing to start with is probably just updating the background.
Yeah, why don't we do that? So I'm going to jump over here, and the first thing we're going to do is create our background color as a variable using a hex value that Kim has given us. We're going to take the background color, stick it in our container, and our background color should update. It's looking pretty good, Kim. It's kind of telling me everything I need to know.
It's definitely a clock, but I'm wondering if you could update the hour minutes to the hour textiles to match my design.
Cool, let's do it. So we're going to create a couple of text styles. Just super easy in Flutter. It's really simple to provide attributes like a color, a font family, or just change up the size. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down to our text widget here. We're going to add our hour text, and we're going to apply our hour text style to it.
Nice.
How about that?
Looks pretty good. Can we add our minutes as well? They're layered on top of the hours.
Yeah, so in order to do this, we're going to use a stack widget. The stack widget in Flutter is pretty simple. It just lays out all of its children on top of one another. So we're going to recreate our text box, one for the hour and one for the minute. We'll update them with the appropriate content, and we'll give them each their text style. From there, we're looking pretty good.
Nice. That was fast.
Yeah, so Flutter's hot reload is really easy to iterate on our designs and move quickly.
I'm wondering if we can actually change the numerals into words for the minutes.
Awesome. So one of our previous clocks that we saw actually uses a time formatter to do something like this. So we're just going to pull that one in. We're going to format our text. And that's kind of looking a little bit more like what we were hoping for.
Yeah, looks pretty good. I think I have one more thing, which is the texture that's on top of everything to give that kind of wood printing effect.
Yep. So we have our texture image that Kim has provided for us. And we're going to stack that on the very top, and we're going to give it a background color so that it doesn't stand off of the clock. We're going to hot reload, and we have our texture.
Looks cool. Can we take a look at our original design?
Let's do it.
I actually layered the minute text on the hour using a blend effect called multiply, where it acts as it allows light to travel between two layers, and that the overlapping colors are actually darker. I was wondering if we can implement that.
Yeah, let's try to do that. So that effect is actually difficult to achieve using a stack. So what we're going to try and do is use a custom painter. So a custom painter just allows us to have better control over the pixels as they're painted to the screen. And so we have our initial clock painter here. And we are going to add it as the painter for a custom paint. We're going to give it our date time, and then we are going to go in and add our texture asset as the child so that it gets painted on top.
Oh, what happened to our work? We're so close.
Well, because we're using the custom painter, we're going to have to actually recreate our text objects. Instead of using the text widgets, we're going to be using text painters. So why don't we build up our hour painter? So we're creating a text painter here. We're going to use our time formatter to get our hours text. And what we can do is actually just pull down our text styles from above. So we are going to plug in our text style to our text painter. And the last thing we need to do is lay out our hour. What that does is it just sizes it up for the painter so it knows what size to paint it. And then we're going to paint it right in the center.
Nice.
So the last thing we have to do here is do the same thing with our minute painter. We're going to go back to our time formatter for our minutes text. And we already have our minutes text style down here. And then the last step is to lay it out and paint it. And we're back to where we started.
Great. So how do you implement the multiply?
So the multiply effect is kind of fun. We're actually going to save the minutes layer, but this time we're going to apply the blend mode to it. We can then restore it on top of the hours painter after it's been painted, and we're going to get our nice multiply effect.
Oh, that's exactly what I was going for. I wonder if we can take a look back at the original design. I worked with a motion designer to give you some curves. So I added physics to how the minutes, when the minutes transition in and out of the clock. Wondering if we can add that to our
Let's
clock
do it.
phase.
So the first thing to think about when doing most animations in Flutter is create an animation controller. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our animation controller, and we're going to initialize it. And it's pretty simple to add things like a duration or an initial value. The next thing that we want to do is go down into our custom painter, and we're going to have to actually teach our painter how to paint the offset. So we're going to give it an animation object. And in this case, it's just a double that represents the offset that the minutes text is going to be painted at. And then what we can do is actually let the painter know that when the animation object actually updates its value, we want to repaint. The last thing here is to actually take our offset value and add it to the minute painter as it's painted.
You've written a lot of stuff. Do we still have some more to do for the animation?
Yeah. So the last thing that we want to do to actually get movement into our animation here is to add our offset tween. And so what that does is it gives us a starting point and an ending point, and it lets us know how we actually want to translate between the two. So we have an entrance animation here, and we apply a curve to it so that it's not just a linear transition. And then we have our exit curve here, which moves from 0 to 30 just in the downward direction. And we give that one a little curve too. So what we want to do now is we're going to take our offset tween. We're going to have our animation controller actually drive the animation here. And then the last thing we want to do is kick off the animations every time that our time is updated. So from there, we should be able to see our changes.
Ah, that looks great. I'd be okay with shipping that right now.
Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to jump back to the slides for a sec.
To recap, we've designed and built a clock that could exist in a graphic designer's or print lover's home, with the bold hour number as a focal point and the playful animation for the minutes. We hope that through this talk, we've demonstrated how quickly Flutter can help bring your creative ideas to any surface. Thanks for coming today and tuning in to see how easy it is to design and build clocks in Flutter.
So we actually have one more thing to talk to you guys about.
Just one.
Just one. If you're feeling inspired and you want to showcase your own clock, Flutter's actually hosting a clock building competition. So if you go to flutter.dev/clock, you can participate in the Flutter Clock Challenge.
There are some exciting prizes. One of them is a loaded iMac Pro, and we have also Lenovo Smart Displays and smart clocks. We look forward to seeing what you guys create.